I'll tell him the truth. She has already opened her mouth and gathered her strength to get help. Maybe they will believe her. The man was writing down the protocol, and before she could start pouring out her soul, she was asked if she could lie. A man in military uniform sternly reported that her file contained slightly different information, namely, that she was a capable fraudster, distinguished by her eloquence, knew how to negotiate, and had high intelligence. The girl smiled broadly, thinking that the dialogue should be conducted extremely carefully, without saying too much, and innocently said that she had never lied and did not know how to lie. The ship Vishes plowed the ocean and headed for the island. The man looked at the smiling girl, wondering who he had to work with. From her appearance, you could say that she was innocence herself, but she was a repeat offender. Then he answered her that the same words about the fact that she had never lied and did not know how to sound from her lips during the resentencing. She smiled even wider, saying that he forgot to mention that these words came from her lips during the arrest. Looking at her calmly, he asked her name in order to write it down in the protocol. The girl impudently did not take her eyes off his eyes and chuckled. Why ask such questions? Looking at the brave hero and celebrity, the girl had the thought that he was certainly not from some outback. Still smiling, she asked a question. In response to the question, "Is there really someone else who doesn't know her name?" To which the man dryly said that these are the rules. He must ask. The girl said Rosen Walker. Then she noticed that this name was correct, but the irritated man told her that he didn't care about her name. He needed to include in the documents the name that she said with her mouth. Still looking, he monotonously said that the name indicated in the document was needed for verification. The young woman's eyes became sad, and she slowly, as if squeezing out with pain, said Rosenhauer's. Rosen remembered leaflets falling from the sky with the image of the one who was now sitting in front of her. Wow, how fate brought her together with this war hero. And when the voice came on the radio, everyone raised their heads up. We were fascinated by it, she thought. The government chose the hero perfectly. The young noble pilot was ideal for the image of the ideal hero for the masses. She was thinking about this hero, Ian Connor, when his increasingly impatient voice demanded to name the charge. What an accusation, Rose said, in bewilderment, her hands cuffed in iron shackles going numb. He chewed on her words, saying that she needed to name the reason why she was heading to Monty Island, to the worst prison on Earth. The girl replied that the reason she was sent there was that she ran away 2 times, trampling the pride of the Imperial Army. He clarified her initial accusation, for which she was arrested. The girl still answered that she was innocent. He coldly told her that this was a formal procedure, and he was not interested in her opinion. Rosen, without blinking or moving her gaze, still repeated her innocence, to which Ian replied, "And what kind of criminal would say that he is guilty?" The girl spoke about God, who knows the truth, to which the man, starting to lose his temper, reminded once again that no one is interested in her opinion. At that moment, a young man ran into the office and shouted what he was doing. It was so unexpected that Rosen and Ian froze, not knowing what to answer, until finally Ian said what was obvious to everyone, that he was having a personal conversation with the criminal. The man hesitated and explained that this was not Ian Connor's work. There were other people for this. This criminal needs increased attention. The interrogation should be carried out by the person responsible for transportation. The man glanced sideways at the criminal, and he continued to broadcast that the most notorious criminals were sent to the island, to which the girl, grinning, continued calling herself a witch from Al-Cafez, and a famous one at that. When the guy continued to convince the boss that it was dangerous to be alone with such a dangerous person, Ian pointed to the yawning Rosen and asked if it seemed dangerous to him. The subordinate did not let up. He looked at the girl with fear and said that even though she looks like an ordinary ragamuffin, she escaped from Al-Cafez. She should not be underestimated. When the guy reminded her about her case, the girl finished for him by saying that she was charged with the murder of her husband when she was 17 years old. Ian ordered the criminal to be taken away. The guy took her arm. The girl still insisted on her innocence. When they led her, she thought that compared to the previous guards, these gentlemen would have swung a military boot at her long ago. But still he is a guard, and she is a criminal, like a cat and a mouse. Once she relaxes once, and they catch her, then it will definitely be the end. But she is a specialist in finding loopholes for escape. She examined the warden more than once, and saw where the keys to the cell hung. This key stood before Rosen's eyes. It is not just a key, but a path to freedom. Rosen was led through the hall, where the party was taking place. Her escort asked if the party was over. Yes, the event had come to an end. The man was told how he would lead the witch through the gentlemen, but he said that these same gentlemen were sailing on a liner on an excursion to the prison. So in his opinion, they would be interested in seeing the witch in person. The girl watched in surprise at the bottles and confetti lying around. Everything for her was like their other reality. After the war, a lot changed. Ships intended for military purposes were converted into passenger ships after the end of the war, like this liner on which Rosen was transported. Not so long ago, this liner transported injured passengers, but now it has turned into a place for luxurious parties. Our heroine realized that the island of Monty is considered so disastrous that if you save your life there, this is already an achievement, so she must escape at any cost. While her overseer was talking about how if the gentleman saw her smelling so bad, it would only cause a commotion, so that's right, there's no point in looking at her. Rosen found something to answer, saying that during the war, they themselves looked no better than her. Ian turned to Rosen's leading man, calling him Henry, and asked him not to waste his strength on the criminal who killed her husband. But he did not let up, saying that Sir Connor should not let his guard down. This woman could really be a witch. The girl was brought onto the deck. The first stars appeared in the sky. Ian told Rosen that he wanted to show her something. Rosen looked into the distance at the ocean, and it was so beautiful that she could not take her eyes off. The moon was bright, shining with a silvery light, leaving a trail on the water. Our heroine thought that she had to become a world-famous criminal in order to see such beauty. She never thought that in her entire life she would see something beautiful. She was brought out of oblivion by the voice of Sir Connor, who clarified that her method of escaping from Al-Cafez was done using a tunnel. The girl confirmed. Then he clarified whether it was true that she walked over the cliff naked, to which Rosen replied that he was waiting for detailed descriptions of her actions. But she was struck by the words of the warden that people said that she used magic during her escape. She thought that she would no longer be surprised by the rumors about herself and her adventures, but she realized that she was mistaken. The last successful escape from Al-Cafez was made by a witch 36 years ago, and therefore the press also dubbed Rosen a witch after her escape. People are afraid of those things that they cannot understand. Here is the era of science, the girl thought. Traces of the past, mysticism, mystery, everything unidentified are not so easy to erase, even with scientific progress. Rosen answered directly. Unless if she were a witch, she would be standing in front of him now, shackled. The presence of a witch on this ship does not seem absurd to him. The girl shook her cuffed hands in front of them and smiled bitterly, meaning she was a witch. Henry said that Ian shouldn't believe her. Only lies come out of this woman's mouth. It's worth remembering one dossier where she shed tears and almost spent the entire empire. Rosen grinned and called out to Henry, declaring that if she really were a witch, she would sew his mouth shut. She laughed, saying, "What other facts are needed? Is it really possible to be so stupid?" She even carried out a procedure to identify abilities, which did not confirm anything. Rosen really found it both funny and painful, how she was surrounded by ridiculous speculation. Henry lost his temper and approached and wanted to hit Rosen, calling him rubbish. But at that moment, Ian stopped him and ordered him to take his hands off the prisoner, threateningly promising that he would report to his superiors if this happened again. The man looked at Henry and, with all his appearance, demanded immediate obedience to the order. Henry, not expecting such a turn, began to fuss, trying to object to something. Rose made an offended face. Ian turned to the girl and reported her nickname of the most famous fugitive of the empire and the witch Al-Kazef. Rosen was taken aback by such an official address. Ian then continued, in an official tone, that whether she lies or not, he doesn't care at all. She is a prisoner who was sentenced to life on Monty Island. Escorting to the island is his goal and order from above, and she is not the first to escape from Al-Kafez. Then he added in an icy voice that no one had ever managed to escape from Monty Island, not even the witch. His words seemed to be sealed and paralyzed the will. A feeling of hopelessness appeared in Rosen. He spoke calmly, coldly, clearly, as befits a warden. Politely kills morale, Rosen thought, but they should definitely have the keys to the lifeboat and the handcuffs. She kept her eyes on the ring of keys hanging on Ian's belt. If she wanted to escape, then this really needed to be done before arriving on the island. Henry returned and showed that he had brought what Sir Connor asked for. Rosen looked at what the man brought. Ian saw that at the moment the prisoner was simply watching with interest. The next minute, a tray with raw meat appeared in front of our heroine. The girl looked at the red meat pieces in bewilderment. Ian told her to watch carefully. Our heroine tensed, not understanding what he was going to do. A second later, the warden threw pieces of meat overboard. She still did not understand what he wanted to show her by this. Then he said to look down at the water, what waters they were floating on, what she was seeing now. The meat thrown overboard went down, leaving purple traces of blood that remained on it. Henry, calling her a witch, rejoiced and urged her to look further. She would be interested. Bloody stains and huge backs of sea creatures appeared, judging by the shadows they left, showing their gigantic size. The girl watched as sea monsters circled around the ship, and Henry added contentedly that she really had nowhere to run. Ian, pointing to the keys, added that if he wants to become a snack for the sea monster, then he should take a boat and go on a journey. He approached Rosen, pointed to a bunch of keys, and said that she apparently really wanted to get them. He was now mocking her. He was cruel and cold. Looking into his eyes, Rosen thought that he was no gentleman. The girl understood that it couldn't have been any other way. How could the warden behave differently? She stood opposite him and peered into his face and thought that this was also the face from the leaflets. But he did not look at all like himself, like a different person. I don't know about others, but he clearly doesn't stand on ceremony with her. He wants to break her will. He makes it clear in every possible way that she is doomed. When she saw the prison cells of the liner, she felt like a rat. Rosen was overcome by difficult thoughts about whether she really could not escape from here. Her cellmate brought her out of her thoughts and asked her to tell her everything. The girl shrugged her shoulders and replied that there was nothing to talk about. The cellmate hinted at a personal meeting with Ian, but our heroine made it clear that she was hinted that there was nowhere to run. Everything was banal. While the neighbor was asking if he had said something else, a charming blue-eyed baby dropped in on them. Rosen did not understand what Maria expected from her. She explained that Rosen was young and attractive. Next, she explained to her friend in detail that she was young and attractive and was left alone with a handsome man. When Rosen realized what the neighbor was getting at, she said that nothing had happened and could not have happened. Well, even if we assume that she tries to seduce him, her ragged appearance clearly will not inspire him. Maria, smiling, offered to attack him, reminiscent of the incident in Al-Kafez. Rosen replied seriously that the problem is not only Ian Connor, but also that the ocean is actually teeming with marine predators. As she uttered these words, the girl's voice trembled, as if she was trying to justify the impossibility of the attempt. Maria put her hand on the shoulder and looked into the girl's eyes, asking if she was about to give up. Maria from Al-Kafez was heading to the island with Rosen. She had all the power inside. If someone did not like her, then she did not live to see the end of her term, and the guards could do little or interfere with her internal domain. When Rosen was brought to Al-Kafez, she managed to become famous for one escape. She was scratching her spoon on the plate in despair, and then Maria approached her, asking that she intended to wake up all the guards. Whether her popularity played into Rosen's hands, or whether there was personal sympathy, she and Maria became friends. Everyone treated her well because Maria patronized her. Then the girl did not understand what was the matter. But at that time, prison life was quite calm. When Maria persistently demanded to know whether Rosen was about to give up, the girl understood what her neighbor wanted from her. She looked into Rosen's eyes with some kind of frenzy, and our heroine realized that they needed her victory. They need her to demonstratively trample the pride of the imperial army, erase any traces. This is a kind of ideology. She is their idol. Probably to some extent, it gives them the strength to live on. Rosen replied that of course not. She was not going to give up, and she should know this very well. The girl looked her neighbor resolutely in the eyes and repeated that she would never give up. She was their idol and would not let her down. Miria smiled contentedly and said that this was a good decision. Then she offered to smoke, which confused Rosen as to how she even got cigarettes. They smoked, and Rosen started talking about Ian. What was he even doing here? Wasn't he a pilot? Such a person with a bunch of awards should hold an important position in the government. She thought maybe Maria knew something, but she, taking a drag from her cigarette, replied that she had no idea. Then she suggested that he might have been injured and demoted, but Rosen denied this assumption. Physically, he looks fine. Maria noticed that when she says the word crippled, she does not mean physical injury. When Rosen asked to explain, the woman raised a finger to her temple. Realizing what the neighbor was hinting at, the girl snorted, asking him not to talk nonsense. But she, without being offended, replied that she didn't really care what happened to him. Maria added that the main thing for them was to pick it up in order to get out of here. But Rosen believed that this only works on the brainless. The girl reasoned out loud. Well, let's say she steals the key. She can only get out by water. The lifeboat has no engine, and there is no other one here. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she added that the problem is not even just monsters. She imagined herself theoretically floating in a rubber boat without food and water. She could not withstand, if not monsters, then hunger and thirst. While reasoning, she heard something being thrown on the floor. She did not understand who or what was distracting her. Looking up, she was stunned to see a baby with a ball. Her first thought was what the child was doing here. Rosen asked out loud how the child came down here. Maria's answer almost made her faint when she innocently replied that this girl brought her cigarettes. She shouted to the girl that she couldn't walk here, where her parents were. The girl looked at her with huge blue eyes, and instead of leaving, she approached the camera. Carrying a pink ball in front of her, the girl stomped towards them. The girl said hello and introduced herself as Lila Revel, to which Rosen jumped. She asked the girl if she happened to know Henry Revilla. The child replied that this was her uncle. In the tone of a teacher, the girl said that this was not a playground to play, but noted that the girl was completely different from her uncle, and that made her happy. The girl, pouting her lips and upset, quietly said that she promised her friends that she would meet Rosen Walker here. Rosen, cheerfully, asked if she knew who it was. The girl happily replied that this was the most famous fugitive in the empire and a witch. Lyra said that this is what people on the ship say about her, and her grandfather is the captain of the ship, and she said that she would meet Rosen Walker, but no one believes her. The girl happily said that she had come to the right place. She was Rosen Walker. Henry complained about the work, which was a headache, and cursed this damn fugitive. Ian advised him to think of this task as a vacation. Look at the money people pay for this excursion. Henry grumbled that people are crazy. They are all bored. Only the war is over. To which Ian laughed, saying that the war has made Henry an old man. After a pause, he said that this witch from Al-Kafez was also from Rioritin. These words had an effect on Ian. His face changed. Before the eyes of Ian Connor, this city appeared in fire and smoke. This is how he saw it then for the last time. Henry said that it seems she lived on the outskirts of the city until she killed her husband. He added that he just wanted to warn him so that Sir Connor would know. He nodded that he knew this. Henry noted that he had specifically written this down in the report. Ian spent his youth in Rioriton. There was a military school there. His youth passed. There he first boarded a plane and took off into the sky. During the war, the city was bombed. Henry noted that the luck of the prisoner, Rosen, was even annoying. She did not die, but got out of this city. He continued, became a real celebrity, and is heading to the island of Monty under your personal leadership. Ian reminded her that he was waiting for her on Monty Island. He nodded and said that he knew, and still, he remembered that nightmare, and tears welled up in his eyes. Monty Island or not, she was alive, but his beloved sister was not. He remembered her medallion, and the events of that day were reproduced and struck with renewed force. Incredible anger at Rosen clouded his mind. He remembered her in that photo, holding little Lila, how beautiful she was. Lila Revel exclaimed in admiration when she heard that it was Rosen Walker herself. The girl, excited with delight, began to rattle about whether it was true that she was digging with a spoon, as they wrote about in the newspapers, and whether witchcraft was also true. Rosen did not have time to nod. Rosen clarified the girl's name and leaned towards her and said that she wanted to ask something. The girl tensed as Rosen looked into her eyes with all seriousness. Our heroine smiled and said if Lila answers her question, she will show magic. The girl didn't know what to do. Her grandfather forbade her to fulfill the prisoner's requests. Rosen hinted that if she didn't answer, we wouldn't see magic. Maria watched this picture with curiosity. The girl reassured the little girl by saying that she wouldn't ask anything like that. She was just curious about something. When the girl agreed, Rosen asked if she knew Ian Connor, to which the girl reported that he was her uncle's boss, a war hero. Rosen ingratiatingly asked if he was close with Lila. The girl made an offended face and said that she was not at all. Lila remembered how her uncle told her that Ian seemed cold, but in fact he was kind and loved her, because he had known her since she was in her mother's belly. She also added that he told her to consider Ian another uncle. The girl plunged into those memories and added that she was somehow not sure about it. Rosen's eyes sparkled, and she began to ask whether Sir Connor had a lover or wife. The girl didn't understand what it meant to have a girlfriend or not, but she confidently answered that she didn't have a wife, and, unlike other adults, he didn't think about it at all. Rosen asked if the girl had seen women entering Sir Ian's room or being alone with someone. She batted her eyes and honestly answered that she had never seen such a thing. And having collected herself, the girl seriously asked, drawing out her words, whether Sir Connor was a very compassionate person. The girl innocently replied that she did not understand the meaning of this word. Rosen exhaled and did not know how to explain. But Maria came to the rescue. Maria explained the meaning of this word, using associative examples to make it easier for the girl to navigate. Rosen looked carefully at her neighbor and was surprised at how cleverly she could choose examples. Maria gave an example of a puppy in the rain and feeling sorry for it, or when you start crying when you see someone else crying. Rosen involuntarily thought about Maria's words, not even knowing what to add. The girl smiled joyfully and said that they meant love. Rosen exhaled with relief, sweating profusely, smiled back and confirmed. Maria countered her by asking since when do witches get nervous and break into a sweat. Rosen, remembering Ian and his demeanor, noticed that he was not one of those who could simply love someone. But the girl began to defend him, although she agreed with Rosen's words that Uncle Ian was still very good. Rosen thought how naive this girl was, and said out loud that she had heard enough. Now it was her turn to show magic. For magic, she asked Lila for some small thing. The girl gave her a coin. Rosen took it in her palm, without taking her eyes off the baby, and carrying out manipulations, told the girl that magic is a special power. Holding her hand in front of her wide-open eyes, she added that magic must always have intermediaries, showing an empty palm in which a few seconds ago there was a coin. The girl, impressed by such a miracle, screamed that the coin had disappeared, but Rosen reached out to her ear, and the next second, she took out a coin from behind her ear, giving it to the happy girl as a talisman. Rosen winked mysteriously and said that at sunset, the coin would turn golden, and the girl should not tell anyone about it, otherwise the magic would dissipate. Maria asked Rosen if she really used magic. She just grinned and said that it was just a trick. Later, Lila would figure it out. Maria looked and said, wasn't she the one who claimed that she couldn't lie? But then she agreed that if she were a real witch, she would not be shackled. Maria said that she had heard about a place called Witch Island, but no one knows whether it actually exists. Then she laughed and said that Rosen herself must already know about him. Rosen listened to her neighbor with her eyes closed. She continued to say that according to rumors, this island is not far from Monty. Opening her eyes, Rosen added that is it really possible for an ordinary person to get there just like that, and they are unlikely to be happy with her and greet her with shouts of hooray. Maria said that she was just joking, then seriously added that it is easier to deceive children by pressing on pity. She suggested trying this method on the commander. Why not try it? Rosen replied doomedly that apparently there were no other options left. The plan was to use the noble hero and get a compassion ticket from him. And such methods worked on idiots, but they wouldn't work on Ian Connor. However, he is a military pilot and also a war hero, the complete opposite of me, Rosen thought. He is surrounded by an aura of admiration, glory, adoration. His life is a series of victories. The girl thought about herself, how she dreamed of achieving his goal, but became a pitiful and trampled creature. Of course, the feeling of superiority over someone is much sweeter when someone depends on you. With sadness, Rosen completed the mental dialogue that feelings of pity are easier to achieve than love. Love is completely different. At this time, Ian was thinking about what Henry said. Everything would be fine with him, but from time to time, something like this would happen. He remembered the words of one girl who said that sometimes Henry's feelings would rush out, and it was not clear to whom they would be felt. She advised Ian to just listen to his friend. You just need to give appropriate answers until this is over. Ian stood thoughtfully looking ahead into the darkness, his mental dialogue interrupted by Henry. Henry looked at Ian with some concern and said out loud that they had been here for too long. It was time to go inside. As they walked, Henry was indignant. How could a war hero be forced to transport a prisoner witch? But Connor replied that an order is an order. Henry was thrilled that Sir Connor would still be promoted to a high post after this work. He continued to encourage Ian, saying that he was a hero. Only the pathetic nobodies of Rioriten could hate him. Ian just listened. He was accused of failing to protect Riotin, so now they want to demonstrate how this witch is punished. He understood that they wanted him to show how he was taking this rubbish, who had escaped from Rioriten to the island. Then they would turn a blind eye to the loss and begin to applaud him again. This is just a show that should go without blemishes and flaws. Henry told him that as soon as he finished with this work, he should definitely rest and live for himself. He wanted to hear from Ian's own lips that after all this was over, a brilliant path would await Sir. Ian wondered what this brilliant path meant for himself. He became aware of this concept after the end of the war while walking through the Arc de Triomphe in his full military uniform. People threw flowers at him and shouted his name, wondering if he himself was happy. He tried to remember with what face he walked through the triumphal arch, but he could not. The memories seemed to be layered. He was supposed to smile, but he couldn't even remember whether it was a smile, and if so, whether it was convincing. It is impossible to protect everyone. There is no absolute victory, and you are not a god, he heard at the end of his thoughts from Henry. He added that everyone knows that a commander must always choose the lesser of two evils, and Rosen Walker should not be ignored. Henry offered to take over all duties associated with her. But Ian assured him that he would deal with her himself, and Henry himself needed to focus on restoring his strength. He looked at Sir Connor's tired face and assured that it was not his fault. At that moment, all aviation strategies were a complete sick gamble. And he added that if it weren't for Commander Connor, everything would have collapsed. But Ian remembered the faces of the dead and thought, if he is not to blame for their deaths, then who is responsible? When he was tasked with escorting prisoners to Monty Island, the boss told him to especially keep an eye on Rosen Walker. Rosen Walker, that name couldn't get out of his head. Or Rosen Howos, he had seen her on the front pages of the newspapers. The famous fugitive from Raya and the only survivor. Ian stood over the newspaper with Rosen's picture and remembered Henry's words. She was the only one who survived. Afterwards, Rosen was brought to him, but he didn't hear her and remembered her conversation with Henry. Newspaper reports. And then the girl called out to him loudly. Why did he call her if he wasn't listening? Folding her arms across her chest, she displeasedly asked if he had listened to her. He perked up and looked at the girl with some fear and squeezed out that he was listening. Then she decided to continue, touching on the topic of sharks, but he sarcastically quipped that she should know the diet of sharks well. The girl got angry. What kind of person is he? He wants to crush him mentally. She jumped up and leaned towards him, shouting for him to stop. And she added that she understood the lecture, that it would be stupid to run away, but with lectures about sea monsters, you also need to know when to stop. When asked if he thought she was an idiot, Ian calmly added that the difference between an idiot and a hero was just a piece of paper. Both the idiot and the hero do not think about the consequences. But then he instructively added that if you think with your head, you can avoid doing anything stupid. The girl defiantly asked if he meant that now she was not on friendly terms with her head. He noted that he can call her brave, but many probably take her for a dark heroine. The girl, in turn, asked whether she was an idiot or a heroine for him. He thought, and replied that according to his criteria, she was an idiot for escaping. Seeing that Rosen was starting to boil, he asked her not to get excited. The girl commented on his answer, which means she should have quietly served 50 years. In her opinion, this is much dumber. She tried to look at his reaction, trying to find the key. She asked what she thought she should have done. He calmly began to say that when the initial sentence was passed, he had to admit guilt. Then he would have received mitigation. And if she had behaved decently in prison, she could have applied for early release or a transfer to a prison with better conditions. Yeah, she would have died. Then Rosen said smugly. She recalled what happened to the city of Raya. He didn't know what to answer. The girl decided to remove the painful issue and continued her reasoning. Why should she rot for 50 years? And murder is given from 8 to 50 years. That's how it's written in the law. Okay. Well, let's say she couldn't stand it and killed. Let's just assume why she's 50 years old. And the man who lived next door to her and beat his wife to death at just 8 years old. Ian pointed his finger at her and said that this was also spelled out in the law. He nodded at the books, but the girl said that she couldn't read. He said that he knew about it. Sir Connor stood over her and said that everything was written in the law, and she was now sentenced to life imprisonment on the island of Monty. Looking into his condemning and coldly looking at her eyes, the girl involuntarily grew cold. After which, he, as a judge, repeated that it was only her own fault and that he had been lenient towards her for too long. This outraged Rosen. She jumped up, but he categorically added that the personal conversation was over. He ordered her to get up and move towards the exit. The girl feverishly thought that if she left with nothing, then this would all just happen again. Thinking about how to catch his attention, and that this was her last chance, the girl nervously tried to say something. But what? What can attract the attention of Ian Connor? Then she blurted out that he is just like her. The man stopped without saying anything, turned to Rosen standing behind him. The girl said that he was also an idiot. He asked what she called him. Our heroine bravely answered the same way he called her just recently. Looking into his eyes, She continued repeating his words, that one sheet of paper separates a hero from an idiot. So aren't they the same? He is a light hero, and she is a dark one, and both are idiots. He was really hooked by these words. How they differ. No one believed in victory in the war. A small country that pompously has the name of an empire, while Talus has already captured several states. He listened as she talked about victory and what was gained from this victory. Broken people lying in ruins, destroyed cities, and himself, who was dressed in a beautiful uniform and called a hero. And now you're escorting pathetic prisoners. And the question is why he does such work. They stood opposite each other. He held her by the chain of her shackles. The words had an effect. He began to light up with rage, something that Rosen wanted. Finally, he yelled for the girl to shut her mouth. He was caught, she thought joyfully. Now that he was one step away from hitting her, she was waiting for this action, deciding to push him, and adding whether he was proud of his grandiose victory. Come on, pin him to the floor with your combat boot. The girl looked at him defiantly, saying, come on, what are you waiting for? She was already used to the pain. But he replied that her words were true. The girl's face changed, but he added that she had no right to utter them. His friends in arms, who defended the empire and the lives of people, died in the sky, and she only knows how to escape. If she does not know how to feel gratitude, then at least she should not insult. He bent down to her and harshly said that not everyone lives like she does, and he saw through her tricks. She tried to provoke him with her words. Rosen was indeed disheartened when he called her provocations and lies too limited for him. He squeezed out angrily, he wants compassion. Let him look for someone else. In response to her words that she did not lie, he pointed to her chains and said that the worst thing was that she did not realize the gravity of her crime and was chained in them in order to show how much she had fallen. The sin of taking the life of another person. His words would have been more painful if he had simply slapped him in the face. The girl could not believe that these words were being spoken by the same person she had seen on the leaflets. And then she hissed in her heart that he really was an idiot. To which Ian Connor stated that he fully understood what she was like. And he said that there would be no more personal conversations. Standing under the doors, she wondered what she expected. I remembered the words from the radio that if the air raid signal sounds, you need to go underground. They are protected. Closing her eyes, Rosen told herself that she had clearly listened to his voice, imagining that he would also talk to her. She seems to fall out of reality and falls into constant self-deception. Why did she constantly think of hearing his warm voice, like from the radio then? Then the girl exploded and cursed. How infuriating he is. There's a hero walking around here. He's achieved everything. Do you think Ian Connor can break me? There will definitely be a chance, Rosen assured herself, decisively and firmly. Her thoughts were interrupted by the mocking voice of Henry, who saw that she had wiped her face and tied up her hair. He caustically remarked that the only thing missing was red lipstick. Our heroine was not taken aback and replied that, of course, she would wear makeup. It's worth looking at her, clean and tidy. Leading her to the cell, he asked what trick she had this time. The girl replied that it was a bottle of drinking water, which she saved to wash herself as a person should. Then, walking along the corridor, she decided to laugh at Henry. Admitting her tricks, his curiosity played a role, and she winked, telling about women's secrets. When a man and a woman are alone, he jumped up. Rosen lied to him that he liked her if he was courting her like that. Henry immediately broke down and began to sweat. Looking at him, the girl thought, why is Ian Connor not such an idiot like this? How easy it would be to influence him then. Henry behaved like a first grader. Rosen took pleasure in teasing him, and she grinningly offered to be friends. As they walked up the flight of stairs, she saw a girl she knew. It was Lila playing on the stairs. Rosen frowned and thought that the girl was again left to her own devices. She looked at Henry, who wanted to get rid of her as quickly as possible by sending her to a prison cell, and thought that if you looked closely, she and Lila were very similar. Suddenly, the girl stopped him and with a serious look, made it clear that she wanted to say something important. She then said that his niece was so cute, and smiled slyly. Looking into the man's eyes, Rosen smiled ominously and said that her name was Lila. Henry rolled his eyes in horror, turned pale, a trickle of sweat rolled down his face, and he croaked out what she had just said. In a trembling voice, he asked how she knew about his niece. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that it was not at all difficult. She wanted to tease him more, but suddenly Henry turned to the girl and his keys fell. The girl stood with her back to them. It was not clear what she was doing. Rosen reassured him by saying, well, what could she do in handcuffs? He exhaled, saying that she was definitely a witch. Then a tirade began, that he would bring her to light. She was definitely a witch, if only she tried to even touch a hair of Lila. Suddenly, his scream almost deafened Rosen. He turned to the girl and shouted. Lila blushed, wheezed, could not utter a word, held her hand to her throat, her eyes rolled back. Rosen looked at the baby in horror, wanted to say her name, but the words were stuck in her throat. The girl looked at them pleadingly, her eyes full of tears, her hands still holding her throat. Rosen realized that the girl had something stuck in her throat, and she began to call a doctor. She shouted at Henry, calling him an idiot, asking whether there was at least one doctor on the ship, but he fell into a stupor out of fear. Henry at that moment turned to himself, as if from the outside, asking him to come to his senses, but could not bring himself to move from the horror that he would lose his niece. Our heroine realized that he would be of no use. She began to scream and call for help, but there was no one. She tried feverishly to figure out what to do. As luck would have it, they were in the most deserted part of the ship. Suddenly, she remembered how Emily taught her first aid CPR, how she reluctantly watched the recordings and did not understand why she should delve into all this. Turning sharply to Henry, who stood like a mummy, she screamed for him to free her. The girl needed help. Remembering the notes of Emily, who argued that this can always be useful in life, because people die not only in war. Henry opened the shackles, and Rosen kept thinking how fragile a person is, how you can die for absolutely absurd reasons. She didn't understand why Emily worked so hard to learn these first aid skills and pass on the knowledge to others, because no one would know about her work. When Rosen ran to Lila, Emily's words sounded in her head that one person cannot save the whole world. Not everyone is given the ability to master magic, but this knowledge may be needed at any time. People began to leave their cabins after hearing the noise. Rosen pulled out the object that was stuck in her throat, using a technique that she had been taught, after which her legs gave way, and, hugging the baby, she sat on the floor. She heard snatches of voices that the girl almost died. Thank God this girl made it in time. Layla began to sob from extreme fear and stress, clinging to Rosen. Hugging the girl, Rosen thought that she had just saved this child. A sobbing Henry ran up and grabbed the girl in his arms. People echoed to each other what happened and how Rosen saved the baby. New passengers got out. Rosen's consciousness gradually began to clear, and the girl had something stuck in her throat. People looking at her were talking to each other about how they had seen her before, a familiar face. Suddenly, Rosen's gaze fell on a small object lying on the floor where she and Lila were sitting. The girl took the little thing with her hands and saw that it was the candy that Lila had choked on. She thought how strange it was that a bullet or candy could equally kill a person. Still sitting on the floor, she realized that not only the military is capable of saving or killing. How right Emily was when she passed on knowledge. The girl heard footsteps behind her. Someone was standing above her. Had this idiot finally come to his senses? Rosen said that her skill was also useful. If she wants to say thank you, let her give her water. Then she noticed that she could leave the package in the cell. Why was he silent there? When suddenly she saw Ian standing over her, who replied that he would do so. The girl asked, not knowing what to say, why he was here. He just looked at her. Rosen also looked into his eyes, trying to understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, they heard a loud voice asking if Lila was okay, and both turned their heads. The elderly man hugged the girl and looking at them, it dawned on Rosen that this was the captain of the ship. Then she realized that Ian Connor was still standing next to her and told him that she had helped, not for the sake of a reward, but that she had just said something about her request. To which he replied that such a reward was a mere trifle, adding that the army of the Empire always pays for a life saved, even if it is a criminal who will be imprisoned on the island of Monte. He held out the handcuffs to her to put them back on. Seeing her eyes, he said that it was necessary anyway. Rosen calmly agreed. When he put on the chains, she asked if he really would let her wash. Ian nodded in agreement, but he clarified that her hands should continue to be shackled. The girl was indignant about how she could wash herself with her hands tied. Just douse herself with water and that's it. A voice interrupted their dialogue and said that she could assign a servant to help. She could be a princess, although this should not have been in her destiny. These words were spoken by the captain of the ship, who stood behind them and heard the conversation. Ian turned his head when he saw the captain. Before he could say his name, he heard the captain scream. Captain Revel called Ian a mannerless bastard. Where are his manners? And did he teach him that the savior needs to be chained? She and Rosen were speechless from this. The girl thought that, wow, Grandpa. The captain came up and said that he had sent everyone to their rooms. Let him let this lady go, at least for a while. After all, there is sea all around. Ian replied that it was impossible. The captain shouted that it was possible. In general, everything in the world is possible. Ian tried to remind him about the law, but the captain yelled that on this line the laws of land do not apply. Here he is the law. Ian and Rosen stood like school children in front of the teacher. The captain continued that in front of him was his savior Lila. In any case, you can remove the shackles while he expresses gratitude. While the captain was indignant at how he could thank a man who was in shackles, Lila's contented face appeared from behind the captain. Rosen smiled and waved at the girl, while Ian tried to convince the captain that Rosen was a criminal. The captain put his hand on his granddaughter's head and affectionately said that, first of all, Rosen was a savior. Ian, on the contrary, convinced that first of all, she was a criminal. The captain again attacked Ian, calling him a scoundrel who definitely needs to put in his 2 cents. The captain straightened up, addressing Rosen Lady Howos, ignoring Ian's buzzing that there was an order from above, there could be no exceptions. The girl was amazed how the captain warmly and fatherly expressed his gratitude to her and apologized for Ian's bad manners. He bowed to her and said that he forgot to introduce himself. He is now retired, and once he was an admiral in the Navy, he was a little embarrassed, and added that maybe she had heard about Alex Revel. She definitely heard this name, but where, when suddenly it dawned on the girl that his bronze statue stood in the center of the Capitol. Everything was written on the face of Rosen, who was speechless and pointed her finger at him, to which the captain grinned and said that he was glad that she recognized him. When Rosen regained her ability to speak, she stuttered and said that of course she had heard his name. She remembered his portrait. He is a hero of the old war, whose name is known even to children who did not go to school like her. In turn, Rosen coughed seriously and said that she was neither a lady nor house. Her name was Rosen Walker. He asked permission to call the girl Miss Walker, and hugging Lila, said that if it were not for Rosen, his only granddaughter would have died today. Then he seriously asked her how much he heard she would like to wash and eat. Rosen replied that she would be grateful if water and food were brought to the cell, and asked for meat, but the captain replied that this was impossible. The captain stated that it was not customary for the Rivel family to treat a benefactor this way, so if she has no plans for tomorrow evening, he invites her to dinner. Rosen stood dumbfounded, having just been invited by Captain Revel to a dinner party. The girl began to refuse, stuttering. She imagined in her imagination a dinner party in the form of huge ballrooms, special equipment, words, etiquette. The captain reassured her by saying that it was just dinner with his family. Rosen thought that this grandfather was grandiose in himself. The girl was surprised and grateful to such an invitation, but she was about to politely refuse when she heard Ian's voice. He said that this was too much. In the end, it was he who faltered. But Rosen mentally repeated the killer, the witch, the commoner. Besides this, dirty and dangerous. That's how he saw her. Yes, he saw her exactly like that. A despicable murderer, unworthy of sitting at a table with high and respected people. She thought about the poor and abandoned people, and hope once glimmered in her heart. And now he cannot say it, but he thinks of her as a murderer of the lower class of society. And therefore, the girl smiled at the captain and said that she would consider it an honor to accept such an invitation. And she innocently added, why refuse such an offer if she is always hungry? In addition, she assured that she would be able to eat, and with her hands shackled, the chances of escaping were negligible. Then, glancing at Ian, she continued to tell how Sir Connor kindly showed her the terrifying sea creatures of the ocean. Ian glanced nervously at her, wanted to add something, but remained silent. Rosen recalled how she was remarked that she was picking up leaflets with Sir Connor's image everywhere. She made excuses, but she was accused of addiction. Yes, that's true. He was her hero and idol. The main thing is that her husband does not see, but she carefully collected leaflets with his photo and pressed them to her chest. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was in love with this man. She had high hopes for him. And here, having personally encountered him, she understood how different he was from her imaginary image. Therefore, she began to get angry. She wanted him to remain the man from her dreams. Smiling radiantly and looking at Ian, she realized that life was always taking her somewhere, not where she wanted. Opening her eyes, Rosen could not understand where she was. She was surrounded by luxury and beauty. Stretching, she asked herself, this must be paradise. A beautiful bed, a soft bed. It certainly didn't look like her camera, maybe a dream, which means you need to close your eyes and watch it further. She closed her eyes and decided to continue watching this wonderful dream when she heard footsteps. 3 maids entered, introducing themselves as Michaela, Louise, and Maya, saying that they had prepared a hot bath. Rosen, who understood little, was dragged from the bed and sat in the hot bath. Our heroine began to come to her senses, remembering the old captain who invited her to dinner. But Ian Connor didn't like it, and out of spite she agreed with him. And then she was brought to these royal apartments. Rosen closed her eyes, enjoying the warm water and enveloping aromatic foam. She didn't even remember how long it had been since she had taken a bath. The captain sent these people to help her. The girls apologized for their curiosity and asked if Rosen was really a witch. She grinned and asked if they believed in this nonsense. The maids laughed and answered that they didn't believe it. Just little Lila was bragging about meeting a witch. Rosen agreed that children are gullible and often take things at face value. The maid poured more hot water for better comfort, although Rosen assured that everything was fine as is. When she was left alone in the hot bath, she thought that she did not want to get used to this warmth. The longer you were in the warmth, the more painful the cold wind felt. Such warmth had always been a luxury for her. Then she did not understand it and reached out for this warmth, rushed like a fool into his arms for the sake of this warmth. She won't let this happen again, so as not to experience pain and cold again. Lost in thought in the bath, she heard some voices. The girls were saying that this was unacceptable. When the maids said that they couldn't go there, a man's voice said that he didn't want to, but he had to watch. They tried to convince him of Sir Revel's order, and the man insisted that Sir Connor himself had given the order to guard. At that moment, everyone opened their mouths as Rosen, covering herself with a towel, came out and stood up, and Henry said, "Let him say what he wants to say." Covering his eyes with his hand, he mumbled what she was doing. He was a man. When Henry gathered his courage and asked the maids to be left alone, seeing their frightened faces, he said that no more than a minute. The girls stood indecisive. He added that this was confidential information. Sir Connor ordered to convey it immediately. He was not stopped by the words of the maids to wait until the lady got dressed. In the end, they had to go out. Rosen asked what he wanted to say, or whether he would conduct a personal search. Henry immediately flared up and replied that she was naked. Why should he inspect her? He was not a pervert. Rosen said, "Who is he if he kicked the girls out and came into her right when she was bathing?" Our heroine smiled and said that he was a worthless liar. Henry blushed and tried to say something. Rosen added, "Well, why did you send your lieutenant at the moment when she was taking a bath? He came because he wanted to say something personal. The commander could order a guard at the door, but not at the bathroom. This is a secret conversation." Henry was silently embarrassed, realizing that he had been discovered. Rosen said that there is no need to hide behind the boss. Let him speak if he has something to say. The man wheezed that this concerned Lila and shuffled around, not knowing how to continue. Finally, Rosen said that he was no good. He agreed to somehow continue the conversation. Henry said that the baby was already fine. The doctor examined her. Rosen answered this well, but something was definitely not right. She asked if he really was a pilot and sat at the controls. The man replied that he had destroyed more than 50 enemy planes. When asked about his fearfulness, Henry said that he had an older sister who got married and gave birth to Lila. Talking about the bombing in Rio Riton, Rosen became sad. It was painful for her. Was she there at that moment? No, she was not. During the bombing, she made her first escape. "I found out about everything when I was already in Al-Cafez, that Rio Riton was no more. His brother-in-law, sister, and Lila were there. The girl had just been born." Henry added that at first he also couldn't believe it, that the city was no longer there. Rosen listened silently. Henry's voice broke. How could a fairly large city disappear from the face of the earth? He continued to say that the funny thing was that he had the opportunity to stop this. He knew that his sister was there with her husband and child. Telling that he could not stop the bombing, Rosen did not want to know anything about it. It was all too difficult. Why couldn't she asked. Henry explained that that day they saw an enemy squadron. There were many of them. They could not cope with them all. Ian learned that they were heading towards Rio Riton, the capital of the Malona Empire, and their native Ryotan were coming. Sir Connor had to make a choice, the capital or Rio Riton, and the captain gave the order to Henry that they would defend the capital. Trembling, Henry said that the boss made the right choice. It was necessary, and he doesn't hold a grudge against him. So they spent the entire war on airplanes. He thought that he had overcome everything. But after the end, Henry could no longer sit in the cockpit of an airplane. And he really isn't who he used to be. But Lila is here with him, so it's okay. Rosen, after some reflection, said that he hated her because she, being a criminal from Rio Riton, survived while his innocent sister died there. The man nodded. The girl's look became sad, and she replied that this deserves hatred. Let him continue to hate. Everything is fine. People always need a hero to admire like Ian Connor. And the one you can hate, they are like two sides of the coin, hero and witch. Her thoughts were again interrupted by Henry, who said that he had come to apologize. Apologize for pestering her, and for showing the monsters by luring him with fillet of meat. Oh, that's it. It wasn't Connor's idea. Be that as it may, if it weren't for Rosen, Lila would have suffered, and for that he is very grateful to her. At this time, Ian stood at the door, hearing the maids whispering. Was it really worth leaving them alone? He opened the door and walked in. The maids looked at each other in fear, once again expressing his gratitude. Henry heard a splash of water. Rosen looked out from behind the screen with a conspiratorial smile and asked if he had come to her empty-handed. Henry muttered that he sincerely came to say thank you, and there was no need to spoil the atmosphere, to which the girl replied that she was not joking. Rosen said that he needed to prove his sincerity and not just thank him. Henry hesitated and said that he could give her money, but what would she do with it? Rosen exhaled and said that she needed to be more flexible, looking at the keys hanging on his belt. When the hint reached him, the man said that he would never do it, and it's not that he's not grateful. His position obliges him. Rosen added that if he thinks that the problem is that she is a prisoner, what if she did not kill, or did endure hundreds of times, snapped and killed? He did not want to listen further. Rosen continued to talk about the reasons that prompted her. They again began to have a verbal spat. She said that she never lies. Henry reminded that she herself said that she did not save Lila because of the reward. Rosen then proudly replied that it was true, but he himself came to her and made her proud. Then she calmed him down, saying that she would forget about the keys, and besides, she wouldn't survive in the ocean anyway. Then, beckoning him with her finger and smiling slyly, she asked him to come closer. He began to resist. Then the girl grabbed him by the sleeve. At this time, the shadow of Connor moved towards the bathtub, who heard the hum of voices but could not hear what was happening. Henry asked what she wanted. Rosen replied that it was nothing, just a small request. Ian stood outside the door, and it seemed to him that he heard Rosen asking Henry if he would do this for her. Turn the knob, and he is in the bathroom. Rosen and Henry are standing close to each other. Ian loudly asks his subordinate what he is doing. Henry turned white as a sheet. He began to stutter confusedly. He wanted to ask how the boss ended up here. Ian's icy eyes bored into his subordinate, and he once again coldly asked what he was doing. Rosen stood and looked at them, not knowing what to do. She herself was confused. Ian came down hard on Henry, saying that he had better give him a clear explanation right now. As a result, he was unable to say anything, and Ian yelled at him to rush around. Then he approached Rosen and handed her a blanket and told her to sit down on the couch for a while. Wrapped in a blanket, she looked at him, not understanding anything, with her eyes wide open. Ian stood, and his thoughts were confused about who she was and how, but he didn't say anything out loud. Rosen wondered why he was still standing over her like that, and they would be like this for a long time. Then Ian began to shift from foot to foot and put his hand on his head. Not knowing how best to ask, he finally spoke insinuatingly, asking if Henry had done something to her against her will. Rosen, not understanding anything, continued to look at him. Next, he asked the question whether Henry tried to force her, whether he touched her body without permission. When the girl realized it, she jumped up and screamed, "Of course not. What is he talking about?" Ian said that she could tell him everything as it is, and he could change her guard all the way to Monty, and no one could get close to her. Rosen asked if Henry wasn't his lieutenant. Ian seriously said that if he did something to Rosen, then he's gone. But the girl said, "He's a hero like you, and she's a witch." Ian asked what she meant by this. The girl clarified in surprise that he does not trust his own subordinates, even people like Henry. How did he go through the war then? Ian replied that he sincerely hates such things, and people are unpredictable. Even if Henry is a good subordinate, this does not mean that he is flawless. He continued to look at her, as if she were a victim of circumstances, and tried to read her face to see if anything had happened. Rosen realized that it was necessary to dispel this misunderstanding, otherwise she would even feel ashamed, and replied that nothing had happened. They were just chatting. Ian still suspiciously asked what they were chatting about. The girl explained that Henry was embarrassed to thank her in front of everyone for saving Lila. She smiled and said, why would she do anything if she didn't get anything? Not understanding what exactly she could get, the girl smiled and hinted at what the prisoner could get from the warden, and vice versa. Ian replied that he didn't understand how everyone fell for her lies. She was still only looking for the right opportunity. Then Rosen said seriously and sadly, if he wanted to know the reason, she was not deceiving anyone. They just pretend to be deceived. It doesn't matter whether she can lie or not. Everyone hears only what they want to hear, but no one needs the truth. Everyone needs a scapegoat, whom they can safely curse from the heart. Smiling sadly, the girl finished that what she says doesn't matter. Her words will never change anything. But one thing is clear, he is a true hero. Surprise and some embarrassment flashed in Ian's eyes. The girl continued, he has a heightened sense of justice, since he cares about some prisoner like her. Ian was amazed that she also considered him a hero. Rosen grinned. What was strange about that? It's strange that someone like her could admire someone like Ian, but she liked him. She was also a citizen of the Empire, no matter how angry he was. And she collected his photos that fell from the sky. Ian asked if she collected his photos. Rosen said, "What's wrong with this? Doesn't he himself know what's going on?" But Ian apparently didn't understand. And the girl laughed and blurted out that he was handsome. Didn't he realize it? Then she blushed at what she had just blurted out. She felt embarrassed and said that it was time for her to get dressed. She should already take poor Henry and leave. She asked the girls to come in and reassured her that she wouldn't knock them out or run away. He could be standing outside the door. And she also put on the shackles as expected, when suddenly she did not expect further action. Suddenly, she saw his hand extended to her. It was unexpected. Not knowing how to react to this, the girl could not take her eyes off the hand. Ian said that he was not angry. He was just confused. Rosen was embarrassed, and he reminded her of her words, that they were the same. He thinks it's true. They are similar in some ways. She was confused, falling into a stupor. They are similar to him. Remember when you said that? This is where they look alike. My consciousness is completely clouded. He said that she had to go. The girl did not understand where. He reminded her that it was time to get dressed and go to the long-awaited dinner. Her hand itself reached out to his hand. Her hand lay in his hand. Thoughts flashed that she needed to go. Then everything stopped. He pulled her towards him. They were so close. Rosen's breath caught. The very next minute, he put her on his shoulder and carried her. The girl was indignant. She was like a sack of potatoes. Ian said that he was sorry, but it was really necessary. She asked to call the girls. Ian calmly said, why would he trust her? And continued, he knows what she was up to. Initially, there was no need to listen to the captain. She said, and to Henry, even if he was watching her. Ian gloomily replied that now he couldn't trust him either. Taking the shackles to put them back on the prisoner, he said that he would control everything himself. He told her to hold out her hands. It seemed like he was being too discourteous to her. Rosen indignantly wanted to blurt out when he was even polite to her. But Ian replied that she saved the child, and Lila revel at that. Looking with narrowed eyes, he listed Henry, the captain, Lila, the crew. He is the only person whose heart has not yet trembled in front of her. Rosen blurted out, so he's afraid that she might run away. It's not for nothing that she carries a gun with her. Ian nodded, but he didn't say out loud that he was afraid of her. And it was true. The girl scared him, or rather, what he began to feel for her. He told her that he was afraid that they were similar in some ways. Rosen did not understand, but in what place? Why? When he brought her into the room, the slightly frightened maids were already waiting. Rosen glared at Ian and thought that she needed to be afraid of him. He has all the control. He turned away, leaving the door ajar, and lit a cigarette, while the girls dressed her. What is he really afraid of? It's absurd that the prisoner was given a first-class cabin. Nothing should happen. There are veteran guides here. And Henry, by the way, his report. He went into the office and took the papers with Henry's report. How much there was. Ian worriedly sorted through the papers. There must be something under it. Where? He saw a folded piece of paper. He clearly gave the order to burn it. Ian took a drag from his cigarette, remembering the pile of newspapers with publications about Rosen Walker. In the newspapers, with a red pen, any mention of Rosen Walker, who she was, where she had escaped from, was noted. These newspapers were collected in a magazine, which had already become thick. At first, it was entertainment, a hobby with which he tried to kill time. But then it turned into addiction, even obsession. After the war, he had the same dream, a nightmare in which he and the plane were drowning in the water. He woke up from this nightmare. He tried to convince himself that everything was fine with him. No one should have known about this. You can't break down. He's a symbol of victory. They believe in him. Every time a nightmare overtook him, he grabbed the newspaper. He needed something to fill his head with, until the eye caught the mention of Rio Riton. which he had to abandon. No one in the article mentioned his name, the fact that he abandoned him to his fate. And then a certain villain, a witch, comes to the front pages, replacing Ian Connor, the image of a witch created by journalists, the government, and the military. When he saw the mention of Rosenhaus, it was as if he had been under the influence of witchcraft. He looked for mentions of this prisoner in the newspapers, circled them with a red pen, and made clippings. It was as if she was another side of his personality, the same desperate loser. But even though they were both equally unlucky, why did she become an evil witch, and he became a hero who saved the country? A man who took one life out of malice, and a man who was forced to kill 15,623 people. Is there any way to determine the weight of sin? Whose sin would be heavier? He immersed himself in reading notes about her, dreaming only that she would run faster, so that only she would survive. Whether she is a witch or not, whether she really killed or was slandered, she is the only one he saved and who survived Rio Reeton. He sat at the table and thought, if someone saw his thoughts, the war hero empathizes with the prisoner, and whatever, he became obsessed with her. Suddenly, Lila came in, apologizing for disturbing him. She was holding a bunch of toys. Seeing the toys, he asked what it was all about. The girl replied that she wanted to make a gift for Rosen in the evening, but did not know what to choose, whether he could help. Looking at the newspaper in front of him, Lila added, because he knows Rosen better than anyone. Before he had time to ask why him, the girl pointed her finger at the magazine, saying, "This is right." Ian asked how long she had known about this. He felt very embarrassed. But the girl answered without surprise, "What's wrong with that? Now you can collect everything related to Rosen." Moreover, Layla herself was looking for newspapers to put together an album, but someone cut out the photo, everything. Ian sat her on his lap and, trying to speak as softly as possible, asked if she had told anyone about this. The girl honestly answered that she had not told anyone, not even her uncle. He asked Lila not to tell anyone about this. The girl asked if he could have problems because of this. He replied that yes. Ian explained that she was a prisoner, and his duty was to escort them. Then Lila assured him that no one would find out. Lila then said that she always thought that he hated Rosen, and that everyone probably thought so. Ian explained to her that he had no hatred for the prisoners. He was just doing his job, and he should not have feelings for them. Moreover, she saved her. If he was rude to her before, then this will not happen again. The girl trustingly asked if this meant that he liked Rosen. He remained silent and replied that no. Then Lila asked if she could like Rosen. He began to explain that Rosenhauers. The girl interrupted him and said that she knew that she had killed her husband. And she added, but she also saved her, which means she covered up the bad with the good. And now she might like Rosen. Ian was holding back with all his might. Lila asked to choose a gift, even despite Ian's assurance that she would have to give things away in prison. They chose a bear, and then Lila shared her special coin with him, explaining that he needed it more. He guessed where she got it from, and the girl said that it was a magic coin, and Rosen gave it to her. Ian sternly told her not to dare take anything from Rosen anymore. Tears welled up in Lila's eyes. He took the coin, promising that he would take care of it, and said that both she and he needed to change clothes. When the girl asked where Uncle Henry was, he replied that Rosen was guarding in the corridor. As she left, the little girl replied that he was not in the corridor. Ian had a picture and words before his eyes where Henry and Rosen were in a hurry so that Ian wouldn't see them. She could go through anything, even with the jailers. He didn't hear the knock, and as a pale Henry came in, he tried to push away the thoughts of why he was so angry in general, why he was so annoyed by Henry, who begged him to believe that they were just talking. Ian sat stone-faced. He had to bury his feelings, then told Henry that his actions were causing a threat to both Rosen and himself. While Rosen was getting dressed, and she heard their loud voices, the maid added admiringly that she could go out. How beautiful she was, everyone would be amazed. Rosen couldn't help herself and take a step, The maid pushed her, saying that she really didn't know how beautiful she was now. Entering the office in a beautiful emerald dress, gloves, emerald shoes that matched the color of the dress, with beautifully styled hair and in shackles, Rosen felt awkward. When Ian and Henry saw her, Ian tried to hide his expression, and Henry, with his eyes wide open, could not take his eyes off Rosen. She stood in front of them. He looked. Rosen didn't know where to go from looking at her, not understanding whether she looked funny or good. In the end, she offendedly asked why they were both staring at her. Henry apologized and asked who she was. Rosen thought that Henry had decided to tease her. She said that she would give him up now. Anyway, she would go to prison for life. But he gasped and admitted that he really didn't recognize her. Then Rosen coquettishly said that she had told him before that she was worth looking at. The man assured that now she was like a real lady. Rosen sincerely thanked Henry for the compliment, and Henry and Ian were dressed in festive costumes. But why did Ian just stare and remain silent? Rosen thought that maybe he couldn't see clearly when she suddenly heard someone turn to her with Lady Walker's words and extend her hand. Henry bowed politely and asked permission to accompany her. God, Henry, you made my heart flutter, Rosen thought. He's quite gallant, she added sarcastically. And whether he was going to push her away later and say that she stinks, Henry added as best he could. Rosen flirtatiously said that she would probably trust him, thinking that this guy was very handsome. Suddenly, Ian blocked Rosen with himself, telling Henry that Henry was making excuses. Hadn't they sorted out this misunderstanding? He said that they had sorted it out, but in another sense, he could not trust him, since excessive friendliness and excessive hostility are equally dangerous. Henry was shocked that Ian really thought that he would free Walker and let her escape. Ian, looking at Rosen, said that he had some reason to think so, and added to himself how he could know what they agreed on in the bathroom. Henry began to make excuses again. Rosen simply asked him to tell the chef to prepare one dish that she would like to try. Oh, you bastard, Rosen thought. How could you say yes? She confirmed. The girl did not have time to answer the question of what dish it was. At that moment there was a knock. Ian did not have time to receive an answer and turned around. The captain and Lila came in. The girl was delighted with the sight of Rosen. Rosen waved to her, thinking that Lila would also be at dinner. Apparently, she was able to persuade her grandfather. Lila enthusiastically said that Rosen was just like a real princess. The girl was pleased to hear such a sincere compliment, and she said that Lila was also like a princess. The girl wanted to approach, but Ian said to take a step back. She just wanted to thank her, but Sir Connor was adamant. Lila had to move away. Everyone felt awkward, and Rosen thought that she was merciless even towards children. Then the captain exploded, calling Ian a wary boy. He was the king of this ship. Ian replied that Rosen Hayworth was a cold-blooded criminal. The argument would probably have continued, but then they said that food had been served. The captain, realizing that Rosen's shackles would not be removed, ordered Henry to help her during dinner. Ian came forward and said that he could and would help personally. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. He asked what was wrong with it if he were to help. Rosen had no objections. Then everything was decided, and Ian took her hand to lead her to the table. He held her just below the elbow. She looked at his face. Strange, his gaze. It was not like the look that looked at her from the very beginning. It may seem like it, but those gray eyes linger on her longer than usual. He wrapped his hand around her hand below the shackles, and she sadly thought that this was all just an obsession. This obsession simply gives her the opportunity to escape the harsh reality. But his eyes, their color, are very complex, through which it is impossible to discern his character. If she doesn't stop, she will collapse and forget about the goal. But it was stronger than her, and then the girl felt her hand lying in his hand. Rosen asked him how long he planned to hold her hand. Ian caught himself and was embarrassed. He muttered that he just wanted to pull the chain. Rosen was indignant at the expression of pulling the chain. Captain Revel flared up that he was discourteous to the lady. Ian began to make excuses that he didn't do it on purpose, but it didn't look particularly convincing. Looking at her, he explained that he sincerely thought it was a chain. The girl snorted and said that she knew there was no need to make excuses. She thought sadly that she knew very well that this gesture meant nothing. It was just her illusion. These phrases from the radio and on leaflets, "I will always protect you," were impossible. But she believed these lies because she needed to believe in something. Yes, it was her fantasy in which she was unrequitedly in love with him. Stupid Rosen. At the moment when you need to be extremely cold-blooded, you cannot raise your eyes to him. She stood embarrassed, not knowing where to put her eyes, as if they were suspected of something awkward. Ian was still making excuses that he wasn't hinting at anything. Don't let her misunderstand. She tried to pretend that it didn't hurt her at all. She said, "What do you need to understand? She's not a fool. I will definitely protect you." These words sounded in my head. Rosen tried her best to pull herself together. Entering the hall, the girl involuntarily whistled, then apologized. Everything was so pompous. The captain was good-naturedly glad that she was impressed. The captain said that he himself does not often have dinner like this. Usually only official receptions are held this way. The table was set. Everything was ready. The captain suggested starting dinner. They pulled out a chair for her, and sitting down at the table, the girl asked why while they were walking, she didn't see a single person. The captain replied that it would look outrageous to the public to treat a prisoner in such a way. Rosen's gaze immediately fell on the soup. The girl reached for a spoon, forgetting about everything. Henry said how she was going to eat in handcuffs, and the captain had not yet given his consent to start eating. Rosen was embarrassed, saying that he had just given permission. Henry patiently explained that this is not the same. We need to wait until the other dishes are served. His words about how she had previously eaten with a hint that she did not know something so obvious made the girl blush. How could she know she was not an aristocrat and had never been at such a table? Suddenly, she heard her name, and Ian handed her a spoon and said, "If she wants, let her eat. If she wants to eat." Lila liked that they got along so well, and she asked for a spoon for herself. Ian, while feeding Rosen soup, scolded Henry. He himself did not observe much etiquette on the battlefield. Ian became even more angry at the awkward excuses, ordering him to move away from the girl and not talk to her. Chewing, Rosen asked why he doesn't eat himself, to which the man replied, "Let her not think about him and eat herself." The girl asked for meat. She looked at Connor's face. Funny, he looks stern, but his movements are so soft. Rosen was in euphoria from the food. She devoured it without ceasing to admire how delicious everything was. She asked for one piece, then a piece of another dish. Everyone watched the girl, a little dumbfounded. Ian, spoon-feeding her, told her to eat slowly, otherwise her stomach would hurt. Rosen puffed out her cheeks, saying that he was disgusted to watch her. He asked not to turn his words around, calmly explaining that if her stomach hurts, it will only be worse for her if her stomach hurts. She asked, why such a contorted face? He replied that this was his usual facial expression. Everyone present completely agreed with this. Rosen, looking at him, wondered why he continued to talk. Yes, she was the first to start, but he could have simply ignored her. While pricking another piece, he asked if she had been a nurse before. Rosen nodded negatively. Where did she get such knowledge in first aid? There aren't many like that throughout the country. Then he suspiciously asked if she had used magic. Rosen chuckled and replied that if a woman did something impressive, she would immediately be accused of witchcraft, adding that she was not a nurse, but her husband was a doctor, although he was a charlatan without a license. But by watching him, you could learn something. However, Hindley really was married to a real witch, although she herself was not a witch, but Emily was. There was an awkward silence. Everyone suddenly fell silent. She thought maybe they realized that she was a killer. She was angry with Ian. This asshole ruined the whole atmosphere. Why ask what they already wrote about? Then the captain spoke, apologizing for his question. How old was she? Each newspaper wrote differently. They had no faith. Some claimed that she was 70 and looked young with the help of magic. Rosen replied that she was 25 years old, as the imperial newspaper wrote. Then he spoke, and she got married and fell silent, then exclaimed at the age of 15. He clarified that she got married so early, at the insistence of her parents. The girl innocently replied that no, straight from the orphanage. Henry slammed his fist on the table, yelling, "Have they gone crazy? A 15-year-old girl is getting married." Taking another piece into her mouth, Rosen replied, "What difference does it make? Her husband is already dead anyway." Everyone stopped. There was deathly silence. Rosen thought, "Damn, she didn't plan this." Ian broke the silence. "Stop talking about nonsense. Lila is here." The girl said that it was okay. She also read articles about Rosen. And before she could finish speaking, Ian interrupted her and said to just eat. But the girl still agreed that Rosen killed her husband. He stopped her. The girl sadly said that there was a chance that Rosen did not kill him. Ian said, like a monolith, that this had been officially established. Everyone sat embarrassed. Only Ian said that Haworth saved her life. But the truth is that she killed her own husband. The girl replied that it was all sad. It was sad that no one believed Rosen. She cried, saying that it would be very bad for her if no one believed her like that. Rosen couldn't take it anymore and told Ian to stop pushing Lila and just let her eat. He, in turn, answered why she gave her the coin, remembering what kind of coin she was talking about. The girl got her bearings and said that this coin originally belonged to Layla. She just played with it and gave it back to the girl. She understood that he wanted to tell her that she was a liar. Lila, still crying, confirmed that it was indeed a lucky coin. Rosen was not lying, and Rosen thought how sometimes a lie successfully becomes the truth. She reassured the girl, thinking that children were naive and therefore could be easily manipulated. Lila watched, no longer crying, and Rosen thanked Lila for protecting her. The maid came up and asked if she could clear the plates to serve the next course. Rosen sat in anticipation of what the next wonderful dish would be served. There was so much on the table. Ian asked her if she wanted to try any of these dishes. She saw the colorful berries and asked for Mayaria. Ian cut the fruit in half and took the juicy pulp into a spoon, bringing it to the girl's mouth and offering to try it. Rosen squeezed the chair with one hand and took the berry into her mouth. The last word she heard from the captain, who asked if she was okay with everything. She was silent. Ian said that she was asked a question. As his eyes widened in horror, he saw drops of blood on the carpet. Rosen clutched her throat. Blood dripped from her lips. Her pupils dilated. The girl could not answer. Everything swam before her eyes. She heard her name, thinking, "Great, everything worked out." Her hand in the bloody glove hung limply. "My last thought was that it was a pity that Lila saw this horror, but there was no other way out. She shouldn't go to jail." Now she knew for sure there was no savior. If she wants to be saved, she must do it herself. Ian must do as she planned. She was already losing consciousness when Ian, with frightened eyes, shouted her name, even if she thought about letting her guard down for a second. They tried to calm Ian down. He asked if it was poisoning. Rosen was placed on the sofa and given first aid. She was unconscious. Ian said that she started coughing up blood after trying the berry. The man agreed. But it was not poison. He rushed straight to the screams. The atmosphere was serious. The captain shouted that a poisoner was hiding on his ship, and the soldier who saw him off completely wilted. He meant Henry. Connor stood cold as a rock. There were drops of blood on his dress suit. The man thought that for Sir Connor, understandably, the mission was very important. Ian asked if it wasn't the poison. What was it then? The man said that most likely it was the peculiarities of the girl's body. Apparently, she has a serious allergy to some foods, because the rest of the food is fine, and no one else got sick. Ian asked if Rosen ate the fruit on purpose. The man replied that he couldn't say for sure. Either she didn't know anything, and it just happened that way, or she did it on purpose, given that she was being sent to Monty Island for life. Ian looked at Rosen and wondered if this could be a suicide attempt. The worker added, perhaps she decided that it was better to die than to go to the island. He asked if Rosen would die. The man who helped said that she was not dying. She was just unconscious. She was helped. Ian touched her cheek with his hand, asking why she did not come to her senses. The man replied that her body was very weakened due to malnutrition. She did not have enough energy to come to her senses. It may be that she will not regain consciousness. The worker replied that he could not say for sure, but she is a prisoner who has been through a lot. Many die in the cells for no apparent reason. She could die from another disease, Ian heard, a feeling beyond his control taking over his mind. He looked at Rosen, and the thought flashed through his head that he might die. Turning away, he tried to pull himself together, when at that moment, a thin voice called him. Lila looked at him with eyes full of tears and begged him not to send Rosen to the cell. She heard the conversation. He said nothing, turning away. But the girl grabbed his leg and babbled, crying, that Rosen was very sick and would die in the cell. She could rest a little. Suddenly, he put his hand on the girl's head, looked at Rosen, and gave the order to move her to the cabin. When he named his cabin, everyone's eyes widened at him. The man asked if he was sure that he wanted the prisoner to be in his cabin, but Ian replied that he definitely shouldn't worry about him. Ian said that Rosen Walker was entrusted to him, and he would personally look after her. The chief's words flashed through his head that he was tasked with escorting prisoners to Monty Island, and especially carefully monitoring Rosen Walker. He looked at Rosen and thought that he had long forgotten the essence of his task. Now this is something personal, something he tried so hard to get rid of, but failed. He asked himself the same question. Why is he so worried about her? She is a murderer, and he is the one who is dragging her to a hell worse than death. Thoughts flashed through Rosen's mind, how she told him that he was her hero, so she remembers how she woke up when she was hurt for the first time. Emily looked after her. The girl asked if she was dying, but she said that everyone is born with their own characteristics of the body. For some, even ordinary medicines can be poisonous, and so can foods. Placing a wet bandage on her head, she explained that you need to be careful, paying attention to the food you eat and what medications make you feel unwell. She almost died then. Emily asked if Rosen remembered what medicine made her feel bad. Looking at Emily and trying to remember, Rosen remembered her childhood years. She remembered that the director of the orphanage had a habit of drinking purple berry compote. It always began to seem to her that everything itched, even if she was just nearby. Then Emily said that she should never eat these berries, otherwise next time she might actually die. Rosen asked the name of the berries, and Emily said, Myria. She remembered the name, but every time life became unbearable, this name popped up in her head. She thought, didn't she deserve at least a peaceful death by suffocation? It was better than being killed by Hinley. But this time everything is different. If she was going to die, she would not suffer for the sake of escaping from prison. Rosen came to her senses. The light was falling on her. She could not figure out where she was. She sat up in bed and realized that it had happened in a cabin, not in a prison cell. Looking at the fastened hand in shackles, the girl grinned and thought that Ian, in his style, did not lose his vigilance even in such a situation. But we also need to look for positive aspects. She is not in the cell, which means everything is going according to plan. Looking at myself, I saw that the clothes had been changed. Well, logically, the dress was ruined with blood. Her thoughts were interrupted by Miss Walker's voice, addressing her. Turning around tensely, Rosen saw the smiling face of Captain Revel. The girl became nervous, whether he had been watching her for a long time or had just come in. But the man sat down next to her and motioned for her to calm down. Having said that in a healthy body there is a healthy mind, the man fell silent and looked expectantly at Rosen. Finally, turning to her first, he asked if she knew how long they had left before arriving on Monty Island. After all, she should be interested in this. They continue to head west, and to be precise, they will arrive on the island in 3 days. despite the fact that the wind is blowing in the opposite direction. To Rosen's surprised look, he added that with the invention of the steam engine, it became easy to go against the wind. Today's youth admire it even more. They invented planes that conquer gravity and soared into the sky. Isn't that amazing? Rosen asked the captain if this was his cabin, but he shook his head and said that it was Ian's cabin. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Sir Connor just allowed her to stay here. Grinning, Alex Revel replied that Sir Connor only seems callous. Yes, he can be stubborn, but this is nothing more than an image. Now he went out to smoke. Rosen, even more surprised, asked if a pilot could smoke, to which the captain noted that the war was over. But Sir Connor was still an active pilot, wasn't he? Yes, planes don't just fly into war, but Ian is going to quit. He's already done enough. Afterwards, Captain Revel smiled and added to Rosen that Ian was very worried about her. And by the way, he pointed to the little thing standing on the table. It's still here. He gave it to Ian when he was 12 years old. He brought this glow-in-the-dark moss from the island of Kintora, an ideal alternative to a gas lamp. Rosen looked at this strange thing. And meanwhile, the captain picked up a telescope and a map, which he also once gave to Ian. Poking his fingers at a point on the map, he explained that this was their place of departure, after which he pointed to the location of their current location. And they swam here so quickly due to the fact that the sea was calm. This gift is also almost 15 years old. Rosen asked interestedly, so the captain knew Sir Connor as a child, to which he nodded affirmatively, and said that Ian was the eldest Henry at the military academy, having entered there at the age of 10. So he and Henry had been friends since childhood. The captain laughingly remembered that no, Henry couldn't stand Ian at first. He hated him to the point of gnashing his teeth, because Ian was principled and adamant. Henry wrote letters home, begging him to be taken away, calling Ian a real devil. Then our heroine thought that she understood Henry perfectly well. She also would not want to end up in this academy. The captain talked about how Ian was an outstanding boy, about his achievements during his studies. Well, Rosen thought, imagining him as a beloved child, the pride of the family, living in a huge estate where everyone loved him. An ideal family, as if straight out of a picture. There was probably also a dog. Oh, she never dreamed of this. But when the captain said that the boy had no parents, they both died when he was very young, Rosen's heart sank. His parents were destroyed by epidemics, and little Ian was left all alone. He often had to move from relative to relative with all his inheritance. As soon as he grew up to the age of admission, he immediately went to the academy. Most likely, he did this because his relatives had already begun to argue among themselves over his inheritance. And at the academy, a cadet's property comes under state protection until the child reaches adulthood. He had to grow up early. He rarely opens his feelings and does not know how to be honest with himself. Alas, he carries this burden within himself in loneliness. Therefore, it is very sad to see children becoming adults very early. His words also applied to Rosen. Taking the girl by the hand, Captain Revel asked her not to end her life. Oh, so that's why he told her about Ian, his childhood. He thought that she wanted to commit suicide. Rosen tried to justify herself. No, she did not try to take her own life. This was a misunderstanding. But the captain seriously replied that he himself had a daughter whom he often thinks about, and Rosen is similar to her. This girl was his firstborn after 15 years of marriage, to which Rosen thought that this precious child of Revel, with golden hair, could not possibly be like her. He probably couldn't let go of his daughter, and seeing a girl her age, he associates her with his late daughter. But how can she be indifferent to the story of a father who lost his child? Even such a disgusting prisoner like her cannot get rid of such a useless habit as sympathy. Next, the captain once again inquired about Rosen's well-being and advised her to rest more. When he touched the door handle to go out, he finally said that there was still time. There were still 3 days before arriving on Monty Island, and he believed in Rosen and that she would not give up. Rosen listened to this in a stupor, and she has developed a habit of carefully analyzing the information that people unintentionally give out. The direction of the wind that the captain was talking about, the temperature, the weather, of course. She did not fully understand everything due to her lack of education, but she clearly understood one thing. She needed to go east, and the captain, one might say, gave out information for escape. It was already late. The girl was holding a jar of luminous moss in her hands and admiring its glow in the dark. And it really does resemble a lighthouse, which she will finally be able to find while drifting at sea. Now all that remains is to find the key. She must steal it from Ian Connor. And if you manage to steal a pistol, then what next? It will be self-deception if you convince yourself that she doesn't care about those sea monsters. But she knows what will give her strength, her vow to Emily that she will never die and they will meet with her. This is the day when she first behaved bravely in her empty life. Every time she remembers that moment, a blue flame flares up in her heart. It melts the chilling, icy horror over and over again and helps her take off. She will win. She simply must win. Ian entered the cabin, looking at Rosen. It was already late. The girl deliberately assumed a seductive look, unbuttoning the band of her shirt on her chest. Ian stared without batting an eye, with a stony expression on his face, then told her to cover herself. Rosen thought with disappointment that he hadn't noticed anything, or that nothing could penetrate him, but she wondered out loud where he was. Having received a dry answer that he was standing near the cabin, the girl asked why he was complicating everything so much. Well, he could have asked a subordinate. Looking sideways at her, Ian said that he personally received the minister's order to escort her, and besides, she apparently underestimates her fame, which is clearly superior to his. Rosen chuckled. Yes, she is popular, but obviously in a negative way. So once dinner is over, she will be returned to her cell. And she received an answer that she could stay here until she arrived on the island. The doctor noted health problems. And how will they sleep? Ian replied that he would lie on the sofa and that there was no other cabin, to which the man remarked that this was his cabin. Why look for another one? Aga suspects that she will do something in his absence. It seems like she reads thoughts, but he doesn't have the key with him. Then Rosen suggested that she lie down on the sofa, and he would be in his bed. But Ian stopped this because the sofa was lighter than the bed. Rosen started laughing nervously. Why is he doing this? Does he think that she will jump into the ocean with the sofa? Further, the man accused her that she had already tried to die. There was no guarantee that she would not repeat it again, so he would keep her locked in this cabin. At first, Rosen tried to convey that she did not try to commit suicide. Didn't the captain explain it to him? But Ian replied that he understood everything, that she knew very well that she could die by eating this berry, and still asked Henry to give it under the pretext that she wanted to try it. He clenched his fists and variously shamed her whether she enjoyed it, whether it was fun. What infuriated him most was that he fed her these berries himself. Stop, he's angry now. Considering that she's been watching him for the last few days, he never once lost his composure or raised his voice. If he had calmly thought about everything, he would have realized that she did not try to commit suicide. Had he really forgotten how to think with a cool head? Well, in this case, you can't miss this opportunity. And, crying, she bitterly noted that she would die before arriving on the island. And what was the point of living further? Well, even if he continues to live, he will either spend the rest of his life in correctional labor or die under torture. So why can't she die peacefully now? The girl decided to try the tactic of putting pressure on pity. Suddenly, Ian came up to her and squeezed her face with his hand, saying that he would not allow this, that she thought that everything would be as she wanted. Handcuffs are not enough, so he will tie her with chains from above. Just let her think of doing something and find herself tied hand and foot. Tota Rosen snapped that she would bite off her tongue. Ian replied that he would also provide her with a gag. The girl did not give up and said that she would stop breathing. but he replied that it was impossible to die like that. Their argument continued until at one point they spoke at the same time. Ian asked sternly that he didn't understand how a man who was so desperately trying to escape suddenly decided to die. Then Rosen flared up. What was he talking about? She wanted to die because she just couldn't escape. To remind her who threatened her and showed her sea monsters, and who constantly reminds her that she is suffering a fair punishment. Already calmer, Ian replied that he was only warning her, but would never have thought that this could lead her to suicide. The Rosen he knew would not give up until her very last breath. Which I know, he knows me, but you don't know me at all. She angrily demanded an answer, but Sir Connor decided that he knew her. He only knows her name, and that she made 2 escape attempts. He began to run his fingers through her hair and softly said that, of course, he didn't know everything. But he still knew much more than she thought. Rosen calmed down, but answered whether he believed everything that these newspapers wrote. Yes, he actually read articles about her. The captive began to be annoyed by all this, and she asked directly what the hell he wanted from her. His request that she not die made her freeze. He asked her to promise that she would not kill herself on this ship. Ian Connor asks her to discard the last way to annoy them all. So she did anyway, but he finished the deal for her. Yes, she will die in any case. She won't be able to survive long on Monty Island in any case. But this also does not mean that she is allowed to escape. And Ian offered her a deal. She will not commit suicide, and he will remove the handcuffs from her and provide her with good food. Before Rosen knew it, he opened her shackles. The girl stretched out her hands and felt incredible lightness. What the hell is he doing? Her legs also became free, and she can walk easily. She understood little, but still decided to take advantage of this and get up. Like a child taking its first steps, Rosen walked hesitantly around the cabin, holding Ian's hands. The steps are so light, she even forgot the last time she felt her legs so freely. Ian told her that in the cabin under his supervision, she would be free of shackles and would be able to live the remaining days before arrival in comfort, and would also have the opportunity to reflect on her life until they arrived at their destination. Holding her, he once again asked for a promise not to commit suicide. She has to promise Ian not to commit suicide, as if he doesn't want her to die. Rosen really didn't understand what his motive was right now. Of course, she doesn't know why he needs it, but there's no need to give it up. Carefully, deciding to ask him if he was joking, the man replied that he never jokes, and she promised, thinking to herself that there is not much time left, and soon they will arrive on the sharp Monty. But even in this case, it is difficult to look happy. From now on, you need to give up your old life and enjoy the last moments of freedom. And she said that she wanted alcohol. Let him bring her the strongest alcohol. But Ian looked at her questioningly. And she also wants cigarettes. How she wants to smoke. Oh, how she needs them. The girl reminded him of the last will of the prisoners, when they were allowed to have their last dinner. Ian reluctantly did not want to do this, but looking at the pleading look of Rosen, he gave her his cigarettes, and she took a drag. He promised to bring alcohol tomorrow morning, but the girl already felt as if she had been reborn. I didn't even notice how I smoked the entire pack of cigarettes. Ian handed her another. Oh, we can smoke one more. Well, this is beyond dreams. He'll tell her to go to bed after he finishes smoking. But it's a waste of time to just go to bed now. What should I ask him, so as not to look suspicious, and carefully asked Ian when he started smoking. Pilots shouldn't smoke, should they? At first, he did not answer, but sat somehow thoughtfully, as if wondering what to answer. Watching Rosen puff, he replied that he started after the end of the war. She began to wonder why he started, to which the man replied, "What's wrong with this? Is there a need for a reason?" But Rosen, looking at him, could not imagine that Ian smoked. Well, it didn't suit him at all. He is a man hero of the sky. I immediately remembered how every time she watched the Imperial planes fly by, they looked like huge birds. She looked at the sky for a long time, because Ian Connor is the commander. His plane is the first. And if you stretch out your arms, you can touch the small figure in the sky. And there was a feeling as if the body tied to the ground would momentarily fly into the sky. Ian interrupted her memories by saying that the war was over. Then Rosen asked point blank why he didn't get married. Looking at his grimaced face, the girl began to chatter childishly. If the war was over, why didn't he get married? And did he have a sweetheart? Ian asked why she was interested in such strange things, and received the answer that these things were of interest to the entire female population of the empire. Ian said that when you are a pilot, you can die at any moment. It is difficult to start a family in such conditions. Her words, that he was flying without a photo of his beloved in a cap, made the man barely noticeably smile. It couldn't be that Tan smiled. Well, it really was a smile. After Rosen's words, "He is always so boring," Ian's face darkened. Well, she's just used to seeing his image on video, but he is somehow different from this image in reality. The man explained that he was indeed different in the video, but this was necessary for the video. Rosen noted that it would be a crime not to choose him as a hero with his appearance. It's good to have such an appearance and really be a hero, and not just when you didn't show your face. Then Ian couldn't help but smile. Rosen's cigarette fell out, and he actually smiles. This is his agreement that he is really handsome. But Ian said, in continuation of her question about marriage, that he does not think it is important. Our heroine said that if she were in her place, she would have 3 wives. It would be better than marrying an ugly man. Over the course of her life, she realized that she didn't need a man by her side. But this does not mean that she killed Hindley, to which Ian expressed doubt about the adequacy of her words, saying that polygamy has long been gone. Yes, he knows nothing about the real world. This is how things are only in wealthy neighborhoods. But most men in the environment where she lived had several wives, and he knows that she herself was Hindley's second wife. Ian was apparently impressed by this. He didn't know about it. The next minute she climbed onto his lap, declaring that this had not been written anywhere. Doesn't he want to hear more about things that weren't written about in the newspapers? She has one very interesting secret that she can tell him. But the very next minute Rosen was put to bed, her seduction trick had failed again. But I don't want to just go to bed. I want to talk to him some more. To start the dialogue again, she asked if it was okay not to handcuff her again. And he will go to bed now. To which Ian replied that he could put handcuffs on while she was sleeping, and he himself hardly slept at night. He can't sleep. That's why he always looks tired. I wonder if this is because of the war or if there is some other hidden trauma. The next minute, he handed her something for her to take. What, teddy bear? Rosen flared up. He considers her a child. She had already taken the toy to throw it when she felt ashamed from hearing the words. It was Lila's gift. She chose it herself. Hugging the bear, the girl asked to tell Lila that she was very grateful to her. When told that it was time for her to sleep, Rosen became capricious, saying that there was no sleep in either eye. Ian advised us to count the sheep, but the girl did not give up. She would die in 3 days anyway. She didn't want to waste time sleeping. Then she would have to sleep anyway. With a sly look, she hinted to Ian that she could tell him the truth. He meekly snapped that he already knew everything. He wanted to move away, but Rosen took his hand and did not let go. She will talk, and it doesn't matter whether he listens to her or not. The story changes depending on who tells it first. At the very least, it is always interesting to listen to a story from the lips of the narrator himself. Ian still won't believe her, but he must listen to her and start telling stories about himself at the age of 15. Since until that time, everything was very boring. In general, her memories of 15 years are blurry. She was in an orphanage in Raya, and during these years, she was unable to get out. Rosen began to remember the story of stealing the ring, which the other girls accused her of. She endured everything gritting her teeth because she was used to being beaten. But humility caused even more negativity. The friend tried to calm the attacker so that she wouldn't get it from the headmistress, who didn't like noise. Rosen simply watched silently, did not make excuses, did not cry. As she left, her accuser ordered Rosen to return to her post. She didn't understand why they accused her. And even with such anger, she knew very well that Coney took the ring. Then Rosen saw the locket lying on the nightstand and smiled. She took it without any feeling of guilt, since she was the first to be punished. The world in the orphanage was everything for little Rosen, not knowing what family was or the love of her parents. You had to work a lot, and no one looked at you, whether you were small or sick. If she didn't do this, someone's hand or a mop would fly at her. Life was difficult, although she is not a pessimist, because everyone in the shelter had such a life. But even she sometimes had glimpses of a normal life. One day, she went to the stream to wash clothes. Her fingers were very cold. She was late, and the stream froze. And at such moments, there was hope that the director had a drink and went to bed early. And that day the street was noisy, and there were a lot of people. Passing Rosen, hearing that the festival of St. Walpurga would take place today, it began to snow. Rosen looked at the flags hanging along the street and thought, what kind of festival in honor of St. Walpurga? She found out the truth later, and that day it was a festival that took place at night until the morning on the birthday of the greatest witch in history, Walpurga. The girl often wondered if her life would have been different if she had not seen that landscape in the city that day. Her attention was drawn to the window. For some reason she wanted to look into it. Leaving the tack and the washboard, she did not take her eyes off the window until the eldest yelled at her, saying that the director had been looking for her for a long time. But Rosen stood rooted to the spot without reacting or moving from her place. The headmistress came out and said that we shouldn't make noise at night. Rosen stood with a basin and dirty laundry next to her. The woman spoke only for Walker to come into her room. It was late at night. The girl came to her bed. Other children were sleeping nearby. All her legs were striped from the beatings. She could barely move them. She was so fascinated by the scene taking place in the house, which changed her world. That evening she saw a family, 2 girls, one her age and the other younger. They were so happy. The man was holding a strawberry cake in his hands. He was also happy. No voices could be heard from outside the window, but it was clear what was happening. He gave one girl a white teddy bear, but she heard one word, love. The girl rushed to hug her father. He squeezed her tightly in his arms. Rosen heard I love you for the first time, and something changed in her. She thought that love was a made-up word used only in performances and fairy tales. This is a strange word that the main characters said to each other, but here everything was different. It was not a lie from plays and fairy tales. This is what the parents told the child. And lovers to each other. And at the moment when Rosen realized this, she felt unbearably lonely. After all, no one has ever spoken such warm words to her as I love you. That night was so cold, I wanted something warm that would warm me up. Until this moment, Rosen thought that only abandoned weaklings could desire warmth. Children hate childishness and tears, so previously the tears of crying children only caused irritation. But that night, she realized that the children were crying not from pain, but from longing, not from weakness, but from sadness. Unlike children like her, those guys knew how warm the world could be. They simply realized how cold and lonely a place they were in. And that day, Rosen realized how lonely she was. On Walpurgis night, people light candles and make a wish to the greatest witch in history. Rosen hugged herself and begged Walpurga to take pity on her, to help her meet a person who would hug her warmly, someone who would truly love her, even if these words are a lie, just for this person to hug her tightly. The girls were working in the kitchen, and their partner noticed that Rosen had her head in the clouds and had been walking around covered in bruises lately. The girl couldn't answer the questions about what happened. How could she explain to them what happened to her? Another girl asked if it was because of Rosen's birthday that he was so worried, because it was soon, and when he turned 15, he couldn't stay in the orphanage any longer. To which Rosen replied that in any case she would be sold either as a mistress or as a maid, and the money from the sale would go to the director. One of the girls remarked that it is better to become a mistress than a maid. Once you become a maid, you won't be able to change anything until your death. The girls began to argue about who is better to be a mistress or a maid. Someone thought that being a maid can at least earn money, but being a mistress or a wife is a big risk. Who knows which husband will come across? When the girl came in and called Rosen, it was especially strange that someone came to meet her. There was a man sitting in the director's office, waiting for Rosen. Smiling, he replied that there was nothing wrong with waiting for a woman. Rosen stood in front of the mirror, wondering whether she should wear her best dress or put on makeup or not. But if that man is here to take away the maid, then there is nothing good in looking beautiful. The girl was wondering what to do, and in the end, she decided to wear a modest suit without makeup. When she entered, the director offered to sit down. The news that they wanted to marry her spread throughout the orphanage. The head mistress pointed to the man sitting on the chair and said that he would become her husband. It was Mr. Hindley Haworth, a man about 35–40 years old. He approached her, and the girl was confused when he called her by name, but then hesitantly greeted her. He looked at her from under his glasses carefully and intently and said that she could be called Rosen Haworth, which she would soon become. Looking at her, Hindley Haworth asked the head mistress if she was definitely healthy, to which she reminded him that she had introduced him to the results of Rosen's tests. Rosen broke out in a cold sweat when he took her hand like a thing in a store and said that she was too thin. Would she be able to give birth to many children? The head mistress noted that it depended on him. While they were talking about Rosen's reproductive system and that she was absolutely healthy, the girl decided to smile. She couldn't look at her with contempt. If he leaves next time, she could be sold to a truly terrible place. As a result, he put his hand on Rosen's shoulder and said that he would believe the director's words and take the girl. Payment was made in cash. There was a signature on both sides, and Rosen also signed. Hindley smiled and, remembering something, asked her to extend her hand. The man said, "Just right," as he put a wedding ring on her ring finger. Rosen couldn't take her eyes off the ring. For the first time in her life, she had been given something, and Hindley said that he immediately saw her. She stood out among the other girls from the orphanage. Taking her hand, he said that from now on he would protect Rosen. The head mistress was also pleased with the good deal. But that was not all. He took out a gift. "Do you like Rosen?" It was a cute teddy bear, and at that moment, Rosen thought that her wish for Walpurga had come true. She can finally become loved. She is led into the house, becoming Rosen Haworth from that moment on. The house was small with 2 floors. The first floor was for receiving patients, and the second was residential. He showed that he had prepared everything for her, bought her a dress, and she even had her own dressing table. Rosen looked at these things with admiration. It seemed that she was in a fairy tale, and he quietly whispered whether she was grateful. Of course, she was grateful to him, considering that she had never seen anything good or warm in her life. The girl rushed into his arms, expressing her gratitude. And it was sincere. She really was grateful to him. Since she came to his house, she hasn't been hungry or shivered in the cold wind. The proximity was painful, but that's okay. And at first, everything was fine. He treated her like a gentleman and did not beat her like the headmistress and nanny. But the happy life did not last long. After a few weeks, Hindley's true face was revealed. While having breakfast in the morning, he pointed to the food and asked what was it. Yesterday there was the same food. Rosen froze. What happened? He had never talked about cooking before. The girl objected that she had used different seasonings today. Then Hindley stood up and menacingly asked what she was going to contradict him about. Poking his finger at her forehead, he asked what she thought about her being right and decided to object. He bought her so that she would do everything as it should be. Being useless is unacceptable. Rosen's eyes widened in fear. His face was different now. He left, leaving her to take care of everything. This is the wife's responsibility. She just wanted to understand what had just happened. Starting to pinch herself, she said, "Come to your senses, Rosen. You've been through so much, so you can't burst into tears because of this. You just need to cook it again. But if not, then he might start beating her." Calming herself, she feverishly began to think about what to cook. Or maybe it was just one time. Maybe Hindley was just in a bad mood today. If you prepare new dishes, perhaps Hindley will forgive you. The worst thing for Rosen was that he could kick her out of the house. She was waiting on pins and needles for his return. And then the door opened and his steps were heard. Everything was served and prepared. Hindley looked attentively, studying the table. Rosen stood in nervous anticipation, white as a sheet, awaiting the verdict. Meanwhile, he came up and examined the plates, the prepared dishes, and finally called her name. After trying one of the dishes, he told her to come over. The girl took these steps as if on a Calvary, but suddenly it tasted bad, and he didn't like it. He sharply extended his hand, and Rosen, defending herself as if from a blow, closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand. But Hindley smiled and stroked it, saying that it was delicious and he liked it. You see, he knew that Rosen would succeed. It would have happened right away. Why be lazy? He just wanted to say that she had been slacking off lately and wasn't spending enough time on household chores. Hugging her, he noticed that he simply pointed this out to her. A good wife should not relax after the wedding. She should not become idle and lazy. He still likes her, but he doesn't have to do anything to change that. From that day on, Rosen's life changed completely. She got up early, still dark, to prepare Hindley's breakfast. Then she quickly prepared dinner, still managing to clean and wash. And while Hindley dozed off after dinner, she still ran around shopping. Hindley did not open the reception and spent the whole day at home, lying on the sofa. Rosen was very tired and could not sit down for a minute. Since then, she began to have nightmares every night that Hindley was beating her. Once she asked him when he would open for patients. He muttered that it would be soon. Rosen was curious about why he closed it. The man briefly replied that something had happened. And after asking what exactly happened, she was hit in the face with the words that she was talking a lot. According to him, this was a warning, since he does not like it when people make noise. He did not allow her to communicate with her neighbors. She alone in this city could only rely on him, trying with all her might not to disgust him. But one day a young girl rang their doorbell. She heard him talking to her and calling her Emily. Going to bed, she asked him if this was his first wife. Ian listened to her in silence. Then Rosen asked who he thought Emily was. But then I asked the question where he lived when he entered the military academy. But Ian was adamant that if she didn't talk further, then let her go to bed. Rosen had already finished the dream. As she fell asleep, she said that she didn't even have to tell her. Surely he was the same closed boy, with a cold expression on his face. It's amazing how different he and Henry are, but he communicates with Ian. Ian remembered his last home, with a relative whom he didn't even remember well, and his decision to go to the military academy. He was dissuaded, especially by the nanny, but he decided that it would be better for everyone. Rosalie was probably the only one who was genuinely worried about the child. Ian drove in the car, thinking that the elderly woman would finally be able to take a break from his noisy behavior. At the very first lesson, a cheerful girl approached him and, greeting him, asked to sit next to him. She jabbered so loudly that Ian couldn't get a word in, given the fact that he never had friends the same age. He silently and surprisedly contemplated the stranger, and she chatted as if she had known him all her life. She was also a first year, and by the time she arrived in class, all the seats were occupied. The chatty stranger introduced herself as Ilaria, but asked to call herself Leia. Finally, when asked what his name was, the boy introduced himself. The girl screamed in admiration, so that the whole class turned around, and she noted that Ian got the highest score in the entrance exams, so he is a celebrity. Then she offered to be friends, since they would attend this course together. Ian thought how noisy she was, and didn't stop talking for a minute. She needed to concentrate on the lesson. Since then, in literature lessons, etiquette, and during lunch breaks, Leah literally became his shadow. One day, she stopped him after class and suggested that he go play cards. She was in the company of other guys. Ian was embarrassed. He generally felt uncomfortable in companies, so he refused to go and read. Leia said upsetly that everything was fine. If that's the case, then maybe another time. But the guys angrily said, "Stop messing with him." In the back, the boy heard the guys say that they didn't want to be friends with him. All they knew was to be arrogant. Leia looked after her departing comrade in surprise. Ian sat in the library and urged himself not to get distracted, to study as hard as possible. Suddenly, Illyria sat down next to her, also taking a book and somehow lowering her eyes in embarrassment. She just said that she also wanted to prepare for the exam and would not disturb him. But seeing how Ian was looking at her, as usual, she started babbling about what happened. Or maybe she had the wrong book. His answer was surprise at the fact that she sat down next to him. He thought that Leah hated him. Then it was the girl's turn to be surprised. And then she chirped again that she shouldn't pay attention to the guy's words. They just don't know him. She doesn't know him well either, but she likes Ian. How about being friends? For the first time in his entire time at the academy, Ian smiled and thanked his new friend. A few years later, a new enrollment began at the academy, and on the threshold of the academy stood a new first-year red-haired boy with a mischievous face. Seeing him, the guys began to talk about how the son of a war hero had entered the academy this year. Leah, with whom they had been friends since that day in the library, ran up to Ian and said that now they would patronize the younger ones. Ian, as usual, listened to her calmly. He did not yet know who his ward was, saying that he would check the list in the morning. As usual in his style, the girl grinned. However, his ward, they say, is a boy with character. Henry Revel walked along the corridor in search of his room. He felt awkward. Everyone looked at him, discussed him. Someone expressed doubt that he was only 10 years old. He looked older and too tall. He understood that it would not be easy, considering whose son he was, but it was even nice to have such attention. And so, he entered the room with a charming smile, saying hello and informing that he was a first-year student. Ian looked at the boy, slammed the book, and asked where his things were. Henry turned out to be alive, cheerful, and immediately extended his hand, introducing himself and informing that the luggage had not yet been delivered. They greeted each other and sealed it with an academic handshake. Ian's new ward asked his mentor to introduce him to the school, and the young man agreed, smiling. Returning to the room, Henry was disappointed. He did not understand at all what had just happened. His mentor, like a teacher, showed him the training places, the library, but not a single place where he could relax. What a boring mentor he got. His father scared him so much, but it looks like he shouldn't be scared. He looked at Ian, calmly and intently reading a book, just like a teacher. Henry was confident in his charm, and his last name plays an important role. But he will live here peacefully. And so, the first-year students began basic sports training under the supervision of mentors. Mentors will monitor your studies and grades. You need to listen to them. It was Henry's turn to show his preparation. He ran the distance with a smug look. His result was good. But what's the best? While everyone looked at the new record holder in admiration, Ian ordered a repeat. Henry looked at his mentor in shock. The guy calmly explained that he had read the results of Henry's entrance exams. So given his height, he concluded that he had not given his all. Whatever Henry did, his new mentor nagged and forced him to repeat over and over again. He was the only one who trained for hours. My classmates were laughing. Everyone had heard about Cadet Ian Connor and his attitude to learning, so the fun was yet to come. What nonsense! Does he really need to train like this all the time? Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, for hours. After another training session, when Henry could barely stand on his feet, Ian noted that the boy was in excellent physical shape, but was a lot of lazy. And so, he will get up 2 hours before the general rise, and Ian will accompany him. Henry wrote about all these horrors to his family in a letter. Having outlined all his torment in the letter, at the end, he signed that Ian Connor is a demon. Early one morning, when everyone was still sleeping, Henry decided to sneak away. Today, he will never go to this execution. He'll do it, deciding to hide, since he didn't manage to make friends with Ian. But there is no more strength. But is this life? Because Ian will not find him if he hides. And just as Henry smiled at his brilliant idea, he heard Ian's words from behind, asking what Henry Revel was going to do at the crack of dawn. As a result, in the morning, Henry slept in class, and the guys discussed the strange scream heard in the Western dormitory, whether it was a ghost. Two classmates looked at the sleeping Henry and said with sympathy, again the poor guy had been training since the morning. What an ugly mentor. He was advised to complain to his father. This is a violation of human rights. During the next morning training session, Ian praised his young ward, noting that he had done a good job today. Henry lay sweating, wondering when this horror would end. Ilaria approached him and said that Ian is usually not so cruel. The young master must be tired from such training. And then the boy burst out. He said that if she thinks that the hero's son lives in comfort, then she is mistaken. He has the hardest time of all. The mentor said that he does not give his best, but what if this is his maximum? He must meet the level of the son of a hero. But no one is perfect. He is a human being. He has to live under the eyes of others. If he shows what he is capable of every time, then it will all be over. Then the boy caught himself and realized that he had said too much. Leia thoughtfully watched him run away, thinking that the boy was not thinking at all like a child. He reminded her of the same boy she knew, Ian Connor. Having run to a secluded place and catching his breath, Henry screamed in horror at what he had just said. And what if she told everything to Ian Connor? His goal was to graduate from the academy without standing out. At that moment, a classmate called him, offering to sneak away with them secretly. The guys wanted to run away to the city. Henry thought what kind of slackers they were and refused. The guys insisted and persuaded. Henry, citing being busy, got up to leave, but one of the boys squeezed his hand tightly, stopping him. As a result, Henry pushed his hand away with such force that the boy yelped. Henry realized that he had overdone it and tried to apologize, but the other guys said that it was disgusting. And in general, they wouldn't hang out with him if it weren't for his father. And he hides behind his daddy's name to beat others. Ian watched all this, as the boys told Henry that there was nothing special about him. And what if everyone found out that the hero's son was a bandit? Henry held back until one of the boys said that since they didn't want to see his daddy bow his head. And after these words, a veil seemed to fall over his eyes. The next minute, a fist flew at the offender. He screamed that he usually ignored such nonsense. But the last thing he remembers is how Ian pulled him away. He thought that he was also angry with him and wanted to attack him, apparently because Henry had said something to Ilaria. After the fight, Henry sat frowning and didn't know what to think next. The director could not come to his senses about how Ian Connor could get involved in this matter. Looking at the boys, he asked Soldier Connor if he really beat the boys. Ian answered without hesitation that yes, it was he who beat them. The director exhaled heavily until the last moment, hoping that this was some kind of misunderstanding. Then he asked why the young man did this to the younger students. Because before that, his behavior was excellent. There were no problems. It was possible to simply separate the fighters and not beat them. Ian glanced at the cowering guys and nodded. The director said that in this case the soldier Connor could not escape punishment. The guy nodded in agreement. Ian was suspended from school for a week and sent to the dormitory. The rest, including Henry Revel, were required to engage in volunteer activities on the territory of the academy. Henry sadly watched what was happening, realizing that Ian took all the blame and responsibility for this act upon himself. When they were in the room, Ian told Henry to cool his head while he volunteered. The same one grimly muttered that Ian had done something useless. But the mentor noticed that it was up to him to decide whether it was useless or not useless. And the fact that he was suspended from classes was a trifle. Everything ended well. He calls it a good ending. Henry was surprised, to which Ian explained that otherwise Henry's parents and those guys would have been called. And so they talked a little, It was revealed that those boys had left without permission to have a snack in the center, and now there was a fight. They are still children, so they were scared to hear such words from their parents or the director, but he doesn't have parents who can be called. Ian got up and walked. Henry followed him. The mentor gave advice to be careful next time. Any action leads to consequences, to which Henry muttered that he generally thought that Ian didn't like him. Ian explained his position that he forces him to train more than others, not because he hates him, but because he sees him as a future soldier. Just because he doesn't show leniency towards a junior cadet during training does not mean hatred. It is an investment in the future. Henry is a cadet now, and in the future he will be a soldier. Now everything is calm, but who knows when war will break out, and then they will all be called up. And when this happens, the one who does not put in his best will die. So what is more important is the opinion of others, or his own life, and the lives of others. Ian added that it's up to Henry to decide, but he no longer wants to see people die around him. A week later, the three of them were having lunch, and Leia said sarcastically what was going on here. Before, she couldn't even think about having a meal together. But then Ian shows up with a first year. From the moment of that conversation, Henry followed Ian everywhere, declaring that he wanted to become Ian's younger brother and would obey him in everything. Then Leia remembered the news and, showing the newspaper, said that the political situation in the Empire was alarming. It looks like they are provoking the Empire and want to drag it into war. Ian took the newspaper and read the article, agreeing that the threat of war was very real. If not now, then later. When one of the parties does not like something, chaos will begin, which is called war. Years passed, and Ian Connor was called to fight. Henry managed to catch him, since the training camp was quick. He asked Ian if he had seen the publication. He was appointed commander, for which he could be congratulated. Ian still calmly looked into the eyes of his younger comrade. Henry suddenly lowered his eyes and corrected himself. This is not something worth congratulating. How can you give the rank of commander to a 20-year-old boy? To which the new Captain Connor replied that the Air Force is always short of people, and since there is no one, they even have to take cadets. In addition, many went over to the enemy's side. Henry clenched his teeth at these words. He had heard such rumors. As parting words, Ian advised his younger friend to concentrate on training. He, too, could be called up at any time. Henry eagerly replied that he was ready even now, telling how he would destroy his enemies to smithereens. But Ian slowed him down and reminded him what frivolity is and what it leads to. In turn, Henry asked Ian not to die, otherwise he would curse him for the rest of his life. Ian was so immersed in his memories that he didn't hear Rosen calling him for several minutes. And what was Captain Connor thinking about with such a face? To which Ian, in his style, replied that it was nothing. How can one think about anything with such an expression on his face? But the man snapped that he always had such an expression. Rosen had nothing to object to. He wanted to put Rosen to bed, but she didn't even think about it, offering to listen to her story to the end. He apparently wasn't going to tell his own. Then Ian asked who Emily was, and Rosen again plunged into the past at the moment of meeting this girl who changed her life. In the morning, while still in bed, Rosen heard pounding on the door. Opening the door, she saw a girl calling Hindley in a clearly unfriendly tone. Rosen went down and opened the door, and their eyes met. The stranger looked at the girl in surprise, and Rosen herself was no less surprised at the young girl standing in front of her, seemingly the same age as Rosen, who she was and why she was calling Hindley. She asked if the stranger was in the wrong house, and she, in turn, asked who Rosen was and what she was doing in this house. Was she a relative of Hindley or a client? Our heroine replied that she was the wife of Hindley Howarth. At that moment, as the stranger, having recovered from the shock, screamed at Rosen to get out of their house, Hindley's steps were heard. In anger, the stranger shouted at Hindley, "What the hell is he doing? Dragging in a new wife while still alive, and almost a child. He's completely crazy." Rosen fell into a daze, trembling all over. She asked her husband what it all meant, who was the second wife, but he calmly replied that he would have to introduce them to each other. It's a pity that, in such an atmosphere. This is Emily, his daughter, he said, pointing to the girl sparkling with an angry look. The story began like many couples. An ordinary girl and a guy fell in love with each other. The only thing that distinguished them from other couples was that the woman was a witch and could use magic. Most people were afraid and did not accept witches, but this did not frighten the man. On the contrary, he whispered to his beloved that he admired her magic. One day he gave her a pendant, whispering that it would protect her if she suddenly recklessly used her power, so she should not take it off. The woman passionately loved the man who accepted her as she was, so she did everything he asked. Soon they got married. Using the woman's abilities, he opened a hospital, despite the fact that he had no knowledge of medicine. But the woman's medicines enjoyed stunning success. Time passed, and their daughter was born. The man earned huge money. There was no end to patients, but the woman began to weaken every day. The child was healthy, but childbirth undermined the woman's health, and her strength weakened, as did her magic. And at that moment the man revealed his real face. He beat his wife for any reason, for setting the table incorrectly, for the fact that there were fewer visitors. In the end, the woman took the child and ran away from the man. But her body was exhausted by illness, and her magic was too weak. The man found them in a forest hut where they began to live. In order to protect their sick mother, the girl tried to stop with the help of inept magic received from her mother. Having learned about her abilities, the man made her an offer that, in exchange for her strength, he would not touch them and would even give money for her mother's treatment. For the sake of her mother, the girl accepted the offer and put on her mother's pendant. And now, Emily sat in front of her father. They looked at each other without saying anything. Finally, Emily asked him why his so-called wife met her in this house. Hindley rolled his eyes. Then he answered that this was his second wife, and that's all. Then Emily jumped up and reminded him that his first wife, whom he took advantage of and then beat, was sick. A fit of anger seized Hindley, who shouted how dare she talk to him like that, and painfully squeezed his daughter's neck, pulling the medallion. He said that even though she was his daughter, she was so stupid, apparently because she took after her mother and was unteachable. Emily wheezed heavily on the floor, and Hindley stood up and cruelly said that, because of her stubbornness, she was creating suffering for herself. Rosen sat on the stairs covering her ears. Emily screamed while Hindley beat her. When it was already late and he fell asleep, Rosen snuck into Emily's room. She was awake and looked at her. Standing up, she asked what Rosen needed. The girl stood with a tray on which there were towels and water. Emily saw what her young stepmother came to her with and displeasedly told her to take it away. She didn't need anything. But Rosen put everything on the nightstand, saying that Emily could use it all herself. If there is not enough, she will bring more medicine. But for now, let him heal with this. Suddenly, Emily's words made Rosen turn her head in surprise. Hindley's daughter called her crazy. What else can you call her? She married an old man. You have to be crazy. Or maybe he released her on bail. Or maybe he put a doll in her hands and dressed her in a beautiful dress, both identical to her dad. It just makes me sick. Here, Rosen could no longer remain silent, saying that in order to say such words, you need to know her and what she herself went through. How can you judge a person without knowing how he lived before? Rosen said with anger that she grew up without parents, suffering beatings from shelter workers, forcing her to work like servants, and being in constant fear. They threatened to sell them at any moment and locked them every night in a cold room, where the children fell asleep huddled together. With such a life, even dried bread seemed like grace. So did she have the right to choose? Emily was influenced by Rosen's words, but she said that all this was not interesting to her. When leaving, our heroine told her that in this case, she should keep her mouth closed and not judge another. At least she had a family. In the morning, pouring herself tea, Rosen thought about yesterday's incident. She was rude to Emily, and what if she told Hindley? What if he did the same to her? As at that moment, Hindley's arms wrapped around her waist. She asked how she slept. Rosen said good morning to him and looked at her husband with fear, remembering what he did to Emily. Then, with a trembling voice, she tried to find out how Emily was. He took a cup of tea and said insinuatingly that his wife was taking care of someone else's child whom she saw for the first time. And the girl herself thought that since Emily was not visible here, she was probably still sleeping, although after such a beating, she might not get up. Hindley drank tea and asked Rosen if she was very surprised. He did not want to hit his daughter, but he had no choice. Then he said that this girl was the first to try to use magic, to which Rosen looked up in surprise. He explained that Emily is a witch who inherited the power from her mother. That pendant is on her neck. She cannot take it off. If she takes it off, she will die, and he controls her power. His gaze carefully studied Rosen's reaction and added that in this way he was protecting his daughter. Rosen was preoccupied with thoughts of Emily. She had never seen a witch. She even asked Hindley and Emily that he was exactly his daughter from his wife, and he grinned and asked if she thought she would be his first wife. He motioned with his hand to approach him, telling her not to worry. He doesn't beat good and obedient girls. Rosen had no choice but to come up and take his hand and agree that she was a good girl and did not pose a threat. Having sat her on his lap, he said not to be upset, his second wife. So what? Now she is the one he loves. And remembering these events, the girl reasoned that she liked Hindley. He stroked her head and hugged her at night. Sometimes difficulties arose, but it was not cold here, and the worst thing for her was that they could kick her out. Hindley said that Emily would live here for a while to raise money for medicine for her mother, so don't let them swear too much. Emily is actually soft and naive. If his first wife worked here instead of Emily, the whole house would be in chaos, but he can't stand the noise. Although it would be even funny to see how his wives are jealous of each other. Funny jealousy, Rosen thought, because it's a feeling one feels when one is afraid of losing a loved one. Can she herself call the feeling she feels about the appearance of Hindley's first wife and daughter jealousy? No, this is not jealousy, but the fear of being on the street, experiencing hunger and cold again. When Hindley left, the receiver spoke about the exercises, since there are threats from Talus. But the threats about the possibility of a war starting are quite real. Since Emily arrived, Hindley has had more visitors. He seems to have gone to buy equipment. But where is Emily? There were prepared sandwiches in the kitchen. Rosen was surprised. Emily was in the yard, hanging out laundry. Rosen, crouching, did not take her eyes off her. Emily muttered irritably, "Stop staring. If you have nothing better to do, then it's better to help with the laundry." Rosen tried to engage in dialogue by asking why she made the sandwiches, and she doesn't hate Rosen. Emily asked why such conclusions were suddenly made, but our heroine recalled that even before last night, she was throwing insults. Rosen realized that the sandwiches were prepared for her, but Emily resisted. Then the girl smiled and said that she still could not eat them, since Hindley did not want her to gain weight. Emily couldn't help but laugh at this, and Rosen asked the question that had been tormenting her for a long time. Is it true that Emily is a witch? Emily nodded in agreement, and Rosen clapped her hands in delight. She asked why Emily was doing all this. She could just use magic. But Emily lowered her head and answered, rather than asking empty questions, let her help with the laundry. In Rosen's understanding, a witch is a person with limitless possibilities who could create anything. Just like in the old stories, fly into the sky, dance with the devil on Walpurgis night, use magic to destroy anything and anyone, although apparently the era of witches is coming to an end. After such desperate prayers to Walpurgis, she only got Hindley. But Rosen continued to provoke Emily, asking what kind of witch she was, who couldn't perform simple magic because of some pendant. Without turning around, Emily answered that she could do that. With eyes glowing with delight, Rosen folded her hands pleadingly and asked to show her. Emily looked with some surprised curiosity at Rosen. who did not let up and asked why she wanted to look at magic. Then she said that all over the empire people are shying away from witches. Emily knows what she is saying. People are afraid of witches, and Rosen asks to show magic in action. She doesn't stay with Hindley of her own free will. They can't survive peace or war together with her mother. It may be that in past times witches were admired, but for this world they are something like a curse. Rosen didn't understand Emily at all. She said, "Magic. You understand. This is magic, and this is the first time in her life. I just want to see it." No matter how Emily tried to convince Rosen that there was nothing good in watching a witch cast a spell, Rosen did not give up. Finally, Emily gave in, raising her hands up so that the water from the basin began to rise up. What Emily showed her that day was the best sight Rosen had ever seen. At that moment, she could forget about anything. Raising her hands up, she touched the water, rising into the sky. But that same night, sirens began to wail. It seemed that something had exploded. Hindley was not at home, and the girls ran down to the basement. Turning on the radio in the basement, they heard the voice of Ian Connor, commander of the Rioritan Air Force. The war began, and an air raid alert was declared. Ian became hope for all the inhabitants of the empire, prophesying that aviation would do everything possible to protect the inhabitants of the empire. Ian sat and listened to Rosen's story, and now heard his own voice saying that our aviation will do everything possible to keep you safe. Rosen fell asleep at this place. These words she uttered about that day. How well Ian remembered that day. Again, like last night, the girl trustingly squeezed his hand. These words seemed to echo in his head. "We will definitely protect you." He looked at the sleeping Rosen and remembered how she confidently said that she would never fall asleep first. Ian barely persuaded her to fall asleep. She still wanted to continue to tell what Hindley had done. It's amazing how she can stay awake at all in her condition. Even now, in her sleep, holding his hand, she muttered that she was not sleeping. Ultimately, Rosen forced him to listen to this long story for one simple reason. She would continue to repeat that she was innocent. You can't fall for her trick. This girl is eloquent in the art of persuasion. This is clearly stated in the documents of her case. But still, why did she never tell this story, mention it in court? Well, on the other hand, this would only strengthen the evidence of her guilt. Her husband harassed her with domestic violence, and she eventually killed him. And yet, Ian could not understand why, after living such a miserable life, she continued to call him a hero who failed to protect his homeland. Rosen fell asleep completely, and Ian removed his hand from her hand. The bright moonlight fell on them with a silvery glow, and he still looked at this girl. The man thought why she was sleeping in such an uncomfortable position, because he unfastened the handcuffs and could not resist touching her hair, which seemed like silver threads in the moonlight. The place of arrival, Monty Island, was approaching. She won't be able to hold out on this island for long, so she needs to brighten up her last days. Even criminals have the right to their last wish. Ian convinced himself that this was just a gesture of generosity and nothing more. It was not worth taking on this matter. He knew about it from the very beginning. There is no other person in the empire who would be so eager to let her go as Ian Connor. One thought haunted him: what to do with Rosen Walker. It would have been better if her lies had fooled him. Even at the moment when he met her, he already knew that this would all end. There is a knock on the door. Ian lies looking at Rosen. Sunlight floods the cabin. Henry came in and looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. What was wrong with him? What is he doing here so early? Did he really manage to sleep without the sleepy grass? The pale guy stuttered and said that the problem now is not the time, but the form in which Sir Connor is. And only then Ian saw that he was sitting on the bed with Rosen, who was sleeping on his lap, hugging him tightly by the waist. Henry, still trembling, asked what they did at night, what even happened here. Henry voiced his worst fears, yet Rosen Walker snuck into Ian's bed and seduced him. The girl was still fast asleep, so she didn't hear what was happening around. Ian didn't know how to explain everything. He even remembered when he fell asleep. His words, that he himself lay down here, made Henry scream, so that Ian ordered silence. The scream would wake everyone up. He tried to explain to his subordinate that he understood everything wrong, although, of course, he understood what picture Henry saw. The only thing Ian could come up with as an argument that there was nothing between him and Rosen was that they were dressed. So if Henry is happy, let him go. He is forbidden to approach Rosen closer than a meter. At this point, Henry could no longer stand it. He had to listen to reproaches from a man who was lying in the same bed as a criminal. Is this really the Sir Connor he knew? And why handcuff himself with her? Henry never left Ian in his suspicions that there was something more here. He suspected from the very beginning, when he called Rosen Walker to his office every day for a conversation. Ian tried to answer, as nonchalantly and indifferently as possible, that there was no reason other than work. He was assigned to monitor the prisoner Walker. Henry stood still, pale and sweaty. It was impossible for him to understand that his boss, who was lying in the same bed with a prisoner, called it a duty. Then he took the handcuffs and said that then at least the handcuffs should be put on. Ian, smoking a cigarette, threw Henry so that he could put down the handcuffs. The subordinate let out a hysterical laugh. Yeah, so he's going to let her go. Ian, without turning to his subordinate, replied that their goal was to keep Rosen Walker alive until they arrived on Monty Island. Ian explained to him that Rosen had forbidden him to kill himself, and in return, he promised that he would not handcuff him. They entered into an agreement. Henry asked, and Ian Connor believes her words, but Ian didn't believe it. But it's better to free her so that she doesn't attempt suicide again. She has a hot temper. The more you put pressure on her, the more she does out of spite. If you leave her alone a little, she will become more submissive. Henry didn't understand how a man with his hands tied could attempt to kill himself. But Ian reminded him of last night, when they thought there would be no problem just feeding Rosen. After all, she had handcuffs then, and what happened, Henry had nothing to object to. Ian looked at his comrade with an even gaze and thought that it was not difficult to guess what she asked Henry that day in the bathroom. To prepare the fruits of Mayaria, after the war, his subordinate became especially weak to human deaths. He must be blaming himself that something like this happened because of the food he prepared. Ian asked the thoughtful guy what his business was, which is why he came to the cabin. Henry replied that it was nothing special. He was just told that a flock of demonic creatures was passing through their route. Ian replied that it was nothing special. Actually, it was a little different from a collision with a bird. Henry noticed that there is a difference between the sky and the sea. The flock is quite large, and it can block their path. And their ship is also not small, so such monsters try to get around it themselves. In the best case, everything will work out. In the worst case, we'll have to stay a couple of days. That's what the captain said. When Henry left, Ian looked at the sleeping Rosen and mentally wished that the ship would be delayed. Then Rosen Walker would live a couple of days longer. He remembered what happened. The conversation with Henry, who didn't even want to go out. He doesn't trust Ian, but all he was thinking about was the route and Rosen. How Ian wanted to prolong the life of this girl. It seems Henry was right. This is some kind of crazy obsession. Then he lightly touched her and said that it was time to wake up. Until recently, it had been light and clear, but now it was pouring outside the window. She thought that on such a huge ship the sound of rain would not be heard. But she was mistaken. Ian promised her to fulfill her request with alcohol. But there is still no drink. And instead of it, this guest is sitting and has been moving these figures on the board for the past hour. Annoyed, Rosen kicked the board, and it, along with the pieces, flew to the floor. Henry yelled, "What the hell was she doing?" To which the girl angrily muttered that he was pissing her off. She's locked up some boring game of aristocrats. She can't understand a word how to play. In general, Rosen wanted Henry to leave. She wanted to rest. The cabin is cramped. There are two of them. She's starting to suffocate. Yeah, now, Henry said. Don't even dream about it. Their usual squabble began. Rosen didn't understand at all why Henry didn't get out of the cabin. By the way, I wonder why recently he has been glaring at his boss. Early in the morning, he burst into the cabin, brought him and Ian breakfast, and then brought this stupid game. Ian sat and silently did not look up from the newspaper, not reacting to her and Henry's argument. Although Rosen knew that they had been sailing for several days, and the information in the newspaper was out of date, her thoughts were distracted by Henry, who said that if Stuffy could take her back to the cell, the girl snapped without taking her eyes off Ian. Henry matter-of-factly stated that he would never leave them alone with Sir Connor. Rosen thought that he was keeping an eye on her because of her possibility of escape. So why didn't he trust his boss? She started teasing him that he had a fight with his commander. In the end, if they quarreled among themselves, why should she bother? Rosen started asking Henry to take her out for a walk, but he said that it was raining and slippery there, only if she beat him at chess at least once. Then the girl made a sad face and began to press on the pity that she would soon die. Henry was immediately lost from the women's tears. In response to her arguments that because of the rain, there was no one on deck and she would behave quietly, Henry was still afraid that someone would come out and recognize Rosen. Rosen, winking slyly, suggested that she wrap herself up and take a little walk, but nothing would happen. Then the guy reminded her of recent events before dinner, when she claimed that he would not have problems. Then Rosen told Henry that her lie ended yesterday. She had nowhere to run, and besides, she made a promise to Sir Connor. Henry replied that she was lying, tried to kill herself, and dragged her into it. She paused, not knowing how to answer correctly, and then decided to dig into his conscience. But didn't Henry himself want her to die? Wouldn't it be better? The man's face changed. Horror was clearly visible in his eyes. Turning away, he said in a voice similar to the sound from a dungeon that he had already killed enough people. Why did he make such a face that hurt his feelings so much? Henry felt guilty about Rosen's words. Then the argument between them resumed again. Rosen demanded to be taken out onto the deck to breathe some air. Then the man asked the boss what he should do. Ultimately, it's Ian's decision, but he also has to remember what happened at the recent dinner. But Henry's eyes widened when he heard the boss's order to go to the warehouse and bring drinks. Without looking up from the newspaper, Ian said that he had promised Rosen House a drink yesterday, and she would receive it. Henry had no choice but to obey, and Rosen had already imagined the bliss that awaited her. Looking after Henry, leaving dissatisfied, she asked Ian what was wrong with his subordinate. Was he offended or something? He muttered that Henry is always such an unbridled fool. To this, I noticed that Ian Connor successfully manages to pull the reins on this colt. It seems that Ian was destined to be a commander. He agreed that he had to pull the reins. Nothing could be done. To attract Iana Rosen's attention, she said in a capricious voice that this was all somehow unfair. When she asked what exactly, the girl still said with feigned resentment that he knew everything about her. All the details about her were written in the newspapers, and she talked about her life. And she could only look at his photo in the newspapers because she couldn't read. She only knew that he was a handsome pilot. To attract the attention of Ian, who was still not looking up from the newspaper, she approached and touched his foot with her foot and pulled the newspaper towards her. The newspapers write the same thing. And besides, the information there is outdated. Well, have fun with me. Looking her straight in the eyes, he asked what she meant by having fun. Having studied Ian's behavior, Rosen clearly understood that he couldn't stand it when she started acting like a child. Moving closer to the edge of the table, she raised her finger to his forehead and playfully asked how old he was. He could tell that much. This is, first of all, a specific question to begin with. So how much? When Ian replied that he was 30, the girl noticed that he looked younger, but he noticed that it was not for her to say that. But what shocked Rosen most was that he took the post of commander at the age of 20. But he added that this is the reality of war. When everyone at the top goes on the run, 20-year-olds have to take everything into their own hands. In addition, the Air Force is always short of people. Even the few who remained were sent to the border or to the capital. And in Rio Ritin, only the cadets of the military school remained. His first detachment consisted of 4 people, including himself. The squad included Ilaria Lev, Violet Myhark, and Lucy Watkins. Rosen was very surprised that there were women in the Air Force. Ian confirmed that there were indeed a lot of them. They were always in the most dangerous and unknown places. Then a thought flashed through his head. Why was he even talking about this? He stopped, saying that he had shaken too much, and finished. Rosen thought, the Empire has gone crazy. It launched green youths into the sky, who barely learned to hold the steering wheel. They lasted longer than management expected. And Ian Connor was made a propaganda symbol. She apologized out loud for insulting his comrades. As he said then, she only thinks about herself and sometimes says words that need to be punished. Ian himself offered words of apology, but Rosen gently stopped him by leaning closer to his face. There is no need to apologize to a prisoner like her. Then life will become easier. Looking at Rosen sitting in front of him, he asked her why she was telling him such things. Because I like you sounded in Ian's head. She said them so simply. Lowering her voice, Rosen said that she wanted Ian's soul to feel better. Isn't that what they call sympathy? She was very close. Ian's hand squeezed his knee nervously. He asked her not to say such words. Rosen stopped for a minute and looked at him in surprise. Such words were unpleasant to him. Their lips almost touched. Ian was unable to push her away, and Rosen seemed to be studying his reaction. Then Ian said that he did not deserve such words. He was nervous and replied that sometimes Rosen forgets what kind of relationship they have. Then she came close to Ian, feeling his heartbeat, the smell of his body. Rosen herself lost control and touched his cheek with her lips. Then, embarrassed, I thought that I had gone a little overboard. Ian looked at her and did not move. The girl thought that he was angry and smiled to dispel the tension and embarrassment. Ian sat with a kind of shocked look and kept his hand on his face where Rosen Walker's lips had just been, as if studying what would happen if she touched. She thought why he didn't get angry, didn't push her away. Her hand wrapped around his chin. This doesn't make much sense. Everything happens intuitively. She was just going to flirt, but she constantly wants to touch him. She's so drawn to it. As if in a trance, she moved her hand over his face until finally his hand lay on her hand and the girl stopped. Rosen perked up and, grinning, said that she wasn't going to do anything. She just wanted to touch him because he looked exactly like in the portrait. He simply fulfilled the wish of a person who would soon die. When asked what kind of pressure he was talking about, Rosen shared a memory of when her husband was jealous of her and Ian. She really liked Ian's face, so she hung up his campaign poster. Hindley scolded and flogged her, asking if someone like her could even lay a finger on such a person. Yes, you never know how life will turn out. So it has become a prisoner, and even famous, and concerns Ian Connor himself. After she said that he was opposite, and she could even touch, Ian hugged her face with both hands. Their eyes incessantly looked at each other. Rosen said stop and tried to ask what he was doing, but Ian couldn't restrain himself and was getting closer and closer to her. She tried to ask what he was doing, but his hand covered her mouth. The girl's eyes opened in surprise, an incomprehensible feeling and reaction from Ian Connor. He gently stroked her face, brushing aside a strand of hair that made Rosen blush. His eyes looked into hers. He opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment the door opened, and Lila flew in with joyful cries of Rosen, Rosen. Henry came in next and apologized. There was nothing he could do. He collided with Lila on the way. She grabbed him, saying that she would also go, so she had to take him with her. Looking at Tien and Rosen, who pretended that everything was fine and nothing had happened. But Henry felt that the atmosphere had changed. Henry once again apologetically asked if it would be okay if he and Lila stayed here, and besides, Rosen wouldn't harm her. The girl broke away from her uncle's arms and rushed into Rosen's arms. Lila asked her so sincerely how she was feeling. if everything was okay with her, that Rosen felt ashamed. The image in which she appeared before Lila, for the last time, was too terrible for the eyes of a small child. It's so good that the baby is not afraid of her. She stroked the girl, and a wave of warmth and tenderness spread through her body. How long had it been since she had freely touched another person, feeling the warmth of his body? Looking at Ian, she thought maybe that's why she touched this man so fearlessly. The girl looked at her hands and said that she was so happy when she found out that the handcuffs had been removed from her. And the next minute, she invited me to go to the party with her. Before the girl had time to ask what kind of party, Lila started babbling that it would be held today on the deck, and she invites her. Henry sat turning pale and could not get a word in. Rosen wondered if there was a party on the deck, and she wondered if she could attend. She sits locked up all the time, and this would be an ideal opportunity to find out where the key is, the location of the rescue boat. This needs to be found out. Rosen asked Lila, in surprise, how the party could be held on the deck if it was raining. The girl happily reassured her by saying that the weather would clear up by the evening. That's what Grandpa said, and he had never been wrong in his predictions. Besides, today is Walpurgis night. These words made Rosen shudder. How much time has passed? When you live like a prisoner, the concept of time disappears. This is the day of the most outstanding witch in history. On this day, festivities will take place throughout the empire. And, of course, on the ship. This is a passenger liner. The prisoners are kept like cattle in a third-class compartment, and the rest of the passengers boarded the ship to go on an exciting journey. The girl asked Rosen whether she had been to deck parties. The girl admitted that she had never been. The little girl vividly described how great it would be. A lot of delicious food, a concert, dancing, and the launch of fireworks. Oh, how great it would be if Rosen went with her. The girl said that it would be nice but didn't finish, because Henry grabbed his niece. Henry felt awkward and tried to explain why Rosen couldn't go to the party. And it's not that Rosen had never been to such a holiday, but the girl looked at him offended and said that her grandfather allowed her to invite her and decided to use Uncle Ian's last chance. The little girl pressed for pity, arguing that Rosen had never been to such parties, that Rosen admired Lila's talent for persuasion. Henry was already sweating, but did not give up. He brought up the fact that Rosen Walker is a famous person. Almost everyone knows her by sight. But Lila also had something to cover up. This is a masquerade party. Everyone will be wearing masks, and no one will recognize Rosen. Then the girl, turning to Ian, added that he could become Rosen's companion, and she wouldn't run away anywhere. Besides, there was water all around. Her grandfather taught her this. Rosen smiled. But our heroine didn't even hope that Ian Connor would allow her to go, and he wouldn't even listen. Rosen was digesting in her head something to say to him so that he would allow it, coming up with a touching speech about how he asked if she wanted to go. Everyone fell silent. Only Lila jumped for joy, shocked by how Ian so easily asked her to go. She couldn't answer right away, so he asked again. I don't know what came over him, what thoughts were in his head, but this is definitely a chance. She answered out loud that it wouldn't sound strange if she said that she didn't want to go. Henry immediately protested. Everything in him screamed that this was a murderous idea, but Ian stopped him with a gesture of his hand. Then Rosen screamed, red with excitement. Is it really possible? Ian replied that he was already too kind to her, so one more indulgence would not change anything. Then he affectionately patted Lila, saying that she saved this girl. Rosen looked out the cabin window, behind which the rain was pouring, thinking that she considered it impossible to even think about being at such a party. Henry slapped himself in the face, realizing how this could all end. Lila was so happy, as she sincerely told how she and Rosen would try delicious food, have fun, and watch fireworks. This girl could not help but evoke emotion, and once said that it was difficult for her to communicate with Ian. She was haunted by the thought of what Ian Connor wanted to tell her before Lila arrived. The girl looked out the window and was surprised to find that the rain had stopped. Walpurgis night was approaching. Rosen remembers the second Walpurgis night, the 15th in a row. After the first air attack, war was declared throughout the empire with Talus. The south was occupied for a year, and refugees gathered their things in a huge stream and poured to the north. Ian's voice addressed the residents saying that today, the skies of Rio Raitin were protected again. With what hope Rosen listened to his voice, which said that he would always protect them. In these troubled times, people could rely on Ryoritten's aviation and the young commander. Rosen sincerely believed that everything would be okay with Ryoritten. On that Walpurgis night, Emily urged her to quickly go home to prepare everything before Hindley returned from the gambling house. Rosen laughed and rejoiced at the festive atmosphere. Besides, she and Emily were walking together. She reminded her that Emily had promised to bake a cake when they returned. She asked if Walpurgis night was not special for her. Of course. Now the meaning of the holiday has changed, but initially this night was a holiday of witches. Emily noticed that it was so, and it was her birthday. Rosen reproached the girl for not telling her in advance. She didn't even have a gift prepared. But Emily explained that this is not the meaning of a birthday when you are born from your mother's womb. It is the birthday of all witches. So it's her birthday as a witch, Rosen cried. So here's the thing, witches are not born and become witches. One does not become a witch because of blood inheritance. In order to become one must meet certain conditions. This power cannot be acquired with the help of money and power. It is born only in the hands of little girls. Returning home with her shopping, Emily said it was time to make the cake. At the time, Rosen was haunted by one question. Be it a method of preparing medicines from medicinal herbs or the skill of cardiopulmonary resuscitation in emergencies. Emily seemed to have all the knowledge there was and clearly had no need of Hindley. So why hasn't she run away yet, even if she has a sick mother? Even if she can't use her full power because of the amulet that holds her back. And she asked Emily the question why, with her abilities, she doesn't treat people directly. Then there would be no need to make medicine. Emily smiled and explained that there is no place for magic in the hospital. In addition, any magic has a limit, which is why there should always be a conventional method of treatment, which ordinary people can use and help themselves. Rosen was surprised and asked, well, then no one will know about Emily's merits. After all, her work is so significant. If people see how she heals, suddenly people will no longer be afraid of magic. But Emily alarmedly approached Rosen and said that no one should find out that she was a witch. In case of danger, they would not spare Rosen. And as soon as people began to suspect witchcraft, a real hunt would begin. Even if you are not a real witch, people fall into a collective frenzy. If there is a crop failure, the witch is to blame. Rosen herself saw a recent case where the owner of the farm was driven like a dog. Although before that, everyone liked her, and all only because she was caught using magic just once. Accusations immediately fell that she lived alone and did not marry. Although she always protected all the villagers, people were afraid of witches. But Rosen still didn't understand. Emily has so much knowledge, she shares it with Hindley. Emily smiled and said that yes, everyone considers this to be Hindley's merit, but she is not doing it for his sake. One person cannot save the whole world. That's why she shares her knowledge with everyone. She is a witch, and others are not, which is why she began to study medical healing herbs. Even a witch cannot cure a person from a fatal disease. Then this facet of Emily opened up for Rosen. Even the world that did not accept her still received knowledge and help from her. She was ready to share the latter. Emily pleased Rosen that today there will be another training. They have time, since Hindley most likely will not return at night. In secret from Hindley, Emily taught Rosen useful things. Despite their small age difference, Emily was much smarter than her peers. She told how to make a simple medicine from medicinal herbs, how to add and subtract, how to count imperial currency. Rosen didn't know that there were coins larger than silver ones. And Emily didn't go to school either, so she could teach her the simplest things. None of them knew writing, but Rosen remembered everything and learned quickly. She greatly valued the knowledge imparted by her friend, even though she considered it insignificant. For Rosen, they were the only ray of light, and soon this knowledge expanded her horizons. And then Hindley ceased to be the whole world. Emily became a friend, a caring older sister. She explained that magic cannot be used by just anyone. But there are times when anyone might need it. Rosen did not understand everything, and asked Emily, if one does not become a witch by blood, then how can she become one? Emily replied that she did not know the details, and no one could know. But then, as Emily became one, she is a witch, which means there is some special condition. Looking at Rosen's burning gaze, Emily replied that she just shouldn't say that she wants to become a witch. Calming her friend's suspicions, Rosen convinced her that she was just interested in listening. While stirring the dough, Emily said that she didn't know whether it was true or not, but there were rumors among witches that the condition may be the quintessence of elements such as human blood, united with one cherished desire and one-time magic. This is how Emily explained the conditions for the birth of a witch. But Rosen did not fully understand. Blood desire and magic. What do these words mean? But Emily only conveyed what she heard from other witches. Well then, it turns out that if Emily doesn't know, then she fulfilled the conditions and became a witch without knowing it. And Rosen asked how old she was then. As it turned out, she was only 6. At that time, persecution had already begun, and she still did not refuse to become a witch, and Emily confirmed. Yes, after that her life became more difficult, more painful and tiring, and also made her mother very sad. But the girl herself was not sad. One might say that she had an internal state of predetermination of her path. While adding ingredients to the cake, Emily said that although she could not tell the exact conditions of becoming a witch, but it can explain the meaning behind the cake that Rosen will eat tonight. Our heroine was surprised. Is there any meaning in the cake? To which Emily replied that it was a cake baked and eaten on Walpurgis night. They say that if you make a wish on a cake, Walpurga will hear it and make it come true. The cake was ready. The strawberries symbolize human blood. Then, striking a match, she lit a candle with the words that this is Walpurga's wish by candlelight. Rosen ate the cake and was surprised that even such seemingly simple things have meaning. She generally believed that this was just a custom used as an excuse so that people could eat the cake. Then what about one-time magic, or the fulfillment of a wish is magic in itself? Emily asked Rosen if she ever made a wish in front of a cake, to which the girl replied that she didn't have a cake, but she always made a wish. Rosen remembered her wish to the great Walpurga, no matter who, but let her meet someone who will hug her warmly. Remembering the family she saw through the window, Rosen thought stunned. But this man is now sitting in front of her. Walpurga heard her and granted the little girl's wish even without a cake. She fulfilled the dream as it was by sending Emily that day. Rosen again made a wish to Walpurga, already as it should be with the cake, asking that Hindley not return home that night. But Valpura didn't answer her, and she didn't even ask him to disappear forever if a military shell couldn't break through the basement wall. Hindley always destroyed their idol. At that time, she was not at all interested in who would win this war, because long before it began, Rosen's life was like a war. Returning home, Hindley dragged Rosen into the attic and began beating her, Emily screaming and asking her to open the door. That night, he beat her so much that in the winter of her 16th year, Rosen stopped menstruating. She will never forget this night. At that moment, she really believed that it would be better for him to kill. Henry stood outside the cabin door, listening to what was happening behind the door. Rosen held the dresses in front of Ian and asked his opinion which one looked better. Ian replied that it was her choice. What does his opinion have to do with it? But the girl did not agree with him, saying that it is good when there is still an opinion. The man sighed and recalled that she had kicked all the maids out of the cabin, to which Rosen replied, since this was the last outfit in her life, she wanted to wear it herself. But it was impossible to extract an opinion from Ian. But when Rosen said that then she would try on each one, and he would evaluate it. His jaw dropped. He screamed. She wasn't going to try it on in front of him. But when Rosen lowered her underwear, he was shocked by what he saw. The girl's entire back was covered in scars from the beatings. Rosen half turned around and asked if Ian was shocked by what he saw. The scars on his back and arms were clearly visible in the light. Then she asked a question. Does he really believe that with such a weak body, you can kill a healthy man? Ian darkly asked how often she was beaten. Rosen replied that almost every day. The main thing is that she doesn't die, while the girl puts on the red dress and looks at her reflection. Ian was silent, and she asked why he suddenly became interested. Rosen attached the dress and asked, "Now it is important to choose an outfit that suits best." He busily stated that he would immediately sweep away the white, since something would immediately spill on it. She continued to persist, blue, yellow, or red, so which one to choose? When Ian suggested yellow because it looked best, Rosen began asking why not red or blue. Ian replied that he simply didn't like the other two colors. Then Rosen took the blue dress and stated that she had decided by spinning and placing it on herself. The man's eyes turned dark. And why did she ask? He hurried her. She needed to get dressed quickly. Looking at her old bruises that had turned blue, he thought that this was another reason why he didn't like the color blue. He said that the newspaper did not disclose that Rosen was beaten. She replied, "Well, how could it be otherwise? That's why she told everything in order." And Ian thought about when Rosen Walker was arrested. The entire empire stubbornly tried to make her out to be a witch. And if one day a person was branded a witch, no one would be interested in his sad fate. While countless articles have been written about Rosen, Ian couldn't find a single line about her murdered husband. All that was mentioned about him was that the murdered Hindley Haworth was a man over 30, a completely ordinary and kind doctor from the slums. By imperial law, all prisoners remain innocent until sentencing. But what about this case? Throughout the entire trial, the defendant was never given the right to speak out. Of course, the evidence of the crime was undeniable and was enough for the prosecution. But someone should have asked Rosen what happened to her. Out loud, Ian said that by law she had to testify and say that she had been subjected to domestic violence. Even if it had made the verdict more difficult, Rosen didn't think it would have made any difference. Ian argued that at least there wouldn't be a witch label. The girl replied that she was already used to people's hatred, so it didn't matter anymore. Rosen put on her dress and tightened the belt around her waist, asking why he brought up this topic. Examining herself in the dress, the girl reminded him, no matter how much she persuaded him, he did not believe whether he really felt sorry for her because of the story in the middle of the night. Rosen began to puff. Not knowing how to cope with the belt, Ian suggested calling the maids to help. Ian's eyes widened after Rosen told him to help. She had heard somewhere that at such evenings the partners should take care of everything. And today, he is her partner. Ian sighed and agreed. Rosen warned me to tie the ribbon nicely without any knots, muttering that he was not a fool and could handle it. He looked at the girl's striped back, wondering what made Rosen Walker fight so desperately for life. Rosen looked at him playfully and said, "Sir Connor really does think she's unhappy. So you feel sorry for me," Rosen said, still smiling, looking at the man. Ian tried to justify that he had not said such a thing, but Rosen pointed out the facts to him. He took off the handcuffs, agreed to take him to the party. Everything is fine. No need to come up with excuses. She even likes that Ian feels sorry for her. But what about sympathy? Doesn't it spoil the mood? Ian clarified. To which Rosen stated that she would prefer sympathy to contempt from the person she likes. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the reflection of her shoulders, where the scars were visible. The girl frowned and said that Ian was right. She would wear a yellow dress. And 10 minutes had not passed. She said that she liked blue. Ian was surprised. Rosen explained that in this off-the-shoulder dress, all the scars are visible. What girl from a decent family would walk with such a back? It's the same as hanging a sign, "I'm a criminal." She began to unbutton her dress, muttering that he still liked yellow. when he came up from behind and put a translucent scarf on her shoulders. And then he secured it with a badge, pinning it like a brooch. Now everything is closed, just like she wanted. Rosen was amazed, but it was the same thing from the brochure. This is the same symbol of victory, even when he was in the Imperial Air Force. But isn't it too much luxury for a prisoner to wear this symbol? Rosen said that now she doesn't even think about taking him back. Admiring the badge, the girl beamed with happiness. She was wondering why Ian did this. Is it something like an unconscious protest of the Empire, or simple compassion? Be that as it may, if you need to tie yourself up with something, then this is definitely better than handcuffs. Wow, Ian dressed up too, wearing his full military uniform. Rosen bombarded him with questions. Did he give her away for good or not? Didn't he hate her and wasn't afraid that she would throw something out? Ian, looking at the happy Rosen, thought how mistaken she is. He does not feel hatred, despite the stigma of a witch. He himself was one of them, those who judged her without knowing her history. Rosen took his arm, and they went to the deck. They had to go through the corridor and the banquet hall. An excited Henry was waiting for them. Well, they finally came. Looking at Rosen and Ian, one would think that they are a couple of lovers who are going to spend the holiday together. While Henry was asking if Rosen had seduced Ian while he was away, Lila ran up in a bright mask. They showered each other with compliments. The girl sincerely admired Rosen's beauty. Rosen asked Henry why he wasn't wearing a mask if it was a masquerade ball. Henry replied that with his physique, wearing a mask looks stupid. But Lila gave him away by saying that her uncle is afraid when his face is covered. The guy was angry, and the girl continued to tell everyone that her uncle was sick. That's what the doctor said, but he's not lying. Ian explained that in the office of a combat aircraft, the view quite often narrows, the blood rushes to the head, and a white veil falls over the eyes. Henry nervously said why everyone was so eager to make him a patient. So you are the patient, Rosen added, mentally saying that she couldn't rise to a height, and she couldn't see someone else's death either. War easily breaks a person, she recalled Maria's words. Physically he may be fine, but inside he is not. Then the thought occurred to her that not only Henry, but also Ian might have such a problem. After all, he too was sitting at the controls of the plane. While she was analyzing, Henry convinced everyone that he simply didn't like masks. And Rosen decided to directly ask Ian if he was okay. They looked into each other's eyes. Ian was silent. Then Henry intervened. She wants to say that Sir Connor is sick. Rosen tried to explain that she didn't mean that, but they were both pilots. Both wore military uniforms, but did not wear masks, which completely angered Henry, who accused Rosen of asking tactless questions. The phrase that Sir Connor is different from me, and how could Ian Connor himself get sick, struck Rosen. He was an indestructible symbol of victory and confidence of the entire empire. What will then be left of the empire at all? Then such a difficult victory will be of no use. At the end of a long war, too many things were destroyed, so there must be at least one thing that remained intact. Ian Connor was the kind of man who should not be broken. But how can one person, psychologically and morally, bear so much burden on himself? Isn't this too cruel to Ian? And what if he is sick and only seems to be fine? Everyone around believes that everything is fine with him. But Rosen's inner instinct told him that this is not so. He must be keeping everything to himself, not showing signs of illness. And he wore a military uniform to the banquet. Isn't it strange? The girl asked Ian about his clothes, but he replied that he did not see the need to wear anything else. Henry, with some irritation, advised his boss, since he was going to the ball, to meet some young lady from a decent family. But Ian calmly replied that he was not going to have fun, but was staying at work, accompanying Rosen. The man didn't even want to listen to Henry's offer to take him and Lila. Henry reminded him of the disgrace he had seen in the room this morning. Rosen wondered what the hell she was talking about. What the hell had she overslept? Why is Henry now pressing Ian about the fact that he is not married? The latter clearly does not like this. and interrupts his subordinate by pointing to his place. He reminds Henry that he himself is not married, but he argues that he has another case, a little niece who needs to be raised, and he is younger than Ian. In the end, Ian interrupts Henry to stop this nonsense about getting married, and Rosen extends his hand and tells her to put on a mask. The hand is extended towards her, the hand of a companion, a gentleman accompanying his lady. No one treated Rosen like that. She didn't have a gallant gentleman. The girl timidly and a little hesitantly put her hand in his palm. Are they really coming out? Walpurgis night has not yet begun, but it feels like she's already coming. The deck is decorated. The two of them stand together and look at the water, both of them somehow awkward. For the first time in her entire life, Rosen encountered such a spectacle. The orchestra began to play. Rosen forgot about everything. Everything was new to her, as if she had been transported to some other fantastic world. Beautiful gourmet dishes on the tables, champagne, cheerful people spending time freely. The girl had no idea that the world was so colorful. It's much noisier here than she thought. Joining the crowd won't be a problem. Her partner is Ian Connor himself. No one will guess that she is a prisoner, Rosen Walker. Ian quietly whispered to her not to hold on to him so tightly. It would look even more suspicious. And what will happen to him if she is discovered? Ian calmly said that in this case he will be in trouble. The girl asked if she was okay. Unlike her, he has something to lose. He replied that there was nothing to worry about. Just let him be silent. Don't talk. If someone comes up, he will take care of everything. Rosen bombarded him with questions about what they would do here and what they usually do immediately when they arrive. In general, Ian already looked tired. He did not like such parties. Seeing the tables laden with food, Rosen shouted that she was choosing food and alcohol. There was a lot of alcohol. While Ian took out the bottle, Rosen asked him why there was so much alcohol at the holiday. The man replied that this was a common thing for such events. Our heroine remembered that the main event of Walpurgis night was drinking until drunk. People said that, in the legends, witches drank so much that they couldn't control themselves, and while they were beside themselves and dancing with the devil, apparently under the pretext of a legend, people also did not deny themselves anything. A 2-day festival full of food, booze, dancing. The fact that the ban is being broken makes people excited and loosens the rules that were holding them back. This is the night when people tear off their masks and become a little more honest. And this is also a kind of magic. Ian poured her a drink and poured himself a regular drink. The girl looked at him in surprise. Apparently, magic does not work on everyone. As always, Ian Connor is an exception. He placed food and alcohol in front of her, inviting her to try different dishes. Rosen examined the plates. It seemed that he was not losing his vigilance. Ian eliminated any food that was suspicious. Not falling for the same trick twice means that not a single detail escaped Rosen's eyes. He handed her a glass and offered her a drink. Rosen asked why only one glass, and where was it? Ian was surprised at first, and then replied that he was at work. Rosen's plan could be said to have failed. The girl was angry because today was a festival, but the man calmly replied that this had nothing to do with his work. This wasn't her plan. If he didn't drink, it would all be in vain. Then she decided to change tactics, saying that alcohol drunk alone has no taste. If he does not drink with her, then she will get drunk like an alcoholic. Ian's answer was that it was her choice. Let her get drunk. But then she would be wasting her time, of which she didn't have much left. It seemed to Rosen that Ian had pulled away from her again, and therefore her interest in him was awakening. How I wanted to touch this indifferent face. To get rid of this indifferent face, smiling, she asked if he had any wine from Mayaria. It seemed to work. Ian froze, and it felt like a veil had been dropped over him. Acting carefree, Rosen half-jokingly said that she would like to drink this wine. The man snapped that there was no such wine. Then the girl asked why. After all, this is a common wine. Weren't there a couple of bottles lying around in the kitchen? Without losing his composure, Ian snapped that there was no wine there. Trying to piss him off, Rosen, grinning, continued to assert that there would definitely be a couple of bottles. Seeing that Ian's mouth began to curl, she continued to talk about how Mayaria wine is often used to prepare delicious dishes. Having pinched a piece from her dish, she offered to make a bet that there was probably sauce made from Mayaria wine, even in this plate. The answer struck Rosen. He calmly stated that he had thrown overboard everything related to this berry, fruits, wines, dried fruits, drinks. While she was lying in bed, he threw everything away. His eyes looked through her. It seemed that now Ian Connor was reading her thoughts. Rosen, of course, knew that he was not simple, but even she did not expect him to be so much so. An equally crazy guard was assigned to the crazy prisoner. Then Rosen decided to watch him some more, and again started the topic of why he doesn't drink alcohol. Ian replied that he didn't drink at all, to which the girl replied that she believed that all military personnel drank. At his surprised look, she hastened to apologize. She did not want to offend his comrades or him. She had never seen how they worked in the Air Force. But there were other soldiers, for example those who patrol the streets. Ian clarified whether she meant the Army rear troops. The girl did not know the exact answer. She saw how these soldiers patrolled the streets of Rear-Aten. So, Rosen added, there were only drunks there. Ian asked if she hated the military. Our heroine honestly admitted that she hated everyone except him. Smiling, she looked into his eyes. Ian looked at her thoughtfully, and then off into the distance. And then he said not to point the device at people. And that's all he wanted to say. Well, she assured him that she believed what she said and would remove the Air Force from her list. His comrades fought hard. Without taking her gaze off Ian, Rosen repeated that whatever he said, she would believe everything. Having swirled the glass, she thought that this drink made for the festival was a little strong. But this was not her limit. Emptying the bottle was not a problem. The plan was to pretend to be moderately drunk. To watch this guy, one of them had to lose his mind for something to happen. Suddenly, Ian asked why she killed Hindley Houses. Oh no, not this again. Rosen tried not to lose her composure. She told Ian that she was repeating that she did not kill her husband. And in general, he wasn't tired of asking the same questions. He doesn't care, but still wonders if the murder was an accident. Rosen flared up, declaring that this was all bullshit. Everything had long been forgotten for her. Why was he acting like that? Like he was drinking, and not she? Ian replied that she was right. Everything was in the past. A picture appeared before his eyes, where the beaten Rosen was sitting. This should have been asked much earlier. The girl said that she didn't kill anyone, lowering her eyes. After drinking another drink, she said that interrogating him at a party was not fun at all. This was supposed to be a normal conversation, so let him drop his tone. Where is the voice that they heard on the radio in Rear-Aten, which promised to protect them? So if he talks to her with this voice, nothing will happen. Ian took her glass, saying that she had enough to drink, but Rosen defiantly grabbed the bottle, answering that the glass was not needed. She took a sip straight from the bottle to spite him, suddenly putting the bottle down and asking if he had a pen. Ian asked in surprise. The girl replied that she wanted an autograph from Ian Connor himself. Surely he has already given away a lot of them, because he has fans all over the empire. Rosen recalled a prison guard who showed off Ian Connor's autograph. How self-confident he was because of this. Oh, how jealous she was then. Ian said he didn't have any autograph paper. Again, those excuses. Rosen offered to sign her hand. He couldn't understand why she did this, but Rosen's words that she loved him made Ian freeze. The words literally shot at him. He didn't know how to react. Not tolerating any objections, Rosen repeated that she loved him, so let him give him a pen. If you don't have paper, it's not a big deal. Just let him sign your hand with indelible ink. Pulling a pen from an even more shocked Ian's breast pocket, she said that she would look at the autograph when she died. Ian didn't have time to say what she was doing now, as Rosen looked menacingly and decisively into his eyes. Holding out her pen, the girl demanded that he sign her hand. She grabbed the pen in her palm and held it out for Ian to take. With the words, "Do it already," Rosen extended her palm forward for an autograph. Ian thought at first, visibly nervous, then took the pen and decided to fulfill Rosen's wish. Taking her hand into his, he began to write. "Still, he's wonderful," Rosen thought, already imagining his autograph in the palm of her hand. He reacts so seriously to her pranks. Who would think looking at them that this is a guard and a prisoner? It seems he is used to it. He probably signs autographs for his fans. But Ian is constantly under the surveillance of tens of thousands of eyes, and they are all riveted on him and filled with different emotions. She looked at Ian, writing the inscription, thinking how hard it must be for him to calm and console the entire empire. "Friend," she blurted out loud how he survived the war. He wanted to answer something but hesitated. Maybe he didn't understand the question. Then Rosen asked if he had someone or something he depended on. A hero needs a hero too. It's not like he can gain strength by looking in the mirror. Finally he finished, and Rosen began to look at the autograph. When the next second, the smile disappeared from her face. What is it he's laughing at her? It's not his name. Rosen was in despair, believing that he laughed at her because of her illiteracy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Did she really ask for so much? She just wanted his autograph. Almost sobbing, she screamed that she could neither read nor write. But how dare he mock like that? Ian sat in tension and some fear, not knowing what to say. Rosen screamed in impotent anger that he was laughing at her. Jumping up from her seat, she extended her palm in front of his nose, shouting that that was not his name. She may not know how to spell her name, but she knows how to spell it perfectly. Although she is illiterate, she can read the name Ian Connor. So many times, Rosen saw him on leaflets that his outline was forever imprinted in her memory. This name warmed her in moments of fear and despair. Rosen looked at him angrily. It seemed that another second, and she would rush at him. In a fit of indignation, the girl grabbed his hand so quickly that Ian powerlessly obeyed. Puffing, Rosen began to write with a pen on his palm, after which she put the pen down and sat back. She wrote the name Ian Connor on his palm to prove she was right. The man looked with surprise at his own name written Rosen Walker, in response to her indignation that she really liked him. But he did this and tried to deceive him. Without letting her finish, Ian said that he wrote her name on her palm. Rosen's eyes widened in amazement at what he just said. Her hand dropped, brought her palm to her face, and he wrote her name. Rosen Walker was written on her hand, the walk spelling of her name. Why did he write her name? The girl asked the question. Ian replied that he just wanted to. He really couldn't explain his action. It happened in an emotional outburst. He didn't mean anything by this, that's all Ian said. Again, looking at my name on the palm of my hand, I thought about his beautiful handwriting. The girl grinned and said that he wrote Rosen Walker, although he always called Rosen Hayworth. Her face turned red from a mixture of embarrassment and pleasure. It's so nice when a person you consider a hero writes your name. Rosen asked him why he didn't tell him right away, which is why she thought it was a joke. Ian didn't answer. He looked at his palm. Did it really write that badly? Of course, it looked more like scribbles, so the girl reached out to his hand to erase it. But he pulled his hand back and said that there was no need. I wanted to say something else. She froze. The music started playing. It seemed she knew her. People began to line up in pairs and dance, and Rosen also wanted to dance. They play this every year during Walpurgis night. Perhaps this can be called a witch's march, and there Henry and Lila are twirling to the music. Rosen was already full of fun. She recognized the familiar melodies. Grabbing a bottle of rum from the table, she decided to drink it straight from her throat. Ian jumped up and shouted that if she drank it all at once. But before he could, the girl drank from the bottle in one gulp. Then she ran up to Ian and, pulling him by the hand, asked him to dance with her. He didn't answer, just looked at Rosen, who couldn't resist and wanted to quickly run to the dance floor. He firmly stopped her by the hand, answering that she would forgive him. but he did not dance with drunkards. Rosen was taken aback by how he had just refused a lady's invitation to dance. The next second she lost her temper, shouting that he still calls himself a gentleman. Repeating the captain's words and calling him a bastard, Rosen reminded him that before leaving, Henry said if anyone asks to identify himself as a distant relative of the Revel family. So that makes her a lady at least for the duration of this party. She wanted to try again and go to the dance floor. The song would soon end, but Ian held her back again. The girl looked at him. It seemed he wanted to tell her something important, but Ian said that Rosen was drunk. It was time to finish. Our heroine, indignant at his words, shouted that she was completely sober, and besides, the party was just beginning. People drink to get drunk and have fun, so what's the problem? You can't dance. His new confession once again confused Rosen. He doesn't know how to dance. What a waste of such looks. But Ian could only dance the waltz, taught at the military academy, and after finishing 10 years in the sky. Oh, so that's why he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Rosen sarcastically faked him out. She carefully studied his reaction. But he's not one of those who likes dance floors. He's the kind of guy who does the obligatory dance with his partner, performs the minimum duties of a gentleman, and goes home. So, the point is not that he doesn't want to dance with her, but that he doesn't know how. Taking his hand, the girl replied that it was okay. They would dance a waltz. She began to go down the stairs, offering to wait until they started playing the waltz. Rosen indicated the place where she would like to wait, thinking that she needed to see where the lifeboats were. Approaching the edge of the side, she peered into the endless ocean and the sunset. Great. She persuaded him to come here. Now she needs to look around. Ian was looking somewhere into the distance. Rosen tried to get around him on the other side. Hey, why is he blocking her entire view? In the same Ian Connor tone, he replied that she was being too obvious. She had to make him drink and see where the boats were, playfully taking the man by the chin. Rosen said that he should not take his eyes off his partner. He wanted to answer something, but Rosen covered his mouth with her finger and said that she never liked talkative people. Suddenly, a new wave of music was heard again. What kind of instrument was it? This is a cello, right? Ian confirmed. She had already heard this music when the military band was playing in the square in Rio Riton, and Emily said the name of the instrument. It's been a long time since she talked about Emily. Emily taught her everything she knows. It was her faithful friend who taught her the technique that saved Lila. Rosen was very afraid that someone would be able to track Emily. Ian asked where Emily Howarth was now, where she had gone. They looked at each other, and Rosen didn't know what to answer. She was afraid for her friend. Ian asked why Rosen was left alone. That was the last thing she thought he would ask. He wonders how Emily could have disappeared without a trace, or suspects that they were accomplices. Or he really thinks Emily committed the crime, and Rosen is covering for her. But Emily must be protected at all costs. Rosen answered, looking into his eyes, that she didn't know. And it was true. Ian said it was a very important question why she was never brought up in court. He had actually already thought about it, suspecting Rosen of hiding an accomplice. The girl replied that everything was obvious. Emily had nothing to do with it, and she knows nothing about her whereabouts. Ian continued to insist that this could change the course of the trial. You can't undo what's been done. The sentence won't be cancelled anyway. So she's had enough of his interrogations. Ian silently watched as Rosen pointedly turned away. She leaned on the side of the deck and said that he would never learn these answers from her, from someone who knows nothing. The girl herself would like to know where Emily is. It feels like Ian is looking straight into her soul. The girl looked bored. Hadn't he heard that curiosity doesn't lead to good things? She didn't even want him to believe her. And she definitely didn't need a new investigation. All she needs is his pity to steal the key from him. To change the conversation, she pretended to accuse Ian of being angry with her again. And she was used to seeing the seductive Ian Connor from the poster. By his actions, he confused Ian in order to distract him from thoughts about a new investigation. But he said not to be angry with her, then asked carefully, how Rosen would like him to behave with her. The tension seemed to subside. Ian's gaze changed, became warmer. She looked him straight in the eyes, and her mind flashed here, her chance. Let him treat him like a friend whom he knew since childhood, but has not seen for a long time, and who does not have long to live. She barely had time to finish saying that they were both from Rioriton when the ship rocked and the girl felt like she was about to roll over the side. Having jumped on the next wave, the liner rolled over to the other side. Rosen just had time to scream that she would fall overboard in these heels. But the very next second, Ian, with a deft movement, held her by the waist, preventing her from falling. It was clear that he was scared. His pupils were dilated. He was breathing heavily with excitement. Rosen also caught her breath. She heard his words to be careful. Pressing her closer to him, the man added that they were at sea. In the blink of an eye she could, but did not finish. Rosen realized that this was the best chance she would ever have, rushing to him and hugging him. The girl closed her eyes in his arms. She felt good, but at the same time the thought of the key on his belt did not leave her. Ian stood at a loss, which was exactly what was expected. They stood like that for a minute, but his next words, that she was drunk, threw Rosen off balance. She screamed that yes, she was drunk, she had the right, since she would die in a few days. Looking at him, she asked a question, having calmed down a little, whether the military gave him any pills, trying to get him to understand that soldiers usually wore something like this in case they were captured. She felt around his jacket with her hand. Rosen's words, "Maybe he will give her these pills," made Ian scream. But the girl reassured him that he would not do this on board. Starting to talk to him, she asked him to give her something to use on the island of Monty. This is a win-win option. For him, a completed mission. For her, calm oblivion. If he says that he feels sorry for her, then isn't that a win-win option? It is obvious that she is lying. Rosen had no intention of dying. She just needs to shake this indestructible composure. The girl continued to press on his conscience that he wanted her to die painfully, or was doing it on purpose, hating her like everyone else. But she stopped because Ian extended his hand to her. He hugged her tightly, and Roshan buried herself in Ian's shoulder. He whispered to her quietly that no one would believe him. But he never hated her, not even for a minute. Rosen froze, with her eyes wide open at these words. It was really important for her to hear this from him, and she thanked him for these words. Standing in his arms and listening to the music, she replied that even if these words were a lie, she was still pleased. It may have only lasted a split second, but Ian Connor hugged her, and she asked him if she regretted this impulse. He holds her as his girlfriend. Probably for the first time in his life, he gave free rein to himself. Rosen added that he should live freely at least one day of his life, allow himself to breathe. Wow, just look at that smile. Rosen studied her supervisor's face, so she made him smile again. Now it's clear why the authorities decided to make him an advertisement for the war. Who would refuse such a person? And only now Rosen realized that everyone was looking at them. The vacationers froze looking at them. Someone was whispering, apparently because of that hug. It's okay. They'll lose interest soon. And Rosen adjusted her mask. The two girls did not take their eyes off Ian. Rosen, looking at them, apologized to Ian. If not for her, he would have had a stormy night. Rosen was evaluating the candidates and asked him which one he would prefer, a blonde or a brunette. Ian was silent. Then Rosen half-jokingly added, "Just don't let him say that he's never been with a woman." After he said to shut up, the girl began to stutter. "Yes, he's joking, but it can't be true." Rosen, in a fit of surprise, screamed what kind of bullshit he was talking about. Then he covered her mouth and told her not to yell at the whole deck. The ladies were discussing this picture with interest in Rosen and Ian. They seemed to be close. One of them said that she heard that Ian Connor's companion is a distant relative of the Riveloffs. It seems that they will not be lucky enough to approach Ian Connor today. The words that Ian Connor never leaves this girl's side were heard by a man in a mask with a glass of champagne. Lowering his mask, he looked at Ian and Rosen. Rosen asked to let go of her mouth. She would behave quietly. The girl could hardly breathe from such an exciting discovery. Ian asked them not to get them into trouble and to be quieter. Looking at the man in front of her, Rosen couldn't believe that he had never had a woman. Our dashing hero is such a loner, but he didn't even deny it's true. And then Rosen decided to get to the bottom of it by asking questions. Maybe he's some type of germaphobe who can't stand being touched. Ian replied that she doesn't care. No, that's not his problem. Lowering her voice, she ingratiatingly asked if he liked men, and also received a negative answer from Ian. Then, almost in a whisper, she said, "Maybe it's not working for him down there." Ian rolled his eyes. She apparently wants to finish him off today. Then Rosen smiled and took on a seductive look and asked how about her. Ian's face began to change, sternly asking what she meant. She offered to become his first woman, but oh well, he doesn't understand what a man and a woman do when left alone in a cabin. It is quite obvious what will happen next. Looking into his eyes, she tried to catch his interest. She suggested going inside. That's what he wants, isn't it? She'll make sure Ian doesn't regret it. In response, he grabbed her wrist and said that she was not only drunk, but she was still completely distraught. She knew that look of his, full of indignation, well. Then Tan pulled her, saying that they were going back inside. Rosen grabbed the side and shouted that she was not drunk. Then she defiantly sat down on the floor and said that she would not go anywhere. But now if he wants to sleep with her, he will have to drag her. Ian sternly replied that she was drunk, so there was no need to make a scene. They would just quietly go to the cabin. Treating her like a petulant child, Ian sat down and asked Rosen not to make him regret what he did for her today. She asked with a smile that he already regretted taking off the handcuffs. Taking a breath, Ian said that he was just beginning to regret. He helped her get up, but as soon as Rosen saw the waiter with champagne, she immediately screamed, "Oh, champagne," and grabbed the glass. After drinking champagne, the girl laughed joyfully, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Rosen felt that she was already tipsy. Then Tan sat her down so that she could come to her senses. He even suggested that she take a little nap. Then he would take her back to the cabin. But among the people she saw attached lifeboats. The drunken state vanished as if by hand, and she finally found them. She is right now at the bow of the ship, in which case Rosen was wondering where she would best get off to get to these boats. Everything needs to be done to make Ian lose his vigilance, and then it will be possible to slip under the cover of darkness. The girl already saw herself running at night, so she lowers the lever and the boat is already on the water. But the main problem is the key. Rosen tensed. If she doesn't get it, then everything is useless. Rosen had not seen the key for a long time. While she sat and puzzled, everyone around was having fun. Nodding at the people, she told Ian that all these people looked cheerful. How good it is that they survived the war. Otherwise, she would never have seen this wonderful holiday, which was in his soul when he saw the restored peace and order. Ian didn't have time to answer when they were interrupted by a man who asked if he could meet Sir Connor's companion. They looked at him. Rosen understood that it was better to remain silent so as not to give herself away. She got excited as he appeared out of nowhere like that. She didn't like the look of this smug man. He interrupted them so easily. Ian stepped forward and addressed the man, Sir Gregory, declaring that the girl was his companion. He grinned impudently and said that he just wanted to chat with the charming girl. He asked Rosen what she would say if she wanted to talk. Gregory smiled, but Rosen was scared by his smile. Or maybe he recognized her. Then he asked Ian to introduce them, noting that it was an exception to all the rules to see Sir Connor with a lady. Ian dryly replied that this was a distant relative of the Revel family. He, waiting for this answer, grinned and replied that Connor always says that. How many young and beautiful girls are there in the Revel family? His face took on an aggressive look. He repeated that it really is extremely rare that Ian Connor is with a lady. She apparently already knows what kind of character Sir has. For the first time, Ian Connor is seen to be courteous to his date. Rosen wondered who this guy is, since they address each other as Sir. It means he is also a soldier, but she doesn't look like friends. Ian stood tall and proud, while Gregory stood defiantly. Rosen had a bad feeling, and Ian seemed to have a bad feeling too. Gregory asked Rosen why she was silent, maybe mute. Or maybe she's extremely shy. If she's finished dancing with Sir Connor, then maybe she'll dance with him. The girl took a step forward. Ian looked at her worriedly, but Rosen grabbed his arm. Then Gregory answered that she does not dance with men who are at least not as handsome as Sir Connor. Ian looked at her at that moment with admiration. Gregory grinned disgustingly, as if squeezing this laughter out of himself, and inquired about the lady's name. Approaching Rosen's face, he hissed like a predator that she was not going to make his task easier. Then he grabbed the frightened Rosen and said that they needed to dance, because it was rude to dance with only one partner. Ian pushed him away and ordered Gregory to stop bothering them. The girl clearly refused, and he is drunk, so let him return to his cabin. He could no longer contain his rage and hissed, which means he's a bad guy again. He attacked Ian that he was again pretending to be a gentleman, and that everyone else was unworthy. Accusing Ian of looking at him with an arrogant gaze, he called him an arrogant bastard. Ian replied that he was building such a look. Gregory said that it was all because he ran away then. He began to talk about how he had done the right thing. Unlike Ian and his comrades, most of whom were dead, Ian recalled that the cadets much younger than Gregory did not desert, but bravely went to fight. Gregory shouted that almost everyone was dead, and this revel, he was now a mess in his head. Ian turned to Rosen and said that talking with this man was a waste of time. They were about to leave, but Gregory said who this girl was, pointing at Rosen. Ian took Rosen by the hand, and without saying anything was about to leave, when Gregory angrily said that since when did Ian Connor fawn over a woman so much? The next second, his hand was in front of Rosen's face, about to rip off the mask. Gregory's gaze expressed madness bordering on insanity. Rosen went cold with horror. If he reveals her, he will find out who she is. But Ian punched Gregory in the face, causing blood to spray. Rosen screamed. Ian was beside himself with rage. She had never seen him like this. Gregory lay on the floor, wiping blood from his nose with his hand. Ian stood silently in front of him. Ian's former classmate trembled with anger. He could not immediately say how he dared to hit him. Ian said, menacingly, pointing at Rosen, that this is a lady from the Revel family. No one dares to treat her like that. Rosen stood frozen with fear as the others on deck watched what was happening. Ian looked at Gregory contemptuously, rubbing the fist he had hit him with. Gregory felt humiliated in front of everyone, shouting how dare he hit him. Ian, looking sideways at him, said that he should consider himself lucky. If Captain Revel had seen this, he would have received a bullet, not a fist in the face. Ian looked around and realized that they had attracted the attention of everyone on deck. Rosen tried to tell him something, but he wouldn't let him. Instead, he walked up to Rosen and picked her up. She was unable to say anything due to the unexpected turn. Already in his arms, the girl noticed that Tan Connor could be very impulsive, to which he said that it depends on who he is dealing with. Trying to convince a person like Gregory is a waste of time. Rosen asked who this Gregory was. Ian replied that they studied together at the academy. Rosen asked, worried, "He's not some big shot. Ian is definitely not in danger." But he assured that there was nothing he couldn't handle. Gregory shouted after the departing Ian what distinguishes him from others. Ian gave him a look that contained the answer, but his opponent did not let up. Clenching his fist, Gregory shouted that he was accused of appropriating the glory of his fallen comrades. The same can be said about Ian Connor himself. How dare he look down on you? He finally shouted that Ian abandoned his hometown, let it burn, and then he had the nerve to lead a victory march as if he were some kind of hero. Rosen looked worriedly at Ian, who was carrying her. Gregory shouted that Ian Connor was simply running away from the truth. He was just as screwed up as his friend Revel. Soon, everyone will understand that he did not protect anyone. Then Rosen asked if he didn't take the words of that idiot seriously. This Gregory reminded Rosen of Hindley, who also masterfully played the victim. Rosen asked Ian Gregory about this and found out that the son of some commander fled to Talus at the beginning of the war, and when the war ended, he returned on this ship because he wants to get a place in the Navy. When asked by Rosen why such a traitor was not executed, Ian answered because Gregory's father was some kind of commander. So why does he care what this idiot said? Ian added that there is some truth in what Gregory said. Rosen regretted that the captain and Henry weren't there. And how could anyone not like Ian? He's a hero. The man asked Rosen how she can be sure that there cannot be people who don't like Ian, but she is sure that everyone hates her. Rosen replied that everything is obvious. Let him name at least one person who would like him. Ian silently looked at her without answering anything. The girl continued to ask, so who likes her? Then it turns out that if he doesn't hate her, then he likes her, Rosen concluded. This was followed by her laughter. He couldn't agree with such a conclusion. Then Ian said that it was time for them to return to the cabin. She was drunk, and it was already late. At this moment, strong sounds were heard. The revival became more and more intense. The fireworks started. People started shouting joyfully. Lila's voice was heard. Rosen started asking Ian to stay, at least for a little while. She so wants to look at them. Ian agreed and gave her his jacket. The girl always seemed cold to him. The first fireworks flew off like a comet, and the deck fell silent in anticipation. Rosen could not take her eyes off. These bright lights seemed to her the embodiment of a miracle. Ian also looked at the sky, but his gaze was normal and calm. Splashes of lights scattered across the night sky like magic balls. Rosen blushed with delight, looking at the lights. At that moment, the girl forgot about all the hardships of life. Without looking up from the fireworks sparkling in the night sky with multicolored tints, she asked Ian if he had seen it. It really was amazing. He didn't give an answer. She was still talking about colors and beauty. Looking at him and being stunned, Ian sat pale as a sheet, looking at one point. Rosen called his name in alarm, but he did not move or make a sound. But what happens when it begins to dawn on her is just like bomb explosions, war, subconscious fear, and paralysis. Sweat poured from him, and he clutched his head, breathing heavily. I immediately remembered Maria's words that Sir Connor might get sick during the war, and he would be transferred to service. Surely he has his own secret that he kept, and it is connected with internal trauma due to the war. I remembered Henry's words. Ian Connor is different from him. How can a hero get sick? But now, Rosen realized that such a difficult victory did not pass without a trace for Ian. She didn't know what to do. Ian didn't react. She needed to call for help. She shouted to Henry when she felt movement. The man wheezed, trying to say something, but his intermittent heavy breathing did not allow him. Finally, he looked at Rosen and said quietly that Henry should not find out about this. The girl jumped up and said that then he should let her bring the doctor, but Ian grabbed her hand, stopping her. The doctor on the ship works for the Revel family. Hearing this, Rosen screamed, "Is this really so important now?" Ian repeated again that neither Henry nor anyone else should know. "Why?" Rosen screamed. "Why on earth? What would happen if Henry found out?" Seeing Ian's condition, Rosen scolded him for the fact that everything was so neglected. And he did not tell the doctor he was in such a terrible state because of some fireworks, and he pretended that everything was fine. Ian tried to loosen his tie, saying that he didn't think that some kind of fireworks would do this to him. Leaning with his elbows and breathing heavily, he croaked that he needed a minute and everything would be fine. But Rosen didn't think so. Everything will pass, but someone will pass. What a stubborn idiot. But he can't even get up. Rosen was angry at his resistance to call for help. The Empire told him you are a hero, but she understands what it's like for him to carry all this burden alone. Just because he's a hero doesn't mean he's no longer human. They are the same as all these heroes. They can also break. They feel fear. They suffer. The girl sat next to Ian, not knowing how to help him. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she asked Ian if he had a supply of any medicines that the doctor did not know about. She will bring them where they are. To his silent answer, the girl shouted that the fireworks were in full swing. Of course, even in this state, Ian Connor worries that she will run away. Our heroine said that she has nowhere to run. The ocean is full of monsters, and she doesn't even have the keys to the rescue boat. And all the fruits of Mayeria are thrown into the water. She does not ask to trust her, but now she is all that he has. If he changed his mind, he could bring Henry. Then taking his hand, she told him that it was okay, even if she wanted to tell someone who would believe her. The entire empire considers her a liar. The girl looked him straight in the eyes. How suddenly she heard from Ian whether she was disappointed in him. She didn't understand at first, but barely breathing, Ian croaked that the one she considered a hero turned out to be a complete loser. He really didn't want her to see him in this state. Then Ian remembered Henry's relatives, how he wanted to protect them. That's why he got on the plane then. He did everything he could. Ian tried to justify himself that he had not lied. Powerlessness overwhelmed him. Then Rosen, looking into his eyes, took his face and said that the fact that he could not protect them did not mean that the promise was a lie. She had resentment or disappointment towards him. Ian's pale face, covered with droplets of cold sweat, seemed almost lifeless. Rosen once again tried to get through to him so that he would allow her to help. Something changed in his expression when she said that the reality was that she was the only one he saved in Ryoritin. Fragments of articles about an escaped prisoner popped into his head. He watched her movements and prayed that this girl would survive. Exhausted, Ian fell onto Rosen's chest and hugged her. He needed her now more than ever. Rosen was scared with how hard he squeezed her, asking her to sit like that, sit like this for at least a minute until the fireworks end. The girl wanted to tell him something, but changed her mind and turned to him so that he could focus all his attention on breathing. "At least I was able to save you," Rosen heard. This is what he kept repeating. And at that moment, Rosen realized that she was playing the same role for him as he was for her. There are those who must remain strong, no matter what comes their way. For the Empire during the war, this pillar was Ian Connor. People believed that he was able to survive all the horrors of the war and return unharmed because he was so strong. However, they are all wrong. In fact, the burden of being a hero was so heavy, and the responsibility that came with it, he ended up focusing on the prisoner who had escaped from Ryoritin. He's just a man who found solace in a criminal because he's pining for a house he couldn't protect. It's incredible how long Ian kept this to himself. He seems to have calmed down a little, but he's still breathing heavily. Suddenly, he whispered that in his cabin, in a box on the second shelf, there was a small bag. Rosen ran to the cabin. Ian Connor seemed completely crazy. Opening the box in his cabin, she would never have thought that he would actually send her alone. At least everything will be fine with him at this time. But you can't be distracted. You need to focus. To Rosen's surprise, the box was actually open. She found a brown bag, which means one dose is stored here. This is done to avoid an overdose. But what can she do with one dose? She will need more. Rosen began to look around the cabin. There must have been more powder, but all the other drawers were closed. He is so scrupulous, but I didn't expect anything less from him. Before my eyes, there was still his gaze, and her words, to trust her at least once in my life. She told him so. What does she do now? You made a huge mistake, Ian Connor. Some drawer turned out to be unlocked. Something was stuck there. It could be a key. Something fell on her head and hit her. In the darkness, the girl did not immediately see the object. All Rosen's thoughts were about the strange discovery. Perhaps it would help her get out of this ship. When she picked up the find, it turned out to be a book. The girl turned it over in her hands. She doesn't know how to read. What use could it be? Thinking about what to do with this book, she came to the conclusion that it was worth returning it to its place. without arousing unnecessary suspicion. But some inner instinct made her flip through the pages. It was not a book, but Rosen froze. As she leafed through the pages, there were newspaper clippings about her. God, there are clippings and pictures of her everywhere. What the hell are they doing here? He has been collecting information about her all this time, and something is circled in red. It looks like she was circling the same word. It dawned on her to look at her palm. There it is. This is her name. And the notes, dozens of them here and all about her. The girl didn't know what to think. Taking another look at her name on her palm and checking it against the inscriptions in the red circles, she realized that every time he circled the mention of her name in the newspaper news, the girl sat down on the floor. His words flashed that at least he saved her. I've never hated you even once, but I definitely know you better than you think. So he wasn't lying, Rosen thought. That's what he meant. He turned all his guilt into pity. Pity for her. The girl burst into a hysterical fit of laughter. For the first time in her life, she was glad that she couldn't read. And if I could, I would study this dossier page by page and use it for my own purposes. Ian Connor should never have believed her even for a second. As he said, she is mean and cowardly and always runs away from everything. Putting the diary back in place, she felt for another bag of powder, great here, about 250 grams. One dose of sleeping pills is about 50 grams, which is enough to knock out an insomniac for 6 hours or so. Add another 25 grams, and you will pass out for 8 hours. Few people know that sleeping pills in powder form are something that is extremely difficult for ordinary citizens to obtain. They act just like a sedative. Ian Connor doesn't even imagine that she has such knowledge. But she was Emily's student. He couldn't imagine that she would steal his sleeping pills, and not just the keys to the lifeboat. Otherwise, he would never have let her go, even in his current state. The girl left the cabin, thinking about how she uses sleeping pills, which have no taste or smell. She mixes it all with water and wine. The party is in full swing. Everyone is eating and drinking. Everything will be fine. His wound from betrayal will not be too deep. In the end, he is surrounded by so many wonderful people, and in time he will be freed from the chains that the title of hero brought with it. And he will live a happy life and will no longer depend on some witch. And the fact that she said that she really wants to help and loves, then this will be her help. But this does not mean that she will choose him over her freedom, even despite the fact that she will most likely die at sea. Regardless of whether it works out or not, she will not give up, and tomorrow she will escape from this ship alive, even if her opponent is her own heart, but she will not allow him to restrain her. Ian thought about how much time had passed since he let Rosen go. 10 minutes, 15. What was he even thinking about when he sent the captive alone, without handcuffs, with extensive experience in escapes, to look for something in her cabin? He imagined Henry's reaction when he found out everything, and whether she had a chance to escape and survive. He did not want to agree to this task, but there was an order to deliver Rosen Walker to him personally. The chief said that the people of Ria Righton trusted Ian Connor, and now their hometown is in ruins. It does not matter that he was forced to make this choice. He must take responsibility, Ian asked, blaming an innocent man. Is Rosen Walker innocent? Ian answered directly that yes, she is innocent. The commander is just giving the crowd what they want. An unquestioning answer came from the boss that Ian must remain with an unblemished reputation, and the witch must pay for her sins. And now, replaying those events in his head, Ian understood that throughout the war he had been a perfectly working mechanism carrying out orders. He thought that he had completely adapted to the way the government conducted business. So, why are there now doubts as to why he wanted to refuse in the Rosen Walker case? Now the whole empire considers her a lying witch, but in fact she is frank, sometimes even too frank. He remembered her words before leaving for the cabin, that he could not protect everyone and did not lie when he promised to protect. He was amazed how she could openly say what she was thinking about, or how she believed that her feelings and thoughts were not worth protecting. She believes that her words will not affect him in any way. It would be good if this were true. Committing suicide on board this ship was probably her last plan. So why should he help him? The more she does, the harder it is for him to let her die. Even if somehow Rosen gets a lifeboat, what are its chances of surviving in the ocean? What are its chances of making it to land unharmed? He remembered the day when he visited the ruins of Rioriton. Then he saw her on a notice stuck on the wall. Most likely it was glued there so that people could spit on it or throw a stone at it. And at that moment he felt saved. At least she survived, alone. It's funny, but he always kept that photo of her with him, to desperately cling to something. And now Rosen's words are spinning in his head that she would prefer something poisonous. After all, he keeps something with him since the war in case of capture. Her escape was impossible. A wave of despair washed over Ian. He reached out his hand to the revolver. She will die a terrible death on the island of Monty. She knows that it is already too late. That's why she asks for a less painful way. Despair. Everything is useless. Ian pulled out his weapon. If that's the case, wouldn't this be the best choice? He reloaded the pistol and leaned over the side. Something flashed through his head. Everything is useless. There is no way out. Another second, and he heard his name behind him. Rosen ran up. She was frightened by the fact that he was leaning towards the water. It seemed to him that this was a vision, a hallucination. Words that here, she brought medicine. Come to think of it, the little voice in his head was always asking the same question. At that moment, Rosen poured powder into his hand. Did it even matter to him whether Rosen was really a murderer or not? If he could go back in time and refuse this task, he would have done so, whether someone else other than himself had been assigned to accompany him. Ian grinned. He simply avoided answering. Everything is obvious. If he only feels pity for her, he would have long ago given her a painless death and played it off as an accident. After all, he sent her alone, being sure that she would search his cabin. By this he gave her a ray of hope, so that she would stop thinking about how to kill herself. And instead, she looked for ways to survive. No matter how slim her chances were. Rosen was saying something, looking scared. What was going on? Why was he smiling? When Ian grabbed her face, looking into her eyes widened in surprise. He realized that in fact, no one forced him to take this task. It was all his choice, from beginning to end. He kissed Rosen, realizing that he had chosen her. He had chosen her, and this path from the very beginning. And perhaps he made this choice a long time ago. This girl was the meaning of his life. When he pulled back a little, there was that same magic between them, connecting on an invisible level. Rosen stood in bewilderment. She did not yet realize what had just happened. Then, having come to her senses, the girl playfully hugged him and said that he shouldn't tease her like that. She wanted to kiss him, but he stopped her. Rosen said, well, she liked everything where it was going. Why interrupt? But Ian became the old Ian again. Connor pulled the reluctant Rosen into the cabin. Rosen thought maybe she didn't kiss him back forcefully enough. Rosen, looking into his face, asked if he was feeling better and what kind of kiss it was. Then she added, why there was so little language. She can teach. Ian, who could not stand vulgarity, interrupted her. He became angry at her behavior, but then changed his tone. Turning to her, he told the stunned Rosen to forget about it. He had crossed the line, and she had the right to hit him, more than once. Ian nobly leaned towards the standing girl, who did not immediately understand why he was apologizing. She froze at the words that she could slap him twice. But the very next second, she stood on tiptoe and pulled him by the tie and kissed him. Rosen went further, demonstrating a tongue kiss, when Ian stopped her. The girl looked at him directly without any embarrassment. He took her into the cabin and said as he passed that if she felt uncomfortable changing clothes, he would come out. But before he had time to come to his senses, Rosen, dressed only in her undershirt, wrapped her arms around him from behind. He was amazed at how she undressed so quickly, to which Rosen replied that all these beautiful dresses are the same. Pull the ribbon and it will slide off. Ian took her hands and pulled her aside and said that they were already settled. Rosen frowned after he said enough of the nonsense, and it was time to go to bed. But she didn't think of giving up. He's not as icy as he seems. The girl seductively pulled his hand. She was worried that he was the only person who had not drunk wine and would be the only one awake in the middle of a sleepy kingdom. We need to take advantage of this chance, and took Ian by the hand and stopped him. They stood like that for several seconds. Ian's look said that she really thought that she could easily drag him into bed. He said, "Stop being ridiculous," but the girl pressed her lips to his, not allowing him to finish. He asked her to stop, but in vain. Rosen skillfully continued. And in the end, with Iana's strong arms, she was wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon. Blinking her eyes, Rosen asked to unwind her. She would suffocate. Ian tiredly closed his eyes, reminding her that she promised not to create trouble. Rosen said, offendedly, "Why did he kiss her then? It's obvious that he wanted it. He pushes her away because she's disgusting." Ian refuted her speculation. He didn't say that, but the girl didn't give up. What then? She only asked to sleep with him once, and that's it. After saying that he could use her body as he wanted, his face became distorted, became icy, and his eyes were cold. Rosen was frightened by his expression and apologized and took back her words. Seeing her frightened face, Ian softened. He sat down and asked her to come over. Rosen came up and sat on his lap. The man said as gently as possible that he was not angry with her and apologized for scaring her. Then, after a short silence, collecting his thoughts, he asked her a question. Does she really want to sleep with him? Such a question from a man put her into a stupor, since she had never received such questions from men. Then she answered that of course she wanted it. Then Ian patiently asked, like a little girl, why she wanted it. Rosen thought he had to be so narrow-minded, but she answered out loud because he had a perfect figure, and he was the most handsome man she had ever met. And she added that this was her only chance to sleep with someone like him. In the end, she got angry and said, "Let's just get rid of our clothes and lie under the blanket. Our bodies will do everything themselves." Well, anyway, they won't know until they try. Then Ian asked if all this was true for her. She liked it so much. Rosen, thoughtfully, frankly admitted that she didn't really like it, but men seemed to really like it. Rosen became more and more confused, and her face darkened. Ian clarified whether it was she or the men who wanted it. She sobbed into his chest, saying that she didn't know. Then she quietly said that she should forget. She just wanted to do this with him. Ian was silent for a while, looking at the girl, then slowly tried to explain his refusal to her. He stroked her head like a little girl and said that she needed a man who would support her, and not a man with whom she could spend the night. Gently rocking her in his arms, he spoke words unheard of for Rosen. Then she asked, then why doesn't he become this man? And what's wrong with the fact that she wants to sleep with a man? What was wrong with this? The girl was angry because she felt rejected. He said that he felt sorry for her, so why shouldn't he pamper her? Unless, of course, he really was pushing her away. She started sobbing again. Ian began to reassure her. Of course he is not pushing her away. If they had met under different circumstances, they could have spent Walpurgis night together. Then what's wrong? She looked him in the eyes, and Ian replied that first of all, she was exhausted, covered in scars, and seemed used to people treating her terribly. It might be selfish of him, but he doesn't want to be just another man. Hugging her face with his hand and looking into her eyes, Ian explained what was in his heart. He felt sad that Rosen was treated in such a way that she no longer valued herself. Ian then stood up, and Rosen asked where he was going. After rummaging around in the chest of drawers, he pulled out a box and brought it to her bed. It was a piece of strawberry cake. He said that he ordered it from the kitchen for her. Rosen asked why, and Ian reminded her that today was Walpurgis night. Then he took a match out of the box and lit it, saying that he thought that this night was significant for her. The girl stared at the piece of cake. He remembered her story about how she and Emily baked the cake. "I even put a candle in a piece and lit it so that she could make a wish." The girl sent her prayer to Walpurga. This time she asked the Great Witch to give her strength. She did not need more love. Rosen asked for strength to cope with the difficulties she would encounter, courage to give up comfort, and willpower to survive in this cruel world. The girl asked, and he made a wish. Ian asked not to worry about him. He would eat his piece and let her fall asleep. Seeing that he was hiding the cake, the girl asked so they would eat it tomorrow. Why did they make a wish now? But Ian, smiling a little, said to lie down, and then he would lie down next to him. They lay in an embrace, and Rosen wondered if he really had no desires or aspirations. Ian said that he would be very happy to listen to her, to which the girl replied that she told everything last night, but he was sure that she would remember something else. Ian didn't care what Rosen would talk about. He just wanted to listen to her. He just asked not to lie to him. Then the girl began the story. From the moment when she decided to commit suicide, she locked the door in the bathroom. She prepared a loop and heard Emily screaming to open the door, but she somehow broke through and saved her at the last moment. Rosen was surprised when she opened the door. It was locked, and she saw Emily's medallion light up, which meant magic. Emily slowly, soothingly led Rosen away, who asked to leave her. Her friend hugged her tightly, and Rosen, sobbing, said that she could not give birth to this child. Just let her go and let her die. But Emily didn't let go. She hugged her and held her close. She whispered in her ear that she would take care of everything. Has Rosen forgotten? She is a witch of herbs. There is no reason to end her life. Looking into Emily's eyes, she assured that it was all nothing. She would do anything. She asked to stop talking about death. Rosen looked at her own face, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then the realization of the terrible step came, and Rosen burst into tears even more, begging Emily to forgive her. A friend affectionately consoled her and said that there was nothing to apologize for. Rosen, sobbing, was afraid that she would become pregnant again. If there are more pregnancies, she will have to get rid of them again and again. She will not stand it. And if there is no child, Hindley will get angry, and who knows what she will do. She no longer needs such a house, and Hindley doesn't need her. She asked, begged to run away, just Emily and her mother. 3 days before, Emily was sitting with her sick mother, who was not getting out of bed. She came to her father and said that her mother was not feeling well. He indifferently said, so what? She asked for some money, because he had received a payment from the head of the trading organization. She had some savings. She needed a little more, but Hindley firmly answered no. He looked reproachfully at Emily. She had saved up some money. How could it be that when he asked last time she answered that she didn't have a single coin? The girl screamed. How could it be otherwise? He would still lose at gambling. Hindley looked at her from under his glasses, with a familiar look that did not promise anything good, and again repeated no. Before Emily could answer, he pushed her to the floor. And then she heard that nothing could help her mother. Opening her box where she had wounded the money, and found that it was empty. Hindley told his daughter that she just needed time to accept this fact. Running his fingers along her back, he added, she is as slow as her mother. Now she could work and earn money. Remembering this, Emily told Rosen that she was right, and they needed to run. But right now they couldn't run. They would have to stay longer. They need to save up some money, and then the three of them will run away. How Rosen wanted to run away right at that moment. But Emily convinced her that she needed to be patient a little longer. She affectionately, like an older sister, said that everything would be fine. Rosen doesn't even remember how long they sat in each other's arms. The most important thing is that Hindley does not find out anything. Otherwise, trouble cannot be avoided. One morning, Hindley came down for breakfast as usual, and Rosen had everything ready and served. He looked at Rosen carefully without answering. Sitting down at the table, he asked where Emily was. The girl replied that she had gone to collect some herbs. Perhaps it would take several days. To relieve the tension, Rosen said that she was worried about her. It was cool outside, and she didn't put on a warm shawl. Hindley muttered with displeasure that they had become friends, like two boots in a pair. Then he remained silent, began to eat slowly, and asked what about the child. Rosen froze in horror. The girl instinctively put her hand on her stomach and stammered out of fear that nothing had happened yet. Hindley asked about the manager from the orphanage. She could have lied about her health. She was sure that she was not infertile. More than a year has passed. Why are they still without a child if this is not the case? Emily had given her a powder the day before to kill the fetus. It had to be dissolved in water, and the entire dose drunk twice a day. In general, these herbs are harmless, but under the right circumstances, they can become poisonous and lethal to the fetus. Emily warned that it could cause vomiting and stomach upset, but Rosen herself will be fine. But everything must be kept secret. Hindley must not see. He looked at her piercingly, expectantly, a look Rosen knew well. The girl, overcoming her fear, hugged him and said as nonchalantly as possible that he was scaring her because he knew that she was absolutely healthy. And leaning towards his ear, she cooed that there was no need to be upset. The closer their connection, the greater the chance that she would get pregnant. Hindley muttered that apparently it was so, and said that he would return in the evening. He was leaving for the casino. When he left, he promised to return with the prize money, and they would have time for the two of them. Emily hid in the house all this time, and came out when Hindley left. She told Rosen that they had enough time. They needed to pack their things and leave. The girl went to look for a secret drawer among the books where she put money, but she dropped it from her hands. How can this be? It's empty. Why, at that time, the door opened. Hindley stood on the threshold saying, "Just look at them." He said that he would be lucky today and looked around at his wife and daughter. He felt that these two bitches were up to something, and glancing at Rosen, said that he had spanked her a little. Then he turned to the frightened Emily and said that today she would learn a good lesson. Rosen recalled how she jumped out of the house when she saw patrolling soldiers and ran towards them. She screamed and begged for help to go home. The soldiers first tried to calm her down and ask her what happened, but Rosen could barely speak out of fear. Sobbing, she was finally able to explain that her husband was beating her and could kill her. When they found out that he was beating his daughter, they replied that they thought it was something serious, but they don't interfere in family squabbles. Or maybe this daughter stole something, who knows? Turning to his comrade, he added that a man must raise his family from time to time. When Rosen screamed, "How can they say such things and also call themselves soldiers?" one of them grabbed her by the throat. He pressed her against the wall and squeezed her throat, saying how noisy she was. I bet her husband was tired of it. Then he looked at her with his hand on her hip and said that she was cute. However, they could only have fun together. Then the world of hope collapsed for her. She ran for help and ended up in a new hell. Rosen hit the soldier and was able to escape. He, crouching in pain, yelled curses after her. It's good that he didn't chase after her. His friend stopped him. Otherwise, it's unknown what would have happened. Rosen collapsed around the corner to the ground and, sobbing, now understood why Emily had not yet escaped, even if they managed to escape about Hindley. There is no person in the world who would protect them. The girl looked at Ian and asked now he understands why she said that she despises soldiers. Ian gently stroked her face and whispered an apology. He knows that it is too late to ask for forgiveness, but still wants to apologize for the behavior of that soldier. Rosen answered why he should apologize for that soldier, but Ian noted that, as a comrade in arms, he is very sorry that he was not there at that moment. The girl asked, sobbing, if there was, it would change something. Ian said that if they had been under his command, they would have been shot on the spot. He's joking now. Our heroine looked straight up at Ian, trying to grasp the seriousness of the words. The man replied that he never jokes. Rosen screamed. He hates killing people, but he would do it for her sake. Ian noticed that he already had enough blood on his hands. Nothing would change if there was more. Rosen leaned her hands on his chest and genuinely asked if he would have been next to her that day. He would kill Hindley for her sake. This played an important role for her, since she then craved his protection as a hero. She looked at him with such anticipation, as if his words could change her life. Rosen asked him to lie for her, because he understands that this is what she wants to hear. Their gazes crossed. Without looking away, Ian said that of course he would have killed. The girl fell on his chest with some kind of helplessness. Emily had once told her that all problems solve themselves in the end. She simply confirmed the sincerity of his feelings. The balance between them is now broken. Now the scales have tipped in her direction. She will not hesitate. He believes her. But she would never believe him. The girl was clutching a bag of sleeping powder. It was still dark. Rosen was sleeping, the light of the pre-dawn morning falling on her face. Ian smoked without taking his eyes off the girl, their journey coming to an end. When the ship lands on the island, his task will end, but he will never let her go to sea. This will mean a painful death, and also will not be able to give a less painless way to die. She is the only life he was able to save. He also cannot send her to Monty Island to certain death. She can't die for a crime she didn't commit. He didn't notice Henry come in saying, "Just look at him." He wanted to speak further, but he faltered looking at Rosen, who was sleeping in a serene sleep. Then he turned his gaze to Ian, who was smoking, and asked him if he had feelings for her, didn't he? There was no answer. Henry shouted irritably for Sir Connor to at least answer something, and he had a terrible premonition, and he saw them kissing on board. He knew that something was wrong. The way Ian did not leave her like a mother hen, hiding behind the service. Finally, Ian ordered it to stop, and fell silent again. Henry looked reproachfully at his friend, not remembering how he looked at this walker. It was already disgusting. Ian silently agreed with everything. Then Henry grabbed his head doomedly. He didn't even deny it. Ian still looked ahead without looking at Henry. And how long has he had feelings for Walker? Without waiting for an answer, he himself said that it's been a long time, hasn't it? Henry literally screamed, "Why is Ian like this when it comes to his personal life, going through the whole war, 10 years? And when the opportunity to enjoy life arose, he manages to fall in love with the convict. And not just a convicted woman, but one who will be sent to the worst prison in the world." After a couple of seconds, in a changed voice, Henry asked if Ian would be able to kill her. He walked up to Rosen and put the gun to her head. What if he shot her right now? Ian Connor Barrett. How could it be otherwise? Wouldn't it be better for her than the fate that awaits her on the island? Then Ian jumped up in a rage and grabbed Henry, pinning him to the wall. He said doomedly to Ian's eyes he couldn't kill her. Then he asked his older comrade what he was going to do now. Ian simply asked to say why he had come, and Henry reported that the ship had anchored because they were surrounded by sea monsters. Ian recalled that recently he claimed that everything was fine, to which Henry muttered that he also thought so. That's why he hates the sea. My father had not seen anything like this in 40 years. The passengers and crew are going crazy. They are looking for Rosen. She needs to be returned to her cell. The distraught crew believes that this is her doing. The witch sent a monster. Henry ended up doomedly with the fact that Rosen could literally be pulled out by the hair. Ian gave the order to throw a warm blanket over Rosen and take her to the cell. Now she will be safer there. Henry, carrying the sleeping girl away, asked what about Sir Connor. Ian, putting on his uniform, said that he would go deal with the crew and the crowd. If they need a witch as a scapegoat, then it's time for a hero to show up. We'll have to return to the role of everyone's adored hero. About to leave, his gaze fell on the coin in the bottle. Rosen didn't lie. It's really a lucky coin. Ian mentally asked her why she gave it to Lila. Approaching the captain's office, he heard voices arguing. It was noisy there. Upon entering, he saw that on the monitor screen, the captain was shown sea monsters marked with red dots. The crew members discussed the situation. The ship is surrounded. They are unable to move it. One of them jumped up and called everyone cretins and said that they were talking about nonsense. Everyone knew who was behind it. He then accused the imprisoned witch Walker of being a witch and that she should be thrown overboard. Then Captain Revel attacked him. Passengers are about to start a riot. Stop adding fuel to the fire. But some of the crew members agreed with their comrade, and the captain was reminded that the girl saved the life of his granddaughter, which is why he protects her so much. To be honest, he had seen nothing like this in his life. At the mention of the fact that the monsters demand a sacrifice, the captain yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. How can you throw a person overboard?" But the crew member replied that she was not a person, and besides, she would die on Monty Island anyway. But the captain, full of rage, shouted that sea monsters would never sink his ship. The instigator wanted to object, but the barrel of a pistol was placed at the back of his head. Ian coldly said that anyone who disobeys the captain's order on the ship will be immediately executed. The indignant froze. Everyone knew that Ian Connor would not joke. In impotent anger, he glanced at Ian, standing calmly with a revolver at his temple. The captain's first mate, calling the warden a son of a bitch who dared to threaten him, became a little quieter. Ian added that he was following orders from his superiors to deliver prisoner Walker to Monty Island. And also, his task is even higher than the desires of the captain. And if he considers it appropriate to complete his task, he has the right to execute the rebel. After Ian said that Rosen Walker was not a witch, the first mate said that she had bewitched not only Captain Revel. The captain flashed his eyes furiously, but managed to say nothing, as a broken child's voice was heard screaming, "Grandpa!" Lila ran in tears and said that Grandpa should see this with his own eyes. The captain ran up to his granddaughter, asking what happened, and the crying girl said that they had captured Rosen. Hearing the name Rosen, Ian felt a chill of horror. A few moments earlier, Rosen, trembling from the cold, opened her eyes, at first not understanding where she was. Henry muttered that she had finally woken up and was in the cell. When the girl asked why she was in the cell, Ian promised not to put her behind bars until the island. Then Henry had to explain the situation to her. Rosen realized that it was already morning, but why was it so noisy? And it felt like the ship was moving differently. Henry said that they were surrounded by sea monsters. When Rosen asked why, he snorted. He would like to know why himself. He led Rosen and said that the passengers wanted to throw her overboard. The girl realized that they believed that she had called the monsters. He took her into one of the cells and gave her a dress so she could change. He turned away and said that he should come out when he changed his clothes. Since she was in shackles, he removed them so that she could put on a dress. While getting dressed, Rosen sighed with relief. Thank heavens Henry didn't see the sleeping pills. Then she heard the familiar voice of Maria, who whistled as Rosen had been thoroughly cleaned. An old friend looked at Henry and said that her friend had seduced this young talent, to which the guy replied that Miss Walker had seduced someone much more important than him. When the women were nearby, Rosen explained why she was back in the cell and what the crowd wanted to do to her. Maria recalled that there are 3 keys in total, one for the captain, the second for Ian Connor, and the third for Henry. At the mention of the latter, she screamed whether the young man could complete the task and protect Rosen. Maria conducted a dialogue with Henry, saying that Rosen could come here and take him away. Henry stated that they would not receive the keys from him. He was about to add something when a bright light blinded his eyes. Gregory and other men entered, saying that they did not expect to find here like Henry Revilla. He stated that they were all armed. Rosen remembered him on the deck, and what if he recognized her? The appearance of those entering did not bode well. There were several of them. They were armed, and Henry was alone. Gregory pointed the weapon at Henry, saying that if he interfered, he would get a hole in his head. Henry said he wouldn't give up the keys unless they killed him. Rosen watched what was happening. Henry will do everything to carry out the orders of his boss. Gregory grinned at such theatrical speech and stated that they did not need his keys. They will simply break the lock, which they soon did, telling Rosen to leave without unnecessary movements. The others held the struggling Henry, while Gregory himself dragged Rosen. The girl was brought onto the deck. She screamed to be let go. She was not a witch. She was checked dozens of times. Gregory was amused by all this. He would definitely check her again. The most ancient and traditional test is when a bound witch is thrown into the water. If she is not a witch, she will drown. And if she remains afloat, then she is a witch. They brought her to the edge of the deck. The girl screamed that if she were a witch, would she be standing here now? Gregory said wearily that this is all nonsense. They won't know until they check. Besides, she's dead anyway, so they don't have much to lose. Looking at the crowd, Rosen's instinct told her that they agreed with the madness that was happening. Maybe if she can evoke pity. At that moment, Gregory spoke to the entire deck. Everyone knows Captain Revel very well. He is the hero who led their flotilla to victory. Even after retirement, he was unable to leave the sea and has a duty to ensure a safe journey for all passengers. Yet today, something brought Alex Revel's ship to a halt. What are their chances that the most famous witch of their time is standing in front of them? One of the girls spoke out. How can they deviate from the captain's orders and indulge such cruelty? But Gregory said that he also finds this very unusual, but he puts the safety of his citizens above all else. Henry shouted, calling him a coward. One of those standing with Gregory also doubted whether it was possible to simply throw a man overboard. The instigator clearly didn't like this, and he yelled that the logical conclusion was obvious. This was all an act of witchcraft, that he was proposing to sit and wait until the monster attacked the ship. And why should they risk their lives for some witch? To which Rosen shouted that she was not a witch. Looking at the faceless crowd, she thought no one would help her. They were all bound by fear. Maybe this time it really is the end. How many times in her life there were situations when she thought it was the end. She always did not give up and looked for a way out of any situation. Had luck really turned away from her, she was just a fool. Lila, the captain, Henry, Ian, she allowed the sprouts of their fleeting kindness to sprout within her. She really thought that they would protect her. What a shame. The girl stood on the very edge with her hands tied behind her back. Closing her eyes, she said goodbye to life, and it was all over. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice shouting her name. It couldn't be Sir Connor. The girl turned around. It couldn't be him. It must be his imagination. Ian Connor can't be running in front of everyone screaming her name. But it was him. His gaze was full of horror. Horror that he could lose her. Gregory pushed Rosen, and his last thought was that he couldn't save her. It was too late. The girl fell, and in her head was his name, Ian Connor, who should not go over to the side of the witch. She managed to see him run up to the edge, and he was pulled away from the side. Now this is really the end. She has spent all her strength. It's such a shame that they won't see Emily again. And yet she lasted longer than she expected, didn't she? Perhaps this can be counted as a point in her favor. The cold water swallowed her up, and the girl began to instinctively gasp for air. The water is icy. There will be no quick death, but even now she ordered herself to pull herself together. She cannot die. Not like this, and if she dies, she will be a laughing stock for the entire empire. We need to stay on the water. Rosen again had a strong desire to live, but the water is so icy she can't hold on. The girl began to fall down. Something held her back. Her consciousness turned on again. What was happening? She was drowning. A strong stream of water filled her lungs and came to her throat. She could not breathe. She saw Ian Connor before her eyes. He held her and said that she should calm down, but the girl was choking. Ian shouted for her to stop panicking, but Rosen was twitching for lack of air. He shouted for her to look at him. His voice appeared and disappeared. Then she felt his kiss on her lips and lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she didn't understand where she was, what had happened, whether it was a dream or reality. The girl could barely stand up. Her body hurt terribly, and she had no strength. Isn't this Sir Connor's cabin? Seeing that he got up in bed, Henry ran up and shouted to Walker, "Don't get up." Jumping up to her, he grabbed Rosen, and shaking her, shouted that he couldn't believe that she was alive and breathing. What to bring? Should she give her water? The girl asked whether she thought he was crying or not. Henry, sobbing, said to shut up. Henry actually teared up and admitted that he thought she would die. Rosen was very weak, but asked what time it was. Henry replied that none of this mattered. She looked like a dead person. She almost died falling into the icy water. Rosen tiredly said that stop wailing. Let him bring her something that will help her warm up and put her thoughts in order. How she wanted something hot, but she poured sleeping powder into the water. What happened anyway? Doesn't the crowd have anything against her? Henry shouted. That of course not. Everything went wrong after Ian Connor saved her and took care of everything. He pulled her out of the water, pumped the salt water from her lungs, and ordered Henry to take her to his cabin. And then he told Gregory to shut up if he didn't want him to shoot him on the spot. That's when that coward calmed down. He had been afraid of Ian since the days of the academy. As Ian reminded him, his father then intervened and reassured the passengers. Henry added that he thought they were all scared when Rosen fell into the sea. So far, everything is fine. But if the ship does not follow the course, they may come after her soul again. So it wasn't a dream. But what about those sea monsters? At that moment, Ian entered the cabin. The girl looked at him. Their gazes met. Henry asked his boss how things were on the ship, to which Ian replied that it was bad and getting worse. They want to return Rosen to the cell, so they ordered Henry to go and buy as much time as he could. Sending Rosen to a cell now would be tantamount to a death sentence. While they were talking, Rosen told herself to think and collect her thoughts. She couldn't just sit there and tremble. It wasn't all over. Then, without raising her eyes, smiling, she said that Ian Connor was really crazy, jumping into the ocean in front of everyone. He could have died. The man replied that he didn't care. She was shivering all over and had no strength to argue when Ian asked whether she wanted to live or not. She didn't understand what this question was about and nervously asked what he was saying. But Ian demanded a yes or no answer. And which answer will be the best, which will help her survive? Emotions came to her, and she screamed that she never wanted to die. Then he began to undress. Rosen screamed what he was doing. He replied that if she wants to live, she needs to undress. Ian stood in front of her with a naked torso. She did not understand what was happening. Looking at her, he told her to hurry up. What does all this mean, damn it? Rosen was not looking at Ian in horror. He pulled her by the sleeve of her shirt, saying that if she didn't want to die, then she needed to undress quickly. She remembered that the sleeping powder was hidden in her dress, but apparently it fell out. She had no strength to think. Her head was pounding. A minute later, they lay cuddled up to each other. Ian hugged her. Trembling her teeth, Rosen said that maybe the fever was talking in her. But the sensations. They lie together in the same bed, naked. Is this a dream, or is it really happening? Ian simply replied that if she wants to live, then let her just lie there and not move. Hugging her, he said that she was very cold and could die from hypothermia. So this is all in order to save her life. It seems she is really starting to warm up. And I couldn't think that such warmth could come from another person. But why is her heart beating so much? And he is so calm, hugging her like some kind of animal, but so warmly. But she needs to get ready. Soon everyone on the ship will fall asleep. This is her only chance. She needs to be conscious. A memory arose in my memory when Hindley discovered them with Emily. And at Rosen, he found bags of herbs for abortion. Hindley yelled that they had conspired and lied to him all this time. Did they think he was some kind of idiot and wouldn't notice the whispers behind his back? Now he'll teach him a lesson. He hit her in the face. Droplets of blood remained on the floor, which is why she still did not get pregnant. Hindley demanded that Rosen admit that this was not her idea. It was Emily who suggested it to her. He hit her again, but the girl asked what he did to Emily. Hindley grinned, still worried about her. He gave her a good beating and locked her in the cellar. She may no longer be alive and died, but she got what she deserved. Hindley mockingly asked Rosen what they intended to do with Emily, to run away together. Who will protect a girl like her? He is all that Rosen has, or prefers to return to the orphanage from where he bought her. She handled everything so well and was submissive. And his words, doesn't she want to end up like Emily at that moment, turned her mind upside down. Then Hindley said that he forgives her for the last time, for the escape plan, and for the herbs. And then she began to think about what she should do to survive. At that moment, Rosen realized one thing. Only she could protect herself. Looking at Ian Connor's campaign poster, the girl said he would never protect her. In despair, she tore his portrait from the wall and shouted that neither he nor anyone would protect her. The rose-colored glasses fell off. Rosen realized that if she wanted to survive, Hindley Howarth must die. A man like Hindley Howarth deserved only to die. Henry came in, reporting that a telegram had been received from the army via a nearby warship. It states that if the sea monsters do not retreat by night, then they must immediately execute Rosen Walker. Henry said that he understood that the task of transporting Walker was a task of the highest importance. But they said that we must remember that the safety and tranquility of citizens is a paramount task. They were given time until sunset, and that's all. Ian was silent. Henry stood with his fists clenched. Then he added quietly, while the captain was still holding out, but in the end, he would have no choice but to follow the order. Ian recalled the words of his leadership to deliver the captive safe and sound. This was his last hope to protect Rosen. But now the passengers have no obstacles left to send her to her death. Henry said that when he first became a pilot, he followed his naive ideals, imitating other lieutenants and, of course, Sir Connor. But all he wanted was to protect people. And now, looking back at what he did, it all looked like good people died in the war and bad people remained. He could not even imagine that Rosen was hated to such an extent, and he himself was one of such people, thinking it was okay to hate her because he was just one person, and ended up going down the wrong path and being rude to her. Henry stood in front of Ian, with his head bowed and sobbing, saying that he was the same terrible person as Gregory. Ian looked at his friend and understood how much public pressure he felt. But what Rosen had to face is radically different from what they had to go through. The degree of anger and cruelty became beyond the line of good and evil. Ian finally answered the sobbing, "Henry, if he is sorry, then stop crying. This will not help the matter." The guy sobbed and said that he understood everything. He just felt lousy. He nodded at Rosen and asked how she was. Ian replied that she was not in danger of frostbite, but now she had a fever. Henry touched her forehead and agreed. She was really on fire, but the situation outside is such that they will have to return her to the cell again. Henry was worried about his friend. The crowd might come for him. Everyone was up in arms against Ian. They believed that Rosen Walker bewitched him, but then added with a bit of irony, "I can't help but agree with them to some extent." But Ian cut the jokes short. She was still in a terrible state. He asked Henry to hold on a little longer, at least until the fever subsided. Henry promised that he would do everything in his power and let Ian take care of Rosen. Ian sat looking at the floor and thinking about his next steps. Then he undressed again and lay down next to Rosen, who opened her eyes. Rosen grabbed him and asked if it was really him or if she was having a vision. Ian wanted her not to pass out and asked her to speak. She stated that the gods definitely created him, and she definitely wants to sleep with him. Ian asked not to talk nonsense, and Rosen asked if he was so calm, since she was lying very close in the clothes her mother gave birth to. Ian touched her hair and confirmed that she was very attractive, and Rosen was surprised at his composure because usually men lose their minds when a woman is with them. He kissed her hair and said that if she weren't sick, maybe he would try something. Rosen smiled. He doesn't say that for the sake of flattery, but Ian reminded him that he never jokes. The girl whispered that people would be disappointed in him. He was too attracted to the imprisoned witch. Ian reassured her that it was too late to bother with such trifles. Besides, he doesn't care about others and what they think of him. Rosen asked him why he saved her. He was not an ordinary person, but a war hero. And what will people say? But Ian reassured her by saying that everything was fine. He never wanted to be a war hero. He just did what he had to do, that's all. What is happening now can be considered redemption. The girl wanted to ask something else, but she coughed. How much longer could she endure this fever? Ian hugged Rosen even tighter and said that she would soon feel better. She closed her eyes, saying that he probably couldn't imagine how much she wanted to live. He was hooked by her performance. She remembered the moment with Maria, then on the deck during the fireworks. But how can he determine when she is telling the truth and when she is not? He is a jailer and should not be soft. She mentioned that she wanted to live. The girl nodded, and Ian agreed nicely. Everything else doesn't matter. Wow, Sir Connor is bewitched. Ian replied that this has not been news for a long time. She cannot imagine how he felt when she said that she wanted to live. Ian said that he carried her cutout photo with him, but then he still denied everything. He kept telling himself that he just needed something to cling to, because there was nothing else left. He thought he was going crazy, but now he realized that everything was extremely simple. He just wanted to meet her. Wow, Rosen grinned. It turns out they had the same thing on their minds, so maybe we can work on fulfilling one of her wishes. When she hinted at bed, he immediately stopped it. Then the girl asked to listen to his voice, like from those radio programs that he did. Yes, she knows he didn't like it, but his voice will make her feel better. A private broadcast, just for her. And Rosen's consciousness transported her to the past as she waited for these transmissions. Looking at him on the poster, she heard his bewitching velvet voice, which was the support of everyone. She and Emily, like thousands of other people, shared their strength huddled together in the basement, listening to Ian Connor, who helped survive the war. His voice said how much he valued them all. They would be saved. And this ray of hope said that the war would end and their lives would become better. Ian, hugging Rosen, said a phrase from his radio broadcast, ending with the fact that you do not need to feel guilty for anything. He remembered how he entered the radio station room. There was a microphone. The boss told him to tell him about himself, who he was, and where he was, that they will protect them all, say what people want to hear. And here was his first radio broadcast. He introduced himself, asked everyone not to worry. The Air Force will always protect them. You will never be in danger. Rosen opened her eyes slightly. She put her hand on his face from which tears flowed. We will protect you all. It was still dark. Henry came in and said it was time. His father caved in. There is no longer any time to waste. It's time for Walker to return to his cell. Ian said to wrap Rosen in a blanket. The fever somehow subsided, but the cell was cool. Now his long lie to the people of Rioriton has finally come to an end. Will her lie be able to hold out now? He noticed a sparkling coin in the bottle. At this time, someone called Rosen's name. She opened her eyes. Everything was so unusual. She saw a familiar and dear face. It was Emily. The girl jumped up. It was really Emily. She was apparently sleeping. Rushing to hug her friend, she said that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. Emily replied that she just needed to wake up, but then Rosen said, in fear that Emily would disappear, how much she missed her. Emily, smiling affectionately, said that they would see each other very soon. Just a little more. She couldn't give up. She remembers their promise to meet on the island of witches. Walpurgis, that same mysterious island whose existence cannot be said for sure, but they say that witches gather there to hide from the outside world. They wanted to escape to Walpurgis, which is not far from the island of Monte. Emily added, hugging the girl. Now she understands that she is getting closer to her, which is why she was able to appear to Rosen in a dream. Rosen asked how Emily found him, and she really is real. Hugging Rosen's face, Emily reminded them of their promise. Yes, she survived, and now their agreement to meet on the island of Monte is almost fulfilled. Rosen didn't think it was possible. The last few years have been so difficult. All she could think about was how to survive. To see Emily alive again, it became some kind of pipe dream. Rosen sobbingly asked why Emily didn't come for her earlier. She knew how much suffering she had to endure, what Rosen's life was like, so difficult and lonely. Emily looked at her friend knowingly, but explained that these are the rules for all witches. Everyone must make their way to the island themselves. But now she can join them. She has been through a lot. and Rosen is almost there, just a little bit left. They held hands. Rosen felt warmth and care. Then Emily began to leave, and Rosen asked to tell her how to find Walpurgis Island. The girl opened her eyes and heard her name. Emily was nowhere to be found. Where she was. She stood up and looked around. It was her camera. Someone threw an object, hitting her in the head. It was Maria calling on her to get ready and not sleep. She couldn't be allowed to relax now. The cellmate replied that they drank wine. Rosen blinked her eyes in surprise. Maria irritably reminded him of what Rosen had pulled off and urged her to return to reality. Rosen's head was pounding. She remembered that she was in the cabin, and now in the cell shortly before she fell into the icy water. Ian Connor then saved her, and then she met Emily in her dreams. And then she didn't remember what happened next. The girl looked around. A blanket that wasn't there before means it was all true. Maria asked if Rosen had added sleeping powder to the water, and the girl absent-mindedly confirmed. But the neighbor reminded me that the water changes every morning, so it was a waste of time. But it worked on the guards, since they drank water yesterday, and on those who drank wine. But how did she find out? Because Rosen didn't tell her anything. But Maria waved her hand and, taking a drag from her cigarette, replied that it wasn't necessary. She already understood everything. Since Rosen was in Mr. Hero's cabin, no one doubted that she would do something there. But our heroine was still worried, as if everyone was drinking wine and everyone was sleeping. Maria pointed upward. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was passed out. Apparently, everyone was nervous about how Rosen was thrown into the sea, and everyone needed to calm down. Then she pointed her finger somewhere behind Rosen. He waited for the girl to wake up. A lizard-like creature sat on the bars of a small window and looked at Rowan. But how is this possible? What kind of creature is this? It began to descend along the wall. Rosen trembled, and the animal approached her, squeaking. What could it be? Not a fish, since it has legs. Then maybe a lizard. But lizards don't live in the sea, so Rosen had a hunch. It must be a sea monster. As if confirming her guess, the animal squeaked. Maria noticed that the animal wanted Rosen to pet him. He behaved like a tame puppy. Apparently she now has a pet. But what is he doing here? But if this is a sea monster, then it must be wild and attack. Although if you think about it, when she was drowning, then it was this creature that brought her to the surface. Rosen began to think that the ship was surrounded by sea monsters, something no one had ever seen. Could this be a simple coincidence, or a consequence of witchcraft? I remembered Emily's words, to hold on a little longer. She is following her. Oh, so this animal really appeared here because of her. And the realization came that all these sea monsters had never posed a danger to her. Rosen remembered the conditions for becoming a witch, the blood of one person, and this was Hindley. One wish is a candle and cake for Walpurgis night, and a spell. She used magic without realizing it, or had already become a witch, or was on her way to it. The creature began to pull at Rosen's blanket. He must be the one fawning over her, she thought. The girl looked at her handcuffs and thought she could escape. Maybe going to Walpurgis with Emily again. The girl gathered all her strength and will and asked to free herself from the handcuffs. She could not give up now. The beast and Maria watched her with interest. And the magic happened. The shackles opened. She was free. She did it. She really did it. The girl raised her hands. You saw it. The shackles were opened. She is now a real witch. All those times when she was called a witch. Who would have thought that they would be right? She can indeed perform witchcraft. Emily sent this creature to her, and now you can join her on the island of witches. Now you can finally escape. But first, something else needs to be done. And Rosen approached the bars behind which Maria was sitting. If she did it once, she will do it again. Maria needs to be freed. But Maria asked not to waste their energy on her. But how could that be? She would die then. But the woman reminded that she had spent her whole life behind bars. She is the queen of prisons. What should she do in freedom? As a parting word, she said that she liked Rosen because she was such a liar, like herself, and a bitch on top of everything else. Maybe some cuties go to heaven. But he and Rosen are bad guys. Entry is closed to them. But they can go anywhere. So her advice to the girl was to go and not look back. Running away and leaving everything behind is what Rosen does best. No. She wished the girl to get to her goal, but she didn't finish. Someone opened the cell door. Henry stood there, who came for Rosen, telling her to come in. Rosen wrapped herself in a blanket and followed Henry, not understanding what was happening. Where did he come from here? And most importantly, if only he didn't notice her little friend following them along the ceiling. Finally, Henry spoke, saying that all the guards were unconscious. He was ready to engage in battle with them. Putting on an innocent face, Rosen said that apparently they were just drunk. In any case, Henry said that it was good for them. The girl decided to ask where they were going. Henry replied that to Sir Connor. Actually, he was also locked up because they thought he was bewitched, but he managed to escape. Is it possible for him to do this? This question drove the exhausted guy crazy, but of course not. The answer is already obvious. Rosen was amazed. They were doing this for her sake. Tears flowed down Henry's face. He pointed to the door and said to follow the passage. She would get into the engine room. The guy replied that she was known for her art of escaping. The girl nodded. Then Henry said if he let her go, she would be able to escape. She smiled and slyly asked whether he was doing this on his own or with the permission of Sir Connor. Still with his eyes filled with tears, he replied that he didn't know who was crazier now, Ian Connor or himself. She saved Lila. He owes her his life for his life. Does everyone really die there on that island of Monty? The girl reached out her hand to his face. Having hugged him, Rosen thanked Henry. Surprisingly, he turned out to be a good and generous guy. He asked her to persuade Ian Connor. He really has tender feelings for her. The girl smelled alcohol from Henry. The guy admitted that he drank wine. But how can you not drink it? Then Roshan carefully clarified. And Sir Connor drank. He didn't know. Ian doesn't drink at all. But after this, maybe he did. He wanted to ask why she needed to know this, but he felt that everything was blurry before his eyes. The next second, he was lying unconscious on the floor. Rosen was touched by his action. She could not afford to escape by framing Henry. Gently stroking the guy, she asked him not to blame himself. There was no need anymore. He was not responsible for those deaths. He was just a child, and they all survived the war. Still, they both set each other up once. He did not always behave correctly with her, but now they are even. The girl kissed him with gratitude. At that moment, the animal pulled out a holster with Henry's pistol and showed it to Rosen. She put it on her belt, knocking down her new friend for a good job. The animal climbed onto her shoulder. The girl, in anticipation of freedom, said that it was time to get off this ship. Quietly opening the door leading to the deck, she carefully looked around. There was no one. All the passengers were passed out. Maybe Ian Connor also took a sip of this wine. But even if he is not sleeping, Henry said that he was locked up. Oh, the whole empire will rise to its feet if it manages to escape. She has already presented the newspaper headlines. Rosen Walker is a real witch. Ian will certainly get into trouble. But since he did not suspect that she was a witch, he was not involved in it. Her thoughts stopped on this man, and her heart began to beat faster. The animal squealed and looked sternly at Rosen. Then the girl assured him that she would not chicken out because of a man. She went through so much to get here, and what if he gets in her way? Rosen touched the holster with the revolver and said that then she might even shoot him. But still, she really hoped that it wouldn't come to this. She looked out and looked for a boat. Seeing them, she screamed with joy. But here they are. Now all she can do is pull the lever, lower the boat into the water, and hit the road. Although she was unable to get the keys to the boat, she now has magical powers. Suddenly, the girl heard footsteps, grabbed the weapon, screamed who it was, and ordered her to stand. Ian Connor appeared in front of her from the semi-darkness. His appearance could have given her a seizure. With trembling hands, the girl pointed the weapon at Ian, who was standing imperturbably. Asking how he got out of the engine room, she thought he was locked. There was despair in her voice. Why was he the only one who didn't pass out? Why did everything have to happen this way? Ian came closer, but Rosen screamed that she had a weapon and demanded that he raise his hands up. The man, absolutely without fear, asked what kind of lizard was next to her. And the weapon, it was Henry's pistol. Rosen nervously shouted, "What difference does it make?" Then, in the same measured voice, he answered that Henry's gun is never loaded. There are blanks. Pain, fear, and despair came over Rosen. She had been going to this for so long. Cursing in powerlessness, the girl sank to the floor. But she thought that she couldn't give up like that. She needed to use magic and knock him out. To her surprise, Ian sat down with her and handed her a revolver, with the words that it is his weapon and it is loaded. All she needs to do is simply pull the trigger. Considering that she just tried to shoot him, I'm sure she will succeed. Screaming hysterically what he was doing, she noticed that his hand brought her hand with the weapon to her head. Ian said that if she was afraid that he would try to stop her, then she should just shoot. He just wants to talk to her, and this way she can listen to him. But Rosen replied that she had nothing to tell him, to which Ian added that he had something to eat. The man handed her a coin that sparkled gold in the pre-dawn twilight. That coin she gave to Lila is a real magic coin. Rosen took her and asked how he got out of the engine room. Ian refuted her speculations. He was not locked up since he agreed to throw her overboard. The smiling girl asked why he didn't throw it away. He lied to them, right? Now she understood why everything went so smoothly, why there were no obstacles. Rosen asked directly. He himself gave everyone that wine. Because you believe in innocence, you believed everything that she told you. Smiling, the girl added that he was mistaken, and it turned out that she really was a witch. Ian looked at the frowning animal and replied that he noticed this animal running after Rosen. It looks like she really is a witch. Rosen put down the revolver and asked the nagging question about why Ian Connor was doing this for her. They looked at each other, prisoner and guard. The man reminded that she wanted this. Our heroine said that if he wants the truth, he will get the truth. Ian remained silent for a while, saying that it didn't matter to him. Let him just tell the truth, whatever it may be. It was hard for Rosen. She had been lying for so long that she herself no longer understood where the truth ended and the lie began. She stated that she is a liar and a witch, but there is one truth that still shines brightly in her soul. Just one. She killed Hindley Hayworth. Straightening up, the girl looked into the eyes of the man standing in front of her. This was the second day of Emily's imprisonment in the basement. In all other respects, it was the same evening as hundreds of others. Dinner was prepared. Hindley arrived. When asked where he was, she found out that he was in the cottage. Disgusted and tired, he said that he visited his first wife, who should have already played the game, and everything turned out that way. Rosen looked at him and couldn't believe that he could talk about this so calmly, how he could talk like that. Hindley sarcastically remarked that she had held out for so long, and how long she had lasted. Then she asked him, during the entire time that he was running the clinic, did he think? He displeasedly asked, what exactly? Rosen said that human life is so short-lived. Hindley, in his style, ordered her not to talk nonsense, especially when he was eating. A grin appeared on Rosen's face. Yes, of course, he can kill a person by stabbing him with a knife or beating him to death, but this always requires physical strength. But someone can die from illness or from poison, for example. Hindley, not understanding why she was saying all this, began to cough and asked what she was talking about. And besides, he once said that she was a good girl, not like Emily or her mother, and that she was not dangerous and not a witch. But does he understand what's going on? If this was the only reason why he took her from the shelter, then he made a fatal mistake. After she got here, she forgot for a long time. But Hindley, not allowing her to finish, shouted what she was talking about and coughed even more. The truth is that she has never been a good girl, because what she is really trying to say is that he chose the wrong one. She is vindictive and always remembers an insult. Hindley managed to shout that she was crazy. Rosen then took the knife and told her husband that his death would not be quick, because it would be unfair. He was lying on the floor, unable to say a word, holding his throat, and heard her voice that she didn't need magic to kill him. With a sinister smile, Rosen stood over him with a knife. She just had to decide to do it. Pressing his head down with her foot, she continued to say that she was surprised why it took so long. Hindley tried to beg for mercy. Sticking a knife next to him, Rosen reminded him how he mocked her and Emily. Didn't he promise to kill them? All because he was a coward. He needed them to mock him, but they didn't need him. She saw his horror and fear, that strength sitting in her. Humiliation and pain burst out. She had absolutely no regrets about ending his insignificant life. Hindley begged for mercy, saying that she would be tortured and burned at the stake. Rosen didn't care what they did to her. He still wouldn't live to see it all. Her last words were that he would die much earlier than herself. So, she killed him, immobilized him with a special herbal decoction, and inflicted fatal wounds with a knife. After that, she went to Emily, hoping that her friend was still alive. Opening the basement, she looked at her. Emily had one eye swollen shut. There were continuous bruises on her face and body. Opening the door, she said that Emily could go out, to which she was horrified, looking at Rosen, standing covered in blood. Her first thought was that Hindley had stabbed her, but Rosen reassured her it was not her blood. It was over. Hindley was no more. The girl said that he was no longer there, but there wasn't much time. Unfortunately, Emily's mother died, most likely the work of Hindley. The girl blamed herself for being locked here, barely alive, while her mother died. She had been preparing herself for something like this for a long time. But they needed to escape, get rid of Hindley's body, and escape. But Rosen replied that from now on they should not be seen together. For the investigation, Emily had a fight with Hindley a few days ago and ran away. Emily, realizing that Rosen wanted to take all the blame on herself, said that she would not leave her to sort it all out alone. But Rosen literally screamed that there was no other way. Soon Hindley's creditors would be here. If they were seen together and found out that Emily was a witch, they would both execute them. Having gathered Emily, Rosen said that she should run to Walpurgis. She is a witch, so it will work out, and Rosen herself will settle a couple of matters and follow her. She swore an oath to her friend that she would not die, and they would meet. Emily really didn't want to leave her friend, but there was no other choice. Hugging her, Emily said that Rosen would always be her sister, and she promised that she would come back for her. And then they can go somewhere together and live a long and happy life. But Rosen knew that Emily lied. She did not follow her. Creditors came and found Hindley's body, and she was chained in the town square where people threw stones at her. But this was all nothing. The main thing is that Emily had enough time to run away as far as possible. Literally everyone demanded that she confess to her crimes and be executed for her sins. But she didn't give them the same pleasure that would happen if she confessed. She will rot in prison like a wife who killed her husband, and will live the rest of her life atoning for her sins. Why should she suddenly plead guilty? Hindley was the cause of all her troubles. He deserved to die, so she didn't lie. If this is the truth they so crave, then he and they will never get it. This is how this lie became the truth, but she will never bow her head in shame. They stood opposite each other, and Roshan, looking into his eyes, said that she was a murderer who killed Hindley Howarth by stabbing him 36 times. She lied and defrauded the entire empire, escaped from 2 prisons. Nothing she said would change, so she decided to say what she wanted. Even if it's the most ordinary lie that no one wants to hear, that's the end of her story. She has nothing to add. So, everything she told him was a lie. Well, what would it be like to be deceived by her? Oh, but you don't have to pretend. In response to his words that everything was fine, grinning Rosen recalled that for her sake, he betrayed his people, for the sake of an illusion that was collapsing like a house of cards, for the sake of one cowardly liar. But this is not what she wanted. Ian Connor was not supposed to know anything about the truth. He was supposed to be used by it, and then just forget her and return to your well-deserved position in society. She did not want such an ending. The only reason she revealed the truth to him was because he handed her his gun without doubt or hesitation. And because she loves him. Although can it be called love? Can he forgive her lies and selfishness? Ian gently took her chin and raised her face. For him, it doesn't matter. He was talking. At her dumbfounded look, Ian leaned over and kissed Rosen. None of this matters were his words. Rosen flared up. He was a fool and didn't listen to her at all. She killed her husband as it was written in the papers. All the evidence pointed to her as to why he was running away from the truth. Looking into his eyes, Rosen asked, "He knew this from the very beginning, didn't he? Then why did he let her nonsense fool him?" But Ian glanced sideways at the animal, saying that he was glad that this creature was on her side. And all the sea monsters too. "Praise the Almighty for this," he said. The girl did not let up. She explained that she had killed her husband. How else could she prove it? But Ian said that there was no need to prove anything to him or anyone else. She is not obliged. Our heroine did not understand his reaction to his confession. The laws of the Empire state that murder is punishable by imprisonment from 8 to 50 years. From 17 to 25, she served 8 years. She received her punishment. Now she is free. A stunned Rosen listened to this from the lips of Ian Connor, who declared that she did not deserve to be imprisoned for a second longer. So from now on, she must follow her own path and be free. Rosen thought maybe this was a continuation of the dream again. He packed her suitcases, even a bag of food. It turns out he foresaw her escape and prepared everything in advance. Ian calmly loaded the suitcases collected for her into the boat. But Rosen listened to him, that he was a soldier, a hero. Doesn't he understand that they will talk about him when they find out that he let her go? But what about the reputation earned in the war? But doesn't honor mean anything to him? Well, it can't be like that. She wanted to cry in pain for him. She never wanted to run away like that. Everything is not going according to plan. Why is he doing this? She couldn't deceive him. He knew from the very beginning that everything she told was a lie. Ian answered calmly, but as she herself thinks, she has not yet guessed why he freed her from her shackles. Next, he picked up Rosen and carefully put her in the boat, calming her down so that she wouldn't worry. He'd been crazy for a long time, much longer than she thinks. Holding her hand, Ian opened his heart. It was not her stories that clouded his mind. And it wasn't pity that motivated him at all. Hadn't she already guessed? By kissing her hand, Ian answered her question, why he allowed himself to be deceived. He always answered that it didn't matter, because he didn't think that she would believe him if he admitted that he liked it. Hoping that her lie will last forever, and that she will deceive not only him, but everyone around her. How he wanted her to lie for as long as possible, and then this lie would become true. And then she will always be right. Ian carefully wrapped the girl in a warm blanket. Their eyes looked at each other. While lowering the boat, Ian Connor congratulated her on her victory. In general, Rosen won from the very beginning. Tears flowed from Rosen's eyes. This was farewell, but not like that. And smiling only at her, Ian said that he loved her. Whether she believes him or not, it's the truth. You smile at me because of me. You confessed your love to me. Rosen shouted to him that if they were destined to meet again, she promised that she would never lie to him. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, and she managed to shout that she wanted to tell him something else. Let him not get caught this time and smile. She smiled, and tears of love, joy, and sadness flowed from her eyes. The boat floated on the water. They would meet again. At that moment, the girl made this promise to herself. All the creatures began to move. Apparently, they will bring her to Walpurgis. A small shadow remained from Ian. She remembered her words. Let her lies last forever, and endless lies will one day become the truth. One man's blood, one wish, one spell. Now she begged Walpurga to give her the power that had always been hers, that had been taken from her, the power that had always been within her. What she felt now, sadness, No, her heart was beating too fast for sadness. This is freedom. You must always move forward as she did. And then she will be able to defeat what will try to break her. Rosen promised that she would live until her lies became the truth, for her eternal victory. A few months later, Ian arrived at the Imperial Palace in Malin. A beautiful woman sat in a chair and greeted Ian for how long they had not met, it seems, since their days at the academy. Ian turned to his childhood friend, Your Majesty. As befits her title, the girl asked what her old friend wanted to say. Ian calmly and measuredly replied that he was leaving. The girl, feeling sad, asked where she was leaving and received the answer that she was coming from everywhere. There was a questioning silence. Then Ian asked that he also be stripped of his knighthood, which he did not deserve, given what had happened. The young empress repeated his words with her finger. Well, yes, the generals talked a lot about him. If he were an ordinary officer, he would have been executed long ago, without a shadow of a doubt. But throughout the war, they made him a national hero. And now they will expose themselves to ridicule. If he were executed, he continues to claim that it is his fault. He claims that he is ready to bear any punishment, but none of these generals could find a worthy punishment. The girl, without taking her eyes off Ian, added that there was even a fight there, but it never came to a military tribunal. Then she took the newspaper with his and Rosen's photo on the front page and said that she wanted to know the truth. She read the title, Ian Connor Fell in Love with a Witch. Then another Ian Connor went mad during the war, a broken man. The decline of our war hero, smiling and scanning her old friend with her eyes. The girl asked what he himself thought about these headlines. Ian tensed, and she really enjoyed it. But the answer simply killed her. In a monotonous voice, the man said that there was no opinion on this matter. Well, maybe he was broken. He had already made an appointment with the doctor. Finally, female curiosity broke out, and the girl asked directly whether it was true that there was something between him and that prisoner. Well, this is just a novel of the century. All the newspapers are full of it, but Ian was silent, and his appearance said that there would be no revelation of the secrets of the heart. The girl sighed sadly. Well, he could have told her, not strangers. Although she is an empress without real power, she can still help, especially to her childhood friend. But Ian briefly replied that there was nothing to tell. Rose and Walker managed to escape again, and he missed the captive, but the girl seemed to be scanning him. Then she said that most likely he would be sent to some island. This was almost decided, but Ian's calm clarification of whether it was Monty's island made her horrified by such a guess. Of course not. Throwing him in prison is also a blow to the Empire's reputation. Let's pretend that he is suffering from a minor illness, and Ian needs peace, and they will send him to some island not far from the mainland. After 10 years of battles, rest would not hurt. But then she sighed and lowered her head. No, stop pretending. This is exile and imprisonment. She thought that this could put an end to his career as a hero, but it was still disrespectful to him. Ian replied that he didn't care. Then the girl noticed that most likely this wouldn't happen. Everything would calm down in a couple of years. Years of service cannot be crossed out by such a trifle. Ian stood calm and calm. She asked what he was thinking about. When asked if he could be frank, the girl told him not to deny himself anything. Then Ian asked for a decade in prison. A couple of years is not enough. He wants to quit, as Her Majesty said. In a couple of years, everyone will forget about him. And he would never fly again. Ian was going to fly only as a hobby. Looking at her childhood friend, the Empress noticed that they were speaking like an old man in his twilight years. But Ian confirmed that he had spent a lot of resources long ago and was tired. But it didn't escape her feminine gaze that he looked much happier. Having unfolded the map, she offered to choose any island he liked, where he wanted to spend the rest of his days in exile. In turn, she offered her friend the islands, popular among tourists, a real paradise on earth. Ian stood still as calmly. Then she flared up. Well, he could have at least pretended to listen to her advice. Ian pointed his finger at a point on the map and replied that he would like to go here. It seems that the Empress did not expect this, even from Ian Connor. Primrose Island, which is unsuitable for life. It is very far from the mainland, inhabited by sea monsters, and he decided to choose it instead of a paradise. But Ian was adamant. Then she asked if this had anything to do with the fact that this island was located next to the mythical island of Walpurgis. Just an incredible coincidence, she summed up. But he was still silent. Then the girl made him promise that he would not fly over Talos. Her Majesty has nothing to worry about, Ian assured her. And looking at the newspaper headline, "The Decline of a War Hero," she said that it was hard to believe. This is not a sunset, but rather a landing. And wishing him good luck, she let Ian go. Ian Connor walked down the corridor of the Imperial Palace towards his new life. Rosen threw a magic coin into the fountain in the yard and made a wish for the first time in his life. A year later, a ship docked at Primrose Island and visited there once a month. The blonde guy cursed for such a long way, but they were finally there. He scratched the back of his head. This damn island. You can't get used to such wilderness. Henry Revel came to visit a friend who had been living on this island for a year. And why Ian was brought into this wilderness and even bought a house in the most remote corner of the island is some kind of nightmare. He knocked, but no one opened it. As it turned out, it was not locked. Henry entered and saw Ian reading a book with a cup of coffee. Henry began to scold his friend for his carelessness, because he told him to close the door and not care if the island was almost deserted. Ian calmed the heated Henry. He had come to reprimand him. Ian Connor stood still with the same imperturbable expression. Henry joked that no one else would come to Ian except him. Who else would visit him in this wilderness? He quipped that Ian could admit how much he missed his old friend. He could die from boredom. But Ian replied that he could go home. It didn't matter to him, but Henry reminded him that he couldn't leave earlier than in a month. There were no ships at all, only one coming once a month. Then the conversation turned to Ian's property in the capital. The man confirmed that he had sold everything. And why did he need property there in his current situation? Henry was very curious what the locals thought of Ian, a handsome, lonely soldier with a dark past living alone. Ian remembered as soon as he arrived and was offered this house with a sea view. He immediately liked it. The elderly couple wondered if this house wasn't too run down for a man like Ian, but he replied that everything suited him. He didn't need the estate. The couple raised the topic of Ian's marital status, saying that it would be quite suitable for a single man. After all, he was lonely, amazed at how it was possible to be alone with such appearance. Looking at the ocean, Ian said that he had someone. The woman was surprised. "Where is the young lady? Why didn't she come? The island is deserted, but it's just the thing for a young couple." While Ian looked thoughtfully into the distance, the elderly couple argued that he was 100% alone. They broke up, and he was healing a broken heart. But Henry Ian didn't tell me this. He just replied that he should mind his own business. He was indignant. He was worried about his friend. Ian asked how Henry's rehabilitation was going. He replied that if he failed the pilot test again, he would spend the rest of his days on ships as a father, and this was not an option at all. But if you don't succeed as a pilot, then becoming a drill sergeant and making fun of the new guys is also a good idea. Henry asked if Ian was flying. He said that he couldn't see that there was a plane in the yard. He quipped that what was standing in the yard could hardly be called an airplane. Could this wreck actually fly? Ian admitted that he had not flown yet. Then Henry joked with his friend that if he was holding this junk, it meant he was waiting for someone to fly. In turn, Henry showed a photo of Lila. The girl is already attending preparatory courses at the academy. She doesn't understand the word no. She raved about the military academy. She said since Uncle Henry got in, why shouldn't she? And whoever has such a stubborn character, we can only hope that she doesn't join the Air Force. But Henry wanted to show his former boss something else important. He even doubted whether it was worth it. He handed the photo to Ian, who at first just looked. Then his face revealed where Henry got it. The guy explained that one of the novice pilots took a wrong turn and took a photo of that very Walpurgis of the mystical island. Ian asked who else knew about this, but Henry reassured him. He is not an idiot and took the film and photo from that pilot. Burned the film. This is the only photo. A refuge for witches, an untouched corner of paradise, a mysterious island where those who do not have magic cannot reach. Ian kept a photo of the island. No one should know its coordinates, even including himself, although there is someone on that island whom he would like to see with all his heart. Henry added that when they flew over the island, the instrument panels went crazy. No one knows the coordinates, and the witches are very powerful. Ian asked how they got out of there, and not without pride. Henry said that since Ian left, he became a better pilot, plus intuition. Then he smiled slyly and pulled his hand towards the photo. He could burn it, but with a stern face, Ian put his hand on the shoulder of Henry, who had the photo. Then she motioned for him to immediately return this photo. Henry couldn't hide his pleasure and teased his friend if Ian had seen his face. No, he's not the only one. All his colleagues should see the face of Ian Connor, who is in love. Henry smiled and told Ian that she was alive, and everything was fine with her. She was not a weakling. But after saying that from the photo of the island, where his beloved Ian will cherish his love, he received a slap on the head. But then Henry added quite seriously that if Ian ever saw Rosen, he should be on his knees, begging, crying, so that they could live like a young couple on this island. The old faith has been preserved on this island. Witches are not hated here. They pray to them and will gladly accept them for the sake of protecting the island. But Ian ordered to stop talking nonsense, to which Henry sarcastically added, "Well, who would have thought that Ian Connor would be the very first and most devoted fan of Rowan Walker?" He teased Ian about how nice it was to see the indestructible Ian Connor jumping into the pool of love. It was night. Ian was sleeping. Moonlight was falling through the window. Ian suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got out of bed. The man broke out in a sweat. He opened the front door and looked around the yard, it seemed again. Despite the fact that he is much better here than in the capital, his insomnia has not gone away. It is almost impossible to fall asleep, the same dream every time. But this is the kind of dream from which you don't want to wake up. And when you wake up, it's very painful to realize that this is just a dream. And in this dream, she is. Rosen comes up to him. He hugs her tightly. Then he tells everything that he has wanted to say for so long. How good it is to hug her. There are so many things he wants to ask her, but in his dreams, she never speaks. But he continues to ask questions, even though he knows that he will not receive answers. Did she get to the island without incident? Was it cold there? Did she finally see Emily? Is she happy now? And then, overcoming her shame, asks if she has forgotten him and if this has made her happier. Does she miss him and think about him, at least sometimes? But when Ian wakes up, he realizes that the dream is just a dream, a reflection of the subconscious. This is recognition and acceptance of his thoughts. This is a reflection of inner hidden desires. But the important thing is what happens after a bunch of questions. A smile appears on her face. He strokes her hair. He doesn't know whether she heard him or not, but he is lost in her so much that he can no longer control his heartbeat. He presses her flesh to flesh against him. His lips greedily kiss her skin. Her breathing becomes completely unsteady and quickens, and her body simply burns. And the end is always the same. Without exception, he wakes up. "You're crazy," Ian Connor says to himself every time. And so every night, all day long, self-loathing and repentance. Today, everything will be as usual. Maybe a large dose of sleeping pills will help. Suddenly, Ian's hearing perks up, and he hears some movement outside the window. As he approached, he saw that someone was knocking on the glass with a tree branch. What the hell? Opening the window, he saw 3 children. What had they forgotten under his window at such an hour? When the guys said, "Hello," Ian sternly replied, "What a hello? Now is not the time to walk around the streets. Their parents are going crazy." But the guys calmly chirped that they were having an adventure in the forests. But in the sun, it was not fun at all. Oh, but they saw his plane. But they could ride it. Ian answered the children looking through the window, that of course not. Firstly, they wouldn't all fit there. And secondly, the children should sleep at night. But the children started talking indignantly. So he always says, no, if he doesn't ride, then they won't carry out his instructions. What other instructions were he seeing them for the first time? But one boy busily replied that the instructions were given by other people. What the hell is he talking about? Ian thought. Henry sailed 2 days ago. What normal person would send his child on an errand in the middle of the night? And there are no vacationers here. This is a forgotten island. Then Ian replied that it would not be possible to cheat to ride a plane. But the children were indignant. This is not a scam. 2 ladies are looking for him. They asked where he lived. Then Ian's heart began to beat wildly. He began to ask what they looked like, but the child did not remember. The boy only remembered that one of the women was blonde. After these words, Ian froze in place. Ian frantically began to pull on his robe, and the children whispered that they shouldn't have been told this. When they said that the ladies were saying something about the fact that they had come to tell about an eternal lie, Ian ran out into the street like crazy, and the children were already scared and doubted his adequacy. He ran to the houses closest to him, where she was, if what the children said was true. Then it was her. It was Rosen. He knocked on his neighbors and asked if the stranger was looking for him. But people looked anxiously at the man who was knocking on houses at such an hour and answered that they had not seen any stranger. He returned home and sat down on the floor doomedly. The children apparently just said things out of fear. But on the other hand, how could they know the details? But she is also nowhere to be found. You just need to go to bed, although the chances of falling asleep are 0. She came up from behind and hugged him tenderly, smiling. Ian winced when he heard "Hello, Ian Connor." He apparently fell asleep again, but it's strange when he did. And she says, this has never happened before. With some kind of numbness and horror, he looked at the vision without saying anything. Rosen asked in disappointment what was wrong with his face. Where was the joyful smile? She thought he would not find a place for himself out of happiness. But Ian said gloomily that if this was a dream, he would like to wake up. It hurts him so much when he wakes up, so let him go. Now she stood in complete bewilderment. It's incredible, the girl exclaimed. Now that she is personally present here, he doesn't believe that it's her, but at least he knows what she had to go through to get here, and kissed Ian as a sign of confirmation. Remember, they promised each other that they would meet, and now she can tell him that she loves him. And these words were spoken with a clear conscience. She also missed her very much. Not believing in this happiness, Ian kissed her, and Rosen remembered that Emily was waiting outside, and it was cold there. All Ian Connor could say was gratitude for the fact that she returned to him. This could truly be called a landing. Rosen was really looking forward to this honeymoon. But the rules of Walpurgis made their own adjustments. A witch's apprentice is not allowed to stay on the island 2 nights in a row, and Rosen was no exception. They spent the whole day together, and the next day Emily took her away, leaving Ian with a dog who needed help and an owner. Walpurgis isn't that harsh, actually. Rosen could have stayed if Emily had allowed it. It was hard for them to part, but as training progressed, the weekends would increase. The girl was getting dressed, and Ian handed her the bag he had packed for her. Rosen asked if he was really okay with this. 1 night is enough for him. But Ian, kissing her, said that he didn't say that it was enough for him. He was just able to wait. That's all. Emily yelled at Rosen to hurry up. They had to go. Rosen shouted to Ian that she would be back soon, and Emily glared at him with a derogatory look. Oh, it looks like Emily is still wary and doesn't trust him. Ian smiled as he watched them go. It looks like she really is like Rosen's sister. But he did not expect that Emily soon appeared at his house. Rosen wasn't there, and Emily was looking at him with a piercing gaze. Ian could not have imagined that Emily would come to talk to him so soon. Entering the house, she said that Rosen would not appear for some time. She sent her for a walk with the dog that lives in his garden. And Rosen really stands up for him and keeps telling him to be gentle with him. Still looking at him suspiciously, she offered to talk face to face. Ian had just prepared dinner and put it on the table. They sat in silence. No one knew where to start the conversation. The tension increased. Finally, Emily introduced herself. Although she was sure that he knew who she was, the man bowed politely and said his name. She said that she had heard a lot about him. He was something of a celebrity. And then Ian thought that probably for the first time in his life, he missed Henry so much. If he were here, there would definitely be no awkward silence. This disapproving look of hers, as if she dreams of finding a flaw in him. But Ian understood everything, knowing how Rosen had suffered at the hands of men. Then Emily, in the tone of an inspector, asked if it was his plane in the yard, and he bought it with his own money. Ian confirmed that he was receiving a pension after his dismissal, and also inherited a small inheritance. He was sitting on pins and needles. He had never felt this way before, even standing in front of the highest ranks of the army. Of course, he didn't need to impress any of them. Sternly, Emily asked if he drinks. Ian replied that he didn't like booze, but he could have a glass with it. "It's a treat for the ears," Emily replied, taking a bottle out of her bag. At the same time, the girl said that alcohol was the cause of many troubles, both for herself and for Rosen. Ian, still nervous, replied that he had heard a lot, pouring wine into glasses and smiling clearly unkindly. She said, so he had heard a lot. They drank a sip. Emily continued her interrogation by turning to his hobby. Ian replied that this was probably aircraft maintenance, and he was also working on a textbook for pilots. An order came in, so he writes a little. Emily still looked at him suspiciously. Then Ian, like a schoolboy during an exam, added that he also liked to read newspapers. Emily decided to dig deeper. But doesn't he like to gamble, horse races and all that? But Ian replied that he is not very good at games and prefers to avoid them. Emily went through the food. It was very tasty. The housekeeper cooks, but Ian replied that he cooks himself. Afterwards, the interrogation turned to the topic of whether he smokes. The man reported that he used to smoke, but has now quit and does not see the need to smoke. Emily was clearly losing her temper. She slammed the glass down on the table and barked that he knew about Rosen. Ian was wondering how best to answer. He never knew Rowan as well as Emily, so he said that he just loved her very much, and he loved for much longer than she probably thought. But he understands that he will have to wait a lot, but he can handle it. And he can wait forever if necessary, he added with a charming smile. When Rosen returned, she saw Emily and Ian drunk in the trash. If Emily was already lying face down on the table, then Ian reacted to Rosen's arrival. Barely moving their tongues, they tried to say something to Rosen, who was shocked by what she saw. Emily squeezed out that Ian Connor was annoying. Ian answered indignantly what exactly she didn't like about him. Rosen barely got a reluctant Emily to sleep, who found an argument that she didn't like, that Ian looked so good. Rosen asked why they drank so much in such a short period of time. Ian sobered up a little. Pulling the girl towards him, he asked if she would need to return tomorrow before sunrise. Rosen nodded, but Rosen doubted that Emily would come to her senses before morning. Ian sat her on his lap and asked her not to leave, to stay one more night. Rosen smiled, and he really got drunk. And if he stays, what will he do? Ian replied that he wouldn't do anything. They'd just lie next to him, because that's not all that's going on in his head. The girl playfully replied that you couldn't say that from his dreams. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, she justified herself that she didn't even think of following. She just needed to practice magic and messed up a little. She just wanted to visit him because she really missed him, and in this way, she would get rid of nightmares. Ian became gloomy and replied that he really thought that these were just dreams, and asked her never to do that again. He couldn't control himself in a dream. She hugged him, asking even if she missed him very much. As he said, she can't control herself in her sleep, so let her come only if she's sure she can leave on time. They silently looked at each other, loving and happy. Ian hugged his beloved and kissed him, not wanting to waste precious time. On her next visit, Henry arrived with Lila, who told Rosen that he thought Ian Connor had gone crazy. Rosen held Lila on her lap and told him not to talk nonsense. But Henry insisted that she admit that Ian Connor was completely different from the moment they first met. He knew that Ian had gone crazy, remembering that incident in the bathroom when he interrogated Henry and forbade him to approach Rosen. His reasoning was interrupted by Rosen pointing at Lila. Although she had grown up a little, she was still a child. And a squabble began in the style of Henry and Rosen. They fought over Henry's accusation that Ian was in the pool of love because of her. Lila, as always, turned out to be a peacemaker, telling Rosen that there was no need to listen to her uncle. Henry recalled the fisherman's son, who recently gave Rosen a lift. He always addressed her as Madam Witch, and Eric, from the grocery store, who gave her fruits and vegetables, also disappeared somewhere and began to avoid her. Ian drank his tea without turning around, and Rosen really noticed that they had become very modest and stopped greeting her as before. Henry couldn't calm down, nodding and pointing at Ian, what he found in Rosen. Rosen couldn't help but tease Henry by saying that there was a fatal attraction between her and Ian. Finally, Ian turned to Rosen and Lila. Ian greeted the girl, noticing that she was apparently tired from the trip. But Henry yelled that, in fact, he had arrived too. Ian replied that he came too often, that he had no work. Then Henry was indignant. But as soon as the tongue turns to say such things, he brought Lila, to which the girl interjected that she could ride alone. Rosen and Lila started talking about the plane. It would be great to ride. Pointing to Ian, she noticed that no matter how she begged him to ride on an airplane, but so far he only forces him to learn all these rules and procedures. Apparently these are all excuses. But Ian denied he's just afraid that an accident will happen. Of course he will never let her get into it, but he is still afraid. This means he still wants to take her on a plane, but if he's not ready yet, then he may not rush into it. Ian assured her that this plane was originally intended only for her, and if he didn't want to take her for a ride, he would have immediately said so. They looked at each other with loving eyes, and Ian chirped how he wanted to show her what it was like to fly. They were interrupted by Henry's voice, who indignantly noted that he and Lila were actually still here. Then he grabbed his reluctant niece, declaring that it was time for them to leave. Ian chopped vegetables and fruits to prepare a snack. Rosen quietly came up behind him and hugged him, smiling. Ian said that we need to be patient a little more, and everything will soon be ready. Suddenly, Rosen pulled out a black box from her pocket and showed him it was a gift. She opened the box. There was a ring. The girl showed the stones. Not that they were precious, but these were the frozen tears of a magical creature. Putting the ring on his finger, Rosen noticed that these stones were very rare, so only a witch could give such a gift. But she noticed that Ian's face couldn't tell that he liked the gift. Or maybe he wants to pretend to be lonely while she's not there, so everyone on the island knows about them. But the man denied everything. That's not the point. He's just too handsome, Rosen noted, not without pride in him. Ian assured her that she had taken his heart, so she had nothing to worry about. Ian began to kiss her passionately, but Rosen stopped him. He had not forgotten anything, reminding him that they actually had guests, to which he objected that they had left. They can come back at any time, Rosen retorted, his argument being the fact that he locked the door. And if they have even a drop of conscience, they will go to spend the night in a hotel. All he wanted was to be with her and not be separated for a minute. She couldn't hold back her laughter. Ian asked why she was laughing. Then the girl said mysteriously that maybe Henry was right, but she would never admit it to him. When Rosen woke up, She did not immediately realize that it was already deep night. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she realized that her finger was somehow unusual. When I looked closely, I saw 2 rings on my finger. The dream disappeared instantly. So beautiful. And why there are 2 of them? And most importantly, where from? Ian was no longer sleeping and admitted that this was his gift and that this precious stone was mined not far from the island. Now she understood why he was previously upset about her gift, because she gave it first. He admitted that it was, but his ring was not half as beautiful as hers. He prepared one for himself and one for her, so they would both wear 2 rings. Rosen asked what the name of this stone was. Ian replied that it was primrose, which means stars in the night sky, and also magic. Wow! The girl looked enthusiastically at his gift. What a suitable name. Ian looked at her with love. This is what happens when you observe a landscape that cannot be described in words. When unexpected happiness falls on your head, people call it magic. Rosen fully agreed that they were in a situation that could be called magical. A war hero and an escaped prisoner smile happily at each other on this peaceful island. What is this if not magic? Because love is something both magical and beautiful, like the stars in the night sky.